Hello and welcome back to day 2 of GWENT World Masters. The Season 4 Championship is here. We're ending it here. And then we're moving on to Season 5. Oh wait, that was a spoiler. Okay, but yeah, enough about that. We'll get to the future soon. But my name is Pavel Buja. I am joined by my colleague Ryan Shu. Ryan, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. We did a little pre-workout for the tournament, so we're ready. I think our casters, amazing casters, and analysts are also ready. The players have prepped and are also ready. So now it's only time for you, the audience, to get ready. So make sure to also connect your Twitch drops, right?
Yes, connect, because yesterday you probably didn't get the 8-hour drop, which is the card back for this season. Highly recommend to do it because it's going to be awesome. And I think today will be a little bit longer because we have a lot of content for you. We have the developer update for update 10.12.
Yeah.
We have a special pre-final thing, which I'll show you. I'm calling it a thing because I don't want to spoil anything. And we'll have the roadmap before the credits roll. So get ready for that. So it's an action-packed day with great Gwen gameplay, but there's also talks about what's coming up, the future, and surprises. So it feels like the finals.
Yes, it's truly a finals to remember. We've got 2 amazing semifinals and then the grand finale to close off the year of Gwent. I'm excited for it. I think the players are ready, so why don't we send it to the casters?
Yeah, enough chit-chat, let's go!
What's up, everybody? It's day 2. As you can see, there was Pavel Berja, Ryan Gondrick. It looked like Pavel's suit jacket exploded onto Ryan's suit jacket. There's a little splatter, some shrapnel there. How are you, buddy?
Some collateral damage. Yeah, I'm good. I'm excited for day 2. It's great to be back here with you, Flake. We've got a full day for you guys. We've got matches to crown a Season 4 World Champion. We've got more leaks with the dev video update, as well as a roadmap update at the very end of the stream.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big deal, friends. It's not just the action, but also the future that we're going to be looking into. Some more leaks, obviously, the game. But hey, we're here to crown a champion. So that is what we're going to do. We got to get through some of the nitty-gritty, the semifinals, until we get to the real crux of the matter. But we got some stuff to give away as well, right, Shinmiri?
Yeah, we have some very special rewards for you for watching this event on Twitch this weekend. You might have already gotten some rewards yesterday. If you watch 4 hours of Twitch stream, you get the Beholder title, in-game Beholder title, and then after you claim it, you start accruing time for the next reward, which is 8 total hours of watching. You get the in-game card back, that unique card back with the sun, the moon, the eclipse. I love it. The World Masters Season 4 card back plate.
Yeah, it looks really good. Those are always my favorite ones to just show off, to say like, hey, been there, done that. I was there when this happened, which is pretty damn rad. And we want to also get your predictions in terms of what the matchups are going to be. Hopefully you've already cast those as the divination challenge on masters.playgwent.com. We will be able to sort of, extrapolate some of that data and get your overall consensus of who's going to win. We're going to dig into those as well. And, we want to also maybe see who the greatest Gwent prophet might be. These brackets are very difficult to ace, Shinmiri, especially after quite the volatile quarterfinals that we had yesterday.
If I had to guess, I'd say every single bracket is busted already. Like the probability is so low, and I think we had a little bit of upsets yesterday as well. But let's take a look at the 4 final players, the 4 contestants that we still have remaining, and they're all vying to become champion of World Masters Season 4. We have Danarai, Poison, Kerpetin, and Spelling Bee.
Yeah, the match stake at $7,200 is basically up for grabs. That's what they're playing for besides the ticket to the finals. Frankly, if you 3-0, if you sweep, all of that cash is in your pocket. And look at Danarai, already had the benefit of that at $7,650. Again, I always bring it back to the fact, Shinmiri, that Danarai played 7 rounds of Gwent. Not 7 games, 7 rounds, and just got through it in a hurry. So lots of money to be had, lots of money already made, but so much more besides just that title of the world champion.
And one of these 4 players are going to join a very, very small elite group of players who can call themselves GWENT Masters World Champions. We had Colomon from Season 1, Piable from Season 2, and Cybers from Season 3. Now, Season 4 about to come to a close here. Use hashtag World Masters to tweet about the event and give us your thoughts, what you think, who you think is going to win, what decks you like the most. Let us know.
Yeah, and again, we say this every single time. I think you know it by now. We're online. We're not in person. If we were, it'd be interesting because all the different studios that they'd have to set up to mimic what our apartments look like or our houses look like. Either way, use the Twitch Observer, friends. Trust me, there are, like we said yesterday, there's some unique cards. There's a lot of variety in the deck. So some of these decks you might not necessarily be familiar with. Use the Twitch Observer. Hover that mouse over some of the cards. You'll get all the game text, all the keywords and such like that. It's a great, great tool. So take advantage of it.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the brackets and the journey we've been on so far. Danerai yesterday 3-0ing Trusky, like you said, in 7 rounds. Poison having a much tougher fight 3-2 against Gandalf in the top half of the bracket.
Yeah, Kerpitin made short work of Magpie there, 3-1, and my boy from the Great White North of Canada, Spelling Bee, with what some might consider a little bit of an upset over, you know, a legend like Cam. Spelling Bee is going to have his work cut out for him there, but I've got faith in my boy. But there you have it. That's the bracket. That's how we got to the semifinals, and we're about halfway through. So lots of action to be had, Shinmiri, and again, so much money's on the line.
So much money. Total prize pool of $90,000 in given away this weekend, and it started with only $50,000 as the base prize pool. And thanks to you guys purchasing bundles in the Shoop store, you've pushed that prize pool up an extra $40,000 USD. So thank you so much for all your continued support to Gwent and the game and the esports scene.
All right, I'm not an idiot, contrary to what Reddit might think. But I know you guys are here also for leaks. You guys want cards. You want to see what's coming around the bend in terms of what the new content's going to be like. I promise you, you're going to get one hell of a video to sort of round out what, you know, the sacred and the propane. The sacred and the propane and propane accessories. That's not what I was going for. Sacred and profane will be. So there's going to be a video just prior to the finals. After both semifinals are done, there's going to be a little bit of a break, giving the players a little bit of time to compose themselves. And that's when we're going to hit you with all the juicy details of what the new cards are going to be. That's going to be ahead of the finals. So that is something else that we can look forward to today, Shinmiri.
Yeah, exactly. But the first semifinal of the day is coming up very shortly. We've got Danerai versus Poison. This is a big one. They're kind of rivals. Danerai has been eliminated by Poison in multiple opens, one in Season 2, one in Season 3, and then also lost to Poison in the play-in tournament earlier this year. So a little bit of a grudge match, perhaps. Let's see what they have to say for themselves as we throw it over to their pre-game interviews.
I'm Dani, 19, from Poland. You may recognize me from the 2 official tournaments I already participated in. My Twitch streams at DaniRai_, where I stream very irregularly, or perhaps I bullied you on ladder.
Bueno, a ver, yo creo que todo el mundo me conoce y en caso tal, para el que no me conozca.
Well, everyone at this point knows me. In case of those who don't, my name is Manuel. I am known by some as Poisound and for some others as Gran Mazorca. I'm from Colombia. I really like these kind of games of cards, strategies, analysis. I have been competing in Gwent for 4 years or more already. I have been a finalist in many opens already, and if God wants it that way, I aim to be the winner of this Masters.
Okay,
Wow,
well,
it's short and sweet, yeah.
Yeah, both players just were like, okay, let's get to the action again. I like that. If God wants it this way, this is what's going to happen. Hey, we're going to argue with that dude. I'm not me. So let's take a look at what you guys have to say. Again, the players are going to play the game. I don't think God has anything to do with it. Ultimately, though, we're going to see what you guys have to say in terms of the Divination Challenge results, because you guys put in your predictions. So let's see how this is going to be split. And the results are holy Moses.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Maybe the voters are using history as an indicator. Poison favored immensely, 82 to 18. This is the most lopsided divination challenge we've had so far.
Yeah, at least this weekend. I mean, we've seen some in the past where it was like a 90-10 split, and but that's these are players are some of the best in the world, so upsets are going to be aplenty. Again, sometimes it's just about familiarity, recency bias, things like that. Ultimately, though, it's going to come down to how the cards are played. We're going to get to that shortly, and to break down all those game-changing and game-breaking plays is going to be the wonderful and always big-brain Seely. She is going to be our analyst, breaking down all those pivotal moments in this semifinal matchup. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely. She did a great job yesterday. Let's talk about the decks. The decks that Poison and Danerai are bringing, what decks they have brought to the table, and how they shape up against each other. So we have for Danerai, we've got Imprisonment Nilfgaard, Onslaught Pirates, Syndicate Lined Pockets, as well as Scoia'tael Precision Strike.
Yeah, Imprisonment with that Renfrey list, everybody's familiar with what this can do and how it's sort of lurked around the ladder, just making people's day so much brighter. Renfrey is the card that we're going to talk about because, Shidmiri, frankly, Renfrey is essentially the centerpiece. This is the build-around card. This essentially is the archetype. Renfrey herself is what you're basically tailoring the rest of your deck to support.
Yeah, and yesterday we mentioned how like the flexibility of the 7 different curses and 7 different blessings. You can play her in a lot of different ways if you're looking for removal, if you're looking for consistency, or just power. And we saw yesterday and during day 1, some of the players purposely using their leader ability earlier than normal, which took us by surprise a little bit, just so that they could slam Renfrey early in round 1 and start getting that passive value over time from those blessings, either with the odd even blessing of kindness or with the blessing of patience giving you cooldown on your leader.
Okay, so let's go to the Onslaught Pirates. Skellige, this is going to be a Golden Necker build. Nova, everything is going to be 9 or cheaper. This is kind of like your dollar store deck, but you get some good value there if necessary. Talk us a little bit about what this Pirates list looks like.
Yeah, that's a control list with a lot of removal options like Bjorn, Tesha Mutinous Sword, Terror of the Seas, as well as your Onslaught leader charges. It's looking to build up armor on its pirates and ships to get extra value there. And what I really love about this deck is the Magic Compass. That card was really shown to be super flexible and very powerful yesterday. In one of the games, Danerai used Magic Compass for a Lippy, I know your favorite card, Flake.
My absolute favorite.
To swap his graveyard and his deck to deny his opponent's Witch's Sabbath, which needs something in their opponent's graveyard to in order to work properly. And it's creative moves like that make me love this card so much. You've got every Skellige legendary potentially at your disposal, whether you're looking for Lippy, Facusia, Combi, a fan favorite, of course, to discard your opponent's last card so that they don't get a last play and maybe even forego the use of their leader.
Okay, Lined Pockets. It's a similar build here. We're going to see Nova, Golden Necker, etc., etc., etc. This one has the added bonus of, hey, we play with money, friends. So, Shidmiri, Lined Pockets and Syndicate have been pretty, apparent in these major tournaments in the GWENT Masters series for quite a while. In various iterations, Syndicate always has a presence. What makes this Lined Pockets so special?
It's got a lot of threats, usually too many things for opponents to answer. It has really great protection for those threats with the Azhar Javed spawning 2 Scarabs at the same time, 2 Defenders at the same time. That can also be buffed with the Conjurer's Candle on the same turn that it's played. Very, very difficult to get through in order to protect that Tunnel Drill and other threats like the Blindheim Brothers, like your failed experiments, so that you can poison everything on your opponent's side of the board. So not only a threatening engine overload type of deck, but also a lot of removal power and control as well.
Yeah, failed experiment. That's what I called artifact. Okay, moving on. Precision Strike. Scoia'tael, let's get her done. This is a control list. I love it. Again, whenever there's Scoia'tael, whenever there's Precision Strike, I perk up because I love decks that mess with your jam. And in this case, Precision Strike is one of them. But there's a really key piece here that really it invests into future rounds that can be exceptionally explosive. And that card is Vanadane.
Yeah, Vanadane, as part of the Simless Vanadane Alyssa combo, Vanadane moves 2 cards in from your hand to the bottom of your deck and replaces them with Waylays, which are 4 provision tactics. This deck already has 2 Waylays in its starting deck, and it creates 2 more with Vanadane that it can play and shuffle back into its deck with the Alyssa Henson. And that will put a total of 4 Waylays into his deck to all thin out at the same time with Simless. Super powerful combo. That gives you carryover as well as control because 4 Waylays is up to 12 damage later on.
Okay, so that's what Danarai is going to be relying on potentially to get to the finals in short order. But let's see what his opponent is going to be bringing, and that is Poisound. Poisound.
I was going to say, Danarai has an extremely control-y lineup, and that was very good for him against Trusky's greedier lineup. And now we have Poison. I think Poison is not bringing as greedy as a lineup as Trusky. So let's take a look. We've got, Imprisonment, Nilfgaard, Renfrey, Mobilization, Reavers, Line Pockets, Syndicate, Golden Necker, and Deadeye Ambush Elves, the only elf deck in this tournament.
Yeah, we're going to get to that shortly, but I want to talk quickly about this imprisonment list. This list here with imprisonment with Renfrey, this is a little bit more run-of-the-mill, I would say. This is something that you'll see more on ladder. I don't think it's really tech necessarily against anything. It's just more of a, hey, it's a good stuff deck. We're just going to rely on one big push, which is that Renfrey, and jam as much value in the bronze slots as possible, with some of the golds being, very impactful. Things like Ivar, Vilgefortz. You're looking for big point swings with those cards, Shadmiri, in my opinion. Is this kind of your cut-paste Renfrey list?
Yeah, pretty much. His list is almost exactly the same as Danarai's. Just very good control, very good point slam. I don't think anything too new to talk about here. We can move on to Mobilization Reaver Hunters with a splash of Cintrian Royal Guard that actually really came into play yesterday in his quarterfinal match. Poison was able to win the Mobilization Mirror by correctly copying and relying on Cintrian Royal Guards for the short round rather than going for the Reaver Hunter route.
And lots of ways to duplicate cards that are going to be a pain in the ass. I mean, let's be real with, Iteran, as well as all the, not Reaver Hunters. Reaver Scouts is what I'm talking about. The Reaver Scout is basically allowing you to go ahead and spawn a base copy of an allied bronze soldier, excluding self. Well, there's one big target for that. It's going to be the Reaver Hunters. That's what you're looking to do. So if you're not absolutely loaded on control options, very pick and choose, like point, click, delete style control, you're going to have trouble keeping this in check because those Reaver Scouts, the Reaver Hunters, are going to get absolutely out of control. We've talked about, back in the day, how elves can just swarm the board. Well, that's another problematic archetype here with those bronze win conditions.
Yeah, the Reaver Hunter is definitely bronze win conditions, but like we saw yesterday, Reaver Scout is not only for Reaver Hunters. That's probably the main target, but Cintrian Royal Guard can be a great target to copy in a short round or near the end of a round. And then Poison is also including a one of Redanian Knight, which is technically also a soldier, can be copied by Reaver Scout as a backup plan.
All right. Line pockets with Siri Nova, Necker, Golden Necker. There's nothing all that over the top over here. But, as we cruise through this list, I just want to point out that Horson's Freak Show is a nice card to add in here. Is that Horson's Freak Show teched against anything specific, you think, Shin?
Yeah, against greedy decks, like, for example, Mobilization Reaver Hunters, anything that you just need an extra control for. The Tunnel Drill is slower. Tunnel Drill's in all of these line pocket stacks, but it's slower. It needs protection. and you have to wait. Usually, you have to wait a turn to play the Tunnel Drill and then wait a turn to activate it with a crime on the following turn. Whereas Freak Show, you can remove a bunch of stuff if you have enough coins on the same turn that you play it, getting 2 for 2 spending, two coins for 2 damage on the Freak Show immediately without any other additional condition. Whereas Tunnel Drill, greedier, 3 damage for 2 coins, but needs to play a crime on the same turn.
Deadeye Ambush from Scoia'tael. I love seeing Scoia'tael lists in tournaments. It's one of my more played factions that I have. Obviously, I've always talked about how I love Nilfgaard more than anything. Scoia'tael is a close second, but they do some fun things. And in this case, this Deadeye Ambush list is a little bit of a blast from the past. We kind of seen these types of lists resurface now and then. Feign Death, lots of sort of elf spam. There's various different ways that you can win in with this list, I find, Shinmiri, whether it's a Simlas round to sort of go ham with a bunch of waylays or the Feign Death move. But there's an important piece to this card, as to this deck as well, that can offer either tempo or a massive, massive point swing.
Yeah, and that one is Vernociel. She is, she's serves many purposes in this deck. You can play her range row to get 3 elves. But often this deck is looking to maybe a greedier option is to play her melee row after you swarm the board with Elven Deadeyes, whether that's from your waylays or from your leader ability. Vernociel can potentially do 2 damage to a random enemy unit for each Elven Deadeye token that you have on your board. Sometimes you're looking at like 8 tokens, and that's 16 damage from the Vernociel. Not only really good value at like 21 points, but also potentially removing a lot of threats on the board. If there's only 16 power on your opponent's board, Vernociel is going to almost guarantee killing everything on the other side of the board. So very, very powerful tool. It's one of the main reasons why opponents are going to be trying to look to split up some rounds against elves to not let them get all that elf swarm and synergy with Vernociel and Isogrim Faltiorna.
Yeah, it can be dangerous because with the Saber as your stratagem here, Blue Coin can be very dangerous with Feign Death in an early round. It kind of guarantees that round is going to be won to a degree, as you can kind of get multiple chapters of that scenario triggered in succession on one turn. So there you have it, friends. Those are the 2 lists, or the two deck lists that both players are going to be playing. But why don't we take a look at the bans, because that is just as important. Both players are going to see what the other player is going to be playing and say, oh, no bueno. And it looks like Nilfgaard is completely erased.
Yeah, I know. Nilfgaard, Imprisonment, Renfree, banned by both players. We're going to get a match between Danarai's Onslaught Pirates, Syndicate Golden Necker, and Precision Strike Control versus Poison's Northern Realms Mobilization Reavers, Line Pocket Syndicate, and Deadeye Ambush Elves.
So there's control versus like a swarmy style of options here, and I think that Danarai might be well positioned unless there's a situation perhaps where he just, the one thing I found is against lists like Reavers is that if you do not have a spot-on response every single turn, that there's development. If you're not leaning heavily into control, those Reavers can get absolutely out of control. They can spread like wildfire. If you're not constantly picking them off, they just multiply. And I feel like with the lists that Danarai is bringing in, something like Precision Strike will have a very attuned way and a very precise way to deal with those threats in a fairly efficient manner. And I'm kind of leaning towards Danarai here, which is completely different than what the divination results we're talking about.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I think Danarai has the lineup and the control to shut down something like Mobilization, maybe even like Golden Necker Line Pockets. I think the Elf deck will be a little bit tougher just because it's not really an engine sort of deck. It stays low to the ground. It's not super sad about you killing any particular one unit on its board. And it also has a decent amount of Tall Punish itself with that Heat Wave, Curse of Corruption, and Spores. So we'll have to see. This is Conquest format, which means you need to win with every single deck that you bring that's not banned in order to make it past this round into the finals. So even if 2 out of your 3 decks get through, if that one last deck can't find a win, you're not going to win this match.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. Shinmiri does not care about the lives of elves. He just so haphazardly just mentioned, yeah, they could all die. I don't care. So the players are getting set up, friends. It is the semifinals, day 2 of World Masters Season 4. Flake alongside Shinmiri. So excited to be here. There's going to be some news coming out after the finals. There's going to be a dev video just sort of showing you the rest of the cards that are going to be dropping shortly. So you want to make sure that you're stay tuned for that. But what we got to get to, Shinmiri, is this right here. The first semifinals of the day. It is Danarai on blue coin, representing Onslaught. That's Skellige. On the top of your screen, hey, hello, Poisound. Thanks for bringing that Elven Swarm. You are on red coin. You are representing Scoia'tael.
Yeah, we are getting started in game number 1. Both of these Vial of Forbidden Knowledge thinning out of the deck, providing a little bit of consistency for both players, making it better, higher chance to draw their golds. Not really going to provide too much information here, as they normally would show you the information, what starting deck your opponent's playing, but they already know that. So I don't expect these players to waste time clicking these vials, but Danarai on Skellige is going to want to try to obtain round control by winning this round. Like we mentioned earlier, I don't think you want to go into a long round 3 against elves when they have all of their synergies, but Danarai has shown to be very prepared in his matchups yesterday, and he's going to have a plan. He's going to know if he goes to the long round, he's going to have a plan, and he's going to know, like, maybe I can take like a Wild Boar of the Sea from the Magic Compass to kind of soften up all of these elves on the opponent's side of the board with my area of effect, big AoE damage.
All right, so the archer comes in, or the bowman, and gets a little less value, but I think they're setting up for that archer to finish it off and spawn a Deadeye. In this case, the Darren is going to go ahead and toss out that Morkrag, which takes a nice little leap out, and because it's gold, that means that Roach wants a part of the action as well. Knickers already showed up early to the party, frankly. But
maybe a little too early, as we saw yesterday. The timing of the Knickers can be crucial.
Oh, big time. We've seen how it can ruin a party, but in this case, it wanted to show up. It didn't want to be late. A wizard is never late, Shinmiri. He arrives precisely when he means to. And, okay, so establishing the elves, but at the same time, these boats are going to get some work done. As you can see on your screen, all that hammer, all that tempering that's occurring on the board, that armor is building up. And we know, Shinmiri, that this list here is not necessarily a control list. It's not a damage-oriented list, but that Simlas, that Vernacial melee row ability can be so nerfed when all of that damage gets just dunked onto these tall piles of armor.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Danarai could build up a lot of armor. Like, I've seen like 15 armor sometimes, especially against a swarm list like this, where the elves, they make a lot of elves, and you can ping each and every one of them with something like Light Longship that Danarai has on the board right now. We could see a ton of armor, and yeah, like you said, you could soak up all those random pings from the Vernacial, and maybe even give a board state where like the waylays have nothing to target but armor.
So there's a squirrel in Poison's Hound here. Is there any significance or any target that it's looking to eat here? Is there something that you think that squirrel is absolutely hunting for?
I would say that one option could be if Danarai plays the Magic Compass early, either in round 1 or round 2. I don't expect him to, but if for some reason he does, you could squirrel that Magic Compass so that you get rid of its Echo card and it doesn't come back for a legendary later. But Poison decides, yeah, there's nothing really to squirrel. It's unlikely that the Magic Compass will go to the graveyard here. So he decides to just put it to the bottom of his deck with the Vanadane and replace that squirrel along with another card with these 2 waylays.
Yeah, this is an investment play. Like we mentioned, that Vanadane is trying to set up that Simlas to be extra naughty, and Poisound here has quite the work cut out for him. He's got, I guess, 2 cards to get it done to a degree. I mean, if you go down to 4, you can kind of dry pass and get the card advantage back at the last say. So we're going to see if that's what's going on here. There's the Aileron that's going to come out looking for those 5 elves. She doesn't like to show up unless the whole table's arrived to the restaurant, right? So there's 29 to 25. That'll get it done. Poisoned with down to 4 cards, so you can probably expect a dry pass here.
Yeah, so Poisoned 2 cards down now, can still dry pass to get up to the maximum of 10 cards in round 3, so potentially won't lose card advantage that way. It is going to be, if he does that, it's going to be a 10 card versus 10 card round 3. And Danarai could potentially be looking at a Magic Compass into a Pirate scenario, could be looking at Magic Compass into that Wild Boar of the Sea that we mentioned for the long round. But I don't think Danarai has thinned that well yet. I don't remember seeing like a Coral or a Birna Bran. And this Skellige list can get really awkward when you're forced to play a discard package in round 3 that can potentially draw into artifacts or specials that make your Golden Necker miss some cards. Because you have to thin that in order to play like the Magic Compass. You have to thin down to 2 cards at least in order to play the Magic Compass. It could be an awkward situation for Danarai.
I'm looking at Danarai's hand here. There's a lot of cool stuff. Like, you got the Terror of the Seas and stuff like that. You got Junod. But what are you really killing with those cards? Junod needs a unit in the red. And your best bet might be to get a 6-point swing on like an opponent's Vanadane. That's a 7, it's a 7 stack. So that Junod is not really going to get the crazy amounts of value. And there's another bronze card that I figured might be worth hanging on to. That's a card that can punch up to potentially 8. 8 points, but beyond that, it also is a potential to actually shed some of those elves that are on the board. I mean, I feel in terms of bronze utility, that would probably have a little bit more value than, let's say, that Skirmisher that's just sitting there. But I can see why you're hanging on to it, knowing that there's some of those cards like Burnabrand, like Coral, which wants to connect with a card like Skirmisher for the discard. You hang on to that because it's just added tempo while you're still cycling your deck. Danarai here likely going to see the majority of that list, if not all of his deck.
Yeah, but it's so dangerous here. Still no Golden Necker in Danarai's hand. And if Birna Bran tries to draw for that Golden Necker, she could draw the Heron Kaduk instead. Oh, and there it is. Okay, top deck's Golden Necker. That's got to feel really good. And now, I think he should be able to play Golden Necker before the Birna Bran to avoid that issue. But if he was forced to play Birna Bran first, it could have gotten really up.
So you have a lot of the great pieces here for Poisoned. You have your Feign Death, you've got Vernacial, you've got Simlas, you've got Tall Punish, you've got directed elimination, you've got Delete Wave with just sitting there. So everything is looking good here, playing relatively non-interactively here, but Danarai does have options to just drop some cards on the board. Like, this could be a good option if you want to burn a brand. There's also another ship that you can set up that's already loaded with armor here. So Poisoned is walking into this buzzsaw of damage. So, and you only have one movement tool. So in this case, Shinmiri, are you moving the boat on the melee row, or are you pushing the ranged row into the front and eliminating the direct damage?
I mean, they're both pretty big threats. The Skellige fleet looking quite intimidating here. Going to put so much bloodthirst and damage onto Poison's board. I think between those two, I would maybe move the front row boat, because it's still a long round. You're gonna be playing like 7 more units, and that's gonna get you 7 more value from Danarai's side. Whereas the range row boat only has 4 armor. It's only gonna get you 4 more value. But he decides to heat wave the range row boat first, and really respecting these boats. And then I expect maybe like a movement Dragoon to deal with the front row boat.
Yeah, the Dragoon can move the boat to the back here, which is what we're seeing. Might as well get that out of the way. So very adept. And I think Poison, with open deck lists, it's very simple to look at your removal pieces. Something like, Heatwave, which is such a high value card, to know that, okay, well, you know, what is the tallest thing they're going to jam onto the board? Is it a 7? Is it a 6? Like, what am I getting with this? You know, using Heat Wave on like a 5 provision boat, you're thinking, okay, where's the value in this? But in reality, over time, that boat is going to represent so much more. And we're going to get the Golden Necker play. So we're going to get a unit, a special, and an artifact right out of the box here.
Yeah, it never feels good, like you said, to Heat Wave for a bronze, to trade Heat Wave for a bronze. And now Danurai even has the option of maybe taking that pirate scenario off of the Magic Compass if he wants, after he's done the thinning here with the Golden Necker. So, taking the Quartermaster and making use of that armor on the Terror of the Seas. Terror of the Seas really only needs 6 armor in this matchup. There's nothing going to be that taller than a 6 here.
Yeah, no, that's the right move. Might as well just keep it ready to go. Finally, the Feign Death is going to come out, and we're going to start the Elven Swarm. That board is looking quite barren here for Poison, but that is going to change in the blink of an eye, as we're going to see that board just swell with Elven presence. But on the other end, Danurai is relentless here. There's a lot of control elements, but when Poison's list is to stay low to the ground and spread wide, a lot of that directed damage is going to be kind of useless. So Danurai is going to have to generate his points in other ways, having his own bodies on the board. At the same time, controlling those Deadeyes are going to be key, because you don't want a Vernacial that just absolutely turns this game upside down.
Yeah, and we do see Danurai taking the pirate scenario option off of the golden, off of the Magic Compass. Now that the Heat Wave is gone, I wonder if Poison is regretting using that Heat Wave on the light longship. This pirate scenario is gonna be able to put a lot of Cataclysm on Poison's side of the board. The weather effect that deals 3 damage randomly spread out on a row. And now that the Chapter 1 is activated, every unit that Poison plays will have that infusion, that negative deathless infusion added to it. On top of this Bjorn's Drakkar that spawned from the scenario, to be able to mark something on Poison's side of the board so that it takes double damage.
Still a lot of reach here for Poison, as we finally see the Deadeyes start to appear. There's 5 on the board, 3 in the bank with the leader ability. Don't forget, Simlas can still go nuts here. Alyssa is going to go put that Waylay that we just saw played off the final chapter of Feign Death, put that back into the deck, along with any other previous Waylays that were played. Simlas is going to come out swinging, Shinmiri.
Yeah, indeed. It's actually, for this Deadeye Ambush deck, there could potentially be up to 5 Waylays being played, because the scenario also generates one. Unlike the Precision Strike deck that Danurai brought, we talked about how you could get 4 Waylays. I think this one, we might see 5 this game.
So Alyssa's going to drop in, tuck that Waylay back into the deck, and Simlas now is as potent as he might ever be. And that is going to be a massive swing. It looks like there's some respect going on to those Deadeyes, as the bleeding is placed onto them as well. You can tell that they're going to be curtailed to a degree, knowing what we know, that there's going to be a Vernacial that's going to rain just this hellfire upon the other side of the board. Hopefully, Danurai, on Danurai's side, he's hoping that a lot of that damage gets absorbed by those stacks of armor. But the armor, unfortunately, isn't really spread out well. It's stacked onto like 2 units.
Yeah, exactly. So there are going to be targets for these Waylays for the most part. There you see it, 5 Waylays in the deck.
All right, buckle up, friends. It's going to change in a blink of an eye. These Waylays are 6 points apiece. They're offering a lot of removal as well as value here. Where are they going to land? It's not necessarily about removing targets of value. It's about finding as many points as you possibly can with these bad boys.
Yeah, so having to take some 2 damage options on those last couple of Waylays. But yeah, there's 6 points on face value. But then you get 1 more point each for the Isengrim buffing all these elves, and 2 more points each on the front row Vernacial, potentially, if we're not talking about armor. So they could be, you could look at the Waylays as up to potentially 9 points each, and here we go.
Watch the fireworks, Shin.
Isengrim comes down first to buff all of them up.
Keep him alive. Get rid of that. No problem. But it's going to get nasty, Shin, in a heartbeat here. Not enough points is good, but we're going to play the card anyways. Take a look at this.
Pew, 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 pew. And all the armor from the Terror of the Seas was stripped because Danurai used it on his last turn to kill the Isengrim. And Poison takes game number 1 with his elf list in commanding fashion.
Yeah, we saw how that can just completely shift. The pendulum swung from one side of the board. It really looked like Danurai was in charge of that entire round, but as soon as Poison had everything set up, that 5 Waylay Simlas can really just shift gears and say, all right, down by 30 something, no problem. Watch this. We're going to go absolutely haywire here. We can see why this list is so popular. Again, not a lot of control elements to it, not a lot of flash and bang, but that final turn or two can be absolutely chaotic. Typically, you know, rounds like that can sometimes land in situations, Shinmiri, where you have to make a decision. My Feign Death in round 1, let's secure that. Let's invest into that big Simloss play and have my Simloss as my round 3 win condition. In this case, Poison walks into that matchup with both of those huge point-generating win conditions all tucked away for round 3 use, and it just was not even close by the end of it.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I mentioned, like, a lot of opponents are normally try to split up the elf synergy, try to bleed or push round 2 to get some of these elves away from the big payoffs like Verno and Isengrim. But here, Poison had everything, and so that's why he didn't mind going 2 cards down in round 1 to win it, to get the dry pass back into the long round 3. Perhaps Danurai overestimated here the impact of that pirate scenario. It really didn't do that much. It got like 1, maybe 2 turns of Cataclysm from its chapter 1, and because elves don't play tall, even if you are giving a unit a debuff to take double damage, their tallest unit is 6, so how much double damage can they actually take before it's already dead, right?
Yeah, and it was kind of the same on both sides. Cards like Junod and a lot of those destructive effects, those you know, just point click delete type cards on both sides of the board, they didn't exactly get those home run swings that they were wanting. Even like the Curse of Corruption and stuff like that, it was just, okay, 8 points here, 5 points here. You take what you can get, but a lot of that is knowing that these cards that are so coveted in other matchups like Heatwave are kind of toss away bronze removal spells to a degree. It's like, what's the difference between a Gutting Slash and a Heatwave in that matchup? There's not a whole lot. They both kind of took out a 5 provision card, right? So ultimately, you got to make decisions, and it just happened to fall in Poison's favor. But lots of Gwent to left to be played, Shinmiri, as we're about to head into game number 2 of the first semifinals here at GWENT Masters Season 4.
Yeah, and it is going to be Poison's Reaver Hunters Northern Realms mobilization list on blue versus Danurai's Hyper Control Precision Strike. Danurai really needs to win this matchup, I think. I think this is one of those decks that Precision Strike is designed to be able to shut down. And if he doesn't win this matchup and goes down to 0-2, it's going to be a really tough uphill climb for him.
Both players are rocking those squirrels and hanging tight to them, as Poison here does have a pretty good option for it, which is, hey, there's a IC and Onoromancy, and that's a very potent card here, but we're just coming out swinging here. The first Reaver Hunter comes out of the Mushy Truffle and gets the Crystal Skull, so that is already a very difficult card to deal with. It's got 6 points of strength on it, and a 2-point hat of protection. You can't lock it. You can't even hurt its feelings.
Danurai immediately going for the Oniromancy and getting Vanadane of his own. And that is going to create a couple of extra waylays potentially and give an engine threat on his own side of the board.
Both players packing those Echo cards too, so those squirrels might come into play sooner than later. Yeah,
exactly. We see squirrels in both players' hands. But the thing is, there's multiple Echo cards, so you got to make a decision as a player. What do you value to? Which Echo card do you think your opponent values the most, and how can you hurt them the most with your Squirrel? Do you use it on their Oniromancy or their Amphibious Assault? And for Poison, do you use your Squirrel on Danarai's Oniromancy, or do you try to wait to see if there is perhaps a Hen Guided Sword?
You know what I value, Shinmeri? Our friendship.
Oh,
I
me
would
too,
never.
Blake.
I would never squirrel our friendship.
No
right, so-
squirrels here.
Iteran is immediately just creating this onslaught. These Reaver Hunters. Remember the triptych art Reaver Hunters? You get a 3-pack, and they're so cool to see all next to each other. I remember one of the biggest, controversies in Gwent history, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you who may not have been there way back in the day, was when you would play a crone and the other 2 crones would shoot out the deck and they would not be in order. That was the biggest, the biggest controversy ever in Gwent was that. And they fixed it.
Yeah, they remedied it. And you can still see a lot of the old triptych art on the loading screens once in a while, and that's a nice callback. As Danarai starts his control spree using a bomb and a leader charge to kill one of these Reaver Hunters, and Madoc pops out of the deck, but like you say, Madoc is always wrong. Always pops out on the wrong row when doing kind of nothing right now.
That's it. You know what Madoc is? You ever remember that scene? I think it was in Guardians of the Galaxy 2, where there's like Baby Groot, and he's just like, and Rocket is trying to explain to him what button to press, and he's like,
yeah,
he's like, I am Groot, and he's like, yeah, I am Groot, yeah, I am Groot. No, you don't. And that's exactly what Madoc is. Madoc is like, dude, just go to the front row. You're gonna be such an all-star, and then back row, no, you doofus. That's my experience with Waylays.
Exactly. All right. And Waylay comes out of Danarai's hand, gets the extra Deadeye spawn from Vanadane, as Vanadane did not get heat waved right away. Poison electing to just develop more engines here, and more leader charges from Danarai as well.
Yeah, that's a big commitment here. I think that Danarai is saying, like, hey, I can get out of this round. I'm on red coin. I need to make you really feel it here. It's pretty gross, but Danarai using up a significant part of his control tool set, which is that leader ability. Now, there is an argument to say, well, you're on red coin. You should probably go haywire here and try to end this early. And you have the benefit of also thinning out the rest of those Sentinels. But take a look at this. This is a nasty, this wall of Reavers that are not just tall, but protected by armor, protected by Veil, protected just in sheer numbers. It is a tall order for Danarai, as you can see him kind of reevaluating his set here. He's wondering if he just maybe, blew his load a little early here when it comes down to using that leader ability.
Yeah, that leader ability would have been invaluable later down the road to counter something like Poison's mobilization leader ability, because when NR uses that mobilization, it spawns 2 Reaver Hunters or 2 Reaver Scouts at the same time, and most decks struggle to be able to deal with both of them on the same turn. But the Precision Strike leader ability would have been one of the ways that Danarai could have potentially dealt with both of them in one turn. Now, though, using leader ability and still losing the round, not really getting too much extra from his opponent. Danarai did get to thin, though, so he will improve his draws a little bit. Let's see if that's going to be good enough, because now Poison has round control, has first say, still has his mobilization leader ability, and still has these locations on the board to reactivate with Twin Viandra to further protect his Reaver Hunters.
I'm a little surprised here that Poison didn't just jam down that Squirrel to eat the Madoc right out of the gate. That's that could have been a move here as well. But I think Poison is less concerned about that and more concerned about getting way ahead of this as fast as he can, sensing that he got away in round 1 with Danarai using an entire leader all of his leader charges and all of those control tools, and that Squirrel is most certainly a valuable asset in a round that you can just walk away from scot-free at a certain point.
Yeah, and Madoc's not that big of a threat anymore. 1, he goes to the wrong row every time. 2, there's only 2 bombs left, I believe, in Danarai's deck. So At most, you're getting like 6 extra points from this Maddock. More likely, it's going to be something like 3. Even if it goes to the right row, it's going to hit armor a lot. So I don't think Poison is too worried about the Maddock. He'd probably rather squirrel like a Hen-Guided Sword if we see one in this round.
There's the Pellar. It's going to go ahead and clean up that Reaver Hunter. However, 2 more poisons are at Danarai's disposal. But in the meantime, yeah, I mean, just like in the meantime, however, these Reavers are going to get so much work done. It's dangerous here to sort of play passively, even though you do have some cards to play with. But what's fascinating about this, Shinmiri, is that, yeah, you're getting rid of a very big threat if you poison it, but from a points perspective, from a win this round perspective, it doesn't get you that much closer to being able to walk away. And more Reaver Hunters, man, like, this is gross.
I wanted to point out an interesting play by Poison. He delayed clicking his Reaver Hunters last turn when he played the Pellar, because if he had clicked them, they would have come out at 1 power, 2 armor, the new ones, and that takes 3 damage to kill, and he knows that Danarai potentially has access to 4 Waylays that do 3 damage each. So he waited until he could play the Dwim Viandra on the same turn as clicking his Reaver Hunters so that he could protect them with that Mushy Truffle and make it so that it would take 2 Waylays each to kill the new copies instead of just 1.
No, we're not done yet. More of the Reaver Hunters are jamming through. There are removal tools, but they're so low tempo. This Diamond Bomb is going to come in, and once again, I mean, I guess that could potentially be the right row, given the fact that there's so much armor on the front row. If you're just looking for point generation, if you're looking to actually close the gap, getting onto the range row again, Maddock is not, it's maybe not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, it's not. And Reaver Scout coming out from that Amphibious Assault now. Also pretty difficult to answer. Everything is so protected in this list, whether it's from armor, whether it's from these location orders, or Amphibious Assault. Just one of the best ways of protecting engines that Northern Realms has. And Danarai clicking the Maddock now. Does that mean we'll see a red haze here? But Poison wisely places this Reaver Scout away from that tallest Reaver Hunter so that there is going to be no easy way for Red Haze to kill it here.
Yeah, you might be able to, like, you can Red Haze one of the lower Reaver Hunters, but the Reaver Scout seems fairly, punchless, or rather protected, rather, as Danarai is going to have to take some pretty hefty swings here. 3 Waylays. What are you looking to kill? I guess it's the Reaver Scout, but you're losing a little bit of value.
You're losing a little bit of value. That, like, Danarai would have loved to have like a leader charge there to finish off that 1 damage that's left over after 2 Waylays, instead of having to use a complete Waylay to finish that. And yeah, like, those leader charges that Danarai used in round 1, they would have been very, very valuable here, and didn't really get too much out of it in round 1 for it. Poison now deciding to take the squirrel. I'm guessing he squirreled the Maddock as it was clicked and is in the graveyard. I don't think there was any other Echo card. The second version of an Oniromancy was played, so that was doomed. It doesn't go to the graveyard, it banishes itself, and we see the Lady of the Lake still in Danarai's hand, hasn't played that Hen-Guided Sword yet.
And that the placement of the squirrel there broke up what could be a Red Haze that would have removed one of the Reaver Hunters. So again, Poison just, hedging his bets, playing around a lot of the nasty stuff here. A 4-point lead for Poison here. Danarai did a good job of actually closing the gap, but ultimately, a lot of those major, win conditions, that Simloss was rather, unimpressive. However, that's something that Danarai was going to rely on later to potentially win. But Poison, I think, is more inclined here to just see how deep he can get into this game, into this round.
Yeah, Poison has some engines, but it's not that many. He's only managed to stick 3 Reaver Hunters total. So he's getting like 3 points a turn, maybe a little bit less if he eventually hits these armorers on these Rowdy Dwarves, or if Danarai plays something like Dwarven Chariot. But Poison looking to squeeze out as much engine value as possible from these Reaver Hunters while they stick, knowing that in round 3, there's no more mobilization, there's no more Truffle or Garrison to protect them, and they, like any future engines in round 3, are much more likely to die than they would be in this round.
All right, so we're going to play that on the range row. It creates 2 rowdy dwarves. Now, the reason you're going to do that in the range row is it's because it's more bodies that contain armor that could potentially soak up some of those random pings. So just kind of changing the odds a little bit. The statistics lean towards your side here. The problem is that red haze, pretty garbage. That red haze is a 4-point red haze. There's no more mana. So what do? That's the problem here. You're going to have to play something like Lady of the Lake. We're going to go ahead and get the sword here and try to close this gap, because that red haze was nowhere near as potent as Danurai could have hoped for.
It's not a great sword here either. Do you go like the best target is a 4? Like there's no locations for Danurai to use these Dwin Viandras. This siege ladder, I guess it could move something. I don't think that's really valuable, but are there, maybe he can get 2 soldiers. These rowdy dwarves, they might be soldiers. I don't recall. But if he has a, let's see, does he have another war chariot?
I think he's, I think
that's only
Danurai's
one war
rolling a
chariot
solo,
in his
yeah.
list. So I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get a pair of soldiers in the rest of his list in order to use that to get that crew for the siege ladder. But I mean, it's a short round 3, 4-card round 3, not much power in each player's hand. Poison's looking to maybe duplicate a few of those Cintrian Royal Guards, as we saw him do yesterday in a shorter round. Danurai still has some control tools left, and manages to draw most of them. Gets a bomb, a Hengaida sword, and a heatwave.
Yeah, and then what? Right? And then what? If you have last say here, there's a good thought here where perhaps Poison is just going to be like, well, do I even give you anything?
Poison
And he's not.
sees the line. It sees the line, knows that Danurai has a Hengaida sword in his hand and probably another removal special, and just decides to discard everything.
It's the right move. It's absolutely the right move. There's nothing you can do here. Poison even presenting anything, but he's giving an opportunity here to actually play a card, but it's a pretty big one. That's multiple bodies. I don't think that there's really much that Danurai can do to complete this. He's going to go ahead and clone that Cintrian Royal Guard. 2 units is too many. Hengate's sword is not going to bust through. It's going to create a little bit of life on the ladder, but unfortunately, Poison is going to get way on top here. Danurai digging himself a hole, down 0-2. Poison in a commanding position here, Shin.
Woo! All right, now we saw a discard strategy happening in a short round 3. That was very nicely played by Poison, recognizing the line and then going for the guaranteed win off of the Adalia. So Poison now extends his lead to 2-0, winning with both Reaver Hunters and Elves. Last deck he has left, Line Pockets Golden Necker.
That's the thing about Echo cards, Shinmiri, is that when they're played against you, you know that they're in your opponent's hands. You can actually have that information played against your opponent's thought process, and that's what Poison did. As I was mentioning it, I was like, hey, there's an opportunity here for him to just toss cards in the trash bin. And that's kind of where it went down to. We've seen those kinds of strategies of kind of like who blinks first. Those, I don't know if they were like, they're no unit control or Keltilis mirrors or some sort of garbage like that, where it was just like, okay, eventually one of you clowns is going to have to show up to the circus, right? And unfortunately, you know, it's usually whoever blinks first is going to lose. In this case, Poison with such an amazing read, knowing that, like you said, one of those is a Hengate sword, so we're going to just play this down and see what else you have. And it paid off. So great read there by Poison.
Yeah, and what really matters in those sort of situations where you're kind of in like this Mexican standoff and looking at who's going to play a unit first, who, like, everybody's discarding and you're just waiting for someone to play a unit, the advantage almost always goes to the player with last say, because on your last turn you can play a unit and your opponent can't do anything about it. They won't have the chance to remove it or use their damaging cards on it. So Poison was able to secure that last say by winning round 1 and not losing his card advantage while during that round to push and bleed. And yeah, that's one of the weaknesses of Danurai's Precision Strike list. While it has a ton of control and is able to shut down a lot of opponent strategies, it lacks points on its own side of the board. A lot of times in round 3, it's relying on that Simless into quadruple waylay to get some points on its own side of the board. But when it's used up in round 2 and you don't have last say in round 3, you need your opponent to have like less than 10 points, single digits. You need to keep them at in order to have a chance in a round 3.
What's fascinating as well is if Danurai kept his leader ability into round 3, Poisound could have just discarded down to the last play and just absolutely buckled that leader ability by
strike as well.
Yeah, by giving him absolutely nothing. I feel like there was a lost opportunity there. Danurai using that leader ability in round 1, hoping to maybe just rein in that round. But on red coin, I feel like you need to make sure that it's not even a question that you're going to lose. Like if you're using your leader ability on red coin in that situation, it's because you want to really just put the pressure down and just lock it up. And it seemed like it wasn't even close in that round as it got away from Danurai. But still, you're not out of it yet. So,
like even after using his full leader, Poison still had a few Reaver Hunters on his board and an Idaran. So like just still a lot of threats for Danurai to answer, and Danurai doesn't have the capability of answering them fast enough if Poison just keeps matching removal with an additional threat. So I feel like it was kind of a futile attempt in round 1 in that situation to commit your leader and then not be able to have the follow through to actually end up winning the round.
So let's talk silver lining here, Shinmiri. Danurai down 0-2 to Poisound. Poisound putting his winner's hat on. He looks like Cad Bane, legendary Star Wars bounty hunter Cad Bane. He's got his Cad Bane hat on. But and
Danurai also has a beanie on now.
Yeah, Danurai looks like he's just he's like, all right, well, load up the toboggan. We're going sledding. And ultimately here, the silver lining for Danurai would be that he knows what his opponent's going to play, and he has his pick of the litter of how he wants to counter it. And he's opting, in this case, on blue coin to go with Skellige. And the cards he's got locked and loaded look pretty potent. You've got the Mask of Ouroboros, and you've got Coral, you've got Berna, and you've got discard fodder. So this round is going to be lightning fast in terms of point generation for Danurai.
Yes. This is a really good hand for Danurai, and he needs a little bit of luck here if he wants to complete the reverse sweep against Syndicate Golden Necker. This Onslaught deck is handmade to win this matchup. You've got the card like a Tempest, one of the few efficient ways of getting through that double Scarab Defender that Azar Javed spawns. So able to kind of get past that with a cheap control card. And you've got a lot of damaging and control ways of shutting down these Blindheim brothers, these failed experiments, townsfolk, for example. And Danurai his deck should be favored if they go to a long round 3. So he may be even looking at some sort of tempo pass strategy here on blue coin. Look, the lead is already to 27 points. If Danurai plays like a Baron of Brand next, maybe even draws into another Skirmisher, that could be such a huge lead that Poison has no option but to go multiple cards down if he wants to win the round. And that would ensure Danurai gets that long round 3 where he should feel favored.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I don't like Poison right now is not really giving any indication that he's interested in even attempting to compete for this round. I think he's just dropping cards off at the bus station and going to take off in short order here. This round 1 play, this sort of 1-2-3 combo for Skellige is immensely potent. It is so oppressive when everything, all the dominoes kind of fall in the right spot here. So I think Poison was just completely gonna just walk away, but it looks like he's gonna compete for the round. He's gonna actually try to just steal this.
No, it's because Danurai already passed. Danurai, as blue coin player, has the first opportunity to pass because he gets to 7 cards first. And this is what I meant by tempo pass. Now Poison had to make up like 30-ish points within the next 3 cards if he doesn't want to lose card advantage for round 3. And he's going to have to play some stuff here. It's going to be a little bit uncomfortable for him. He does have 4 coins in the bank, but no real spender. He's got a poison. Can poison a 6. And and there's the best boy! Making it another 3 points that Poison now has to make up. And Danurai has also thinned his deck quite a lot. here.
Yeah, there's
Poison.
8 cards left. You're going to see every single card in your deck when the mulligans are factored in by the end of this. So
Yep.
Danurai is going to go into round 3 with essentially the perfect hand. Like, there's no other way to say this. With all the mulligans and draws included here, you're basically seeing almost everything.
This is like the dream scenario, I think, for Danurai. Although he shook his head here a little bit. I don't know if he's unhappy, what we may have missed. But Poisoned has the Siri Nova carryover from round 1 and has to pass here to preserve his card advantage for round 3 so that both players will end up with 10 cards at the start of the final round. Danurai needs to make 9 points.
And you
Is
can
that
do
gonna
that.
be an issue? No, that's not going to be too much of an issue, right?
No, I mean, you can drop the other boat, but I think the other boat is kind of... I think what his concern here was rather that he maybe didn't want to give up that longship. I think that that's something that he wanted to hang on to for, you know, maintaining more armor value on his units, knowing that the opponent has the potential to deal damage, that valuing that armor generation can be significant here. So I think he just didn't want to give up the longship, looking for some other garbage that he could throw on the board to, you know, close the gap here. But it doesn't seem good. And in this case, the other part here, Shin, is that there's a little bit of lack of foresight here, because what you could have done for Danurai is open by firing the play the boat, fire the boat, then you play the skirmisher, fire the boat again, bring the Siri Nova down to 7, and add armor to your whole board.
Ah, yeah.
So
you do get that one extra chance of armor. Okay, I think the reason why Danurai was upset is that he did not draw into his own Siri Nova, because he gets to play those cards kind of for free in round 2, right? And it would have been nice to have the Siri Nova to get the extra carryover into round 3. But I don't know if those 8 points are going to... I mean, 8 points is normally a lot, but what's going to come down... what it's really going to come down to, in my opinion, in this matchup, is just whether or not Danurai can control everything. Like, those 8 points, while a nice bonus, isn't going to be as impactful as it would be in a sort of more mid-rangey mirror matchup. This is control versus greed, and Danurai opening with the powerful Golden Necker, just not messing around, gonna just start with the front row boat into a pirate scenario and a Heron Kaduk.
all great cards. Heron Kaduk is one of those, you know, very important pieces that when the Witcher Skellige build was so popular and tournament savvy, it was a very big piece. It's so versatile, it heals, it does a lot of damage, and Conjurer's Candle is the next one up for Poisound. So not much to interact with here. That boat on the front row is not necessarily going to do much, you know, in terms of pinging stuff, but we're going to start to get some value on the board. Poisound here is kind of under the gun, already a 23-point deficit, but again, that's just the first sort of salvo for round 3. Poisound is very comfortable, a 2-0 lead here. If he wins this round of Gwent, he will be moving on to the finals of the World Masters Season 7, but Danurai has a hand here that can make that exceptionally difficult.
Yeah, you see all the control tools. The perfect hand for Danurai has gone through his entire deck now. Poison responds with the Freak Show to take out one of these boats. Gets rid of the Onkrite Longship, which is going to ping every unit that Poison plays. Nicely, the Freak Show has that one armor to start with, so it doesn't give additional armor to Danurai's pirates and ships in his hand.
Gets shut down, though. The Clown Show, baby. Send in the clowns, but they have to sit in the back, unfortunately. They get the nosebleeds. He's going to push that back to the range row, turning off that melee ability of 2 for do direct damage. And still a significant lead here with the bleeding factored in. It is a 24-point lead. Danurai cultivating quite a lead, and it's going to be necessary, I feel, because there's going to be a big push by Poisound at some point, and Gellert Blindheim is one of those ways that you can get that done.
Yeah, and the Gellert is here is the timing of the Gellert is really nice. It still has its immunity. I think it loses its immunity in a turn or two, but right now you can't target it. And Danurai's removal and his answers are pretty much all targeted answers. He doesn't have anything that can answer this Gellert right now. So Poison is able to kind of develop an engine for free and then start trying to build up on that before Danurai can catch up.
Populating that back row now, the quartermaster is going to do a little a little wounding to one of his friends to spawn one of those students. And both onslaught triggers are still ready to roll for Danarai here, as well as 5 coin generation from the Line Pockets ability. Poison 2-0 on Danarai. Some of that damage from the Freak Show is now shut off, but there is that Azar that can go ahead and protect a lot of the front row stuff that, you know, is going to be necessary to really close the gap here. Cards like Morale, cards like the Tunnel Drill, you need to protect those. And in a list like this Onslaught list, there's a lot of damage that can be done.
Yeah, but there's that Tempest again, so I don't know if Poison really expects the Azar to do much here. We see the protection on the Tunnel Drill from the Gellert, and Danarai immediately knows what he wants to do to respond to it. 1 leader charge plus Junod cleans up the Tunnel Drill. It will not go brr here, and as well as the Cataclysm from that first chapter of the scenario also finishes off Poison's Freak Show.
Pretty nasty stuff. Poison is doing everything he can to just kind of stay relevant in this round, but Danarai does not want to relinquish control. It is this iron grip that he has around the throat. Poison in this round trying to make sure that nothing gets through, that nothing can kind of find a neighbor to actually have a synergy with. And the cards that are left in Danarai's hand are still, there's a lot of damage potential in there as well, a lot of removal potential. So still playing a little bit under the radar, very unassuming, dropping that fist deck with the poison, putting some coins to the bank and a poison counter onto you know, a 7 tall unit, which is frankly the best you can get right now because that Siri Nova is veiled.
Yeah, and with this Bjorn's Drakkar, he's even able to kill the 6-power Gellert Blindheim with just a measly deranged Corsair. The Cataclysm gets, the damage from the Cataclysm gets doubled onto that Gellert Blindheim, and now Poison has been completely board wiped, looking down a 47-point deficit. It is going to be a big hill to climb back here if Poison can win this game.
If you're tuning in just now, ladies and gentlemen, you can take a look at the players. It's Bruno Mars versus Louise from Bob's Burgers. But in reality, it's Poison versus Danarai. Poison here has quite the hill to climb. Morale going up top here, going to drop some poison on that 10 tall unit. Now there's poison a little bit everywhere. It's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, there's poison on the Hammond as well as poison on the 10-point Bjorn's Drakkar. Poison wanted to wait to put that poison on the Drakkar because the chapter 2 of the scenario would have purified it, but now that the chapter 2 is done, that poison is safe.
So much damage. Poison is like, what does it take for me to at least have a card stick to the board? It is a barren wasteland, and even worse than that, because if you step foot on that melee row, you're going to get rained on with some little pellets of damage. We're going to go with the Azar in the back row. Only 1 defender.
I don't like the placement of this Azar. He could have put it to the left of the candle and saved himself the 2 damage from this Tempest. But Tempest does come in, purifies and kills the Scarab, and now Poison still needs to find a way to stick a unit. There's still 2 answers left in Danarai's hand with the 1 leader charge as well, and with some pings from this light longship.
So is there reach, Shinmiri? Is that, you know, Golden Necker is such a potent card. It does so many things. It just, you know, litters the board with all kinds of cards and abilities. Is there reach here for Poison to close this gap? It is a 51-point deficit.
It's gonna be tough. Like, he's buffing up this this Blindheim brother, but the Blindheim brother also got an infusion, which is a status. That means Tesha Mutna is going to be dealing 10 damage to that, and the leader ability would be exactly enough to clean this up. So Poison decides to go yet another boost. We're looking at 18 power now on that Gellert. Is that enough? How much armor does this Terror of the Seas actually have?
It's kind of hidden. This is a fascinating thing for us. Usually we're so spoiled because we can see all the cards and everything, but that Terror of the Seas is being hidden by that sword, so we don't know how much armor it is packing. My guess it's something like 8 or 9 is where I'm kind of putting this, but I could be wrong. I have been wrong in the past. I will own that. It's 7. Okay, so 7 comes through, and it's still quite the gap here. It's a 44-point gap.
Yeah, but the Roland sticking is pretty significant. But Poison will have to Golden Necker now if he wants to get benefits from this Roland. But he also wants to play this Townsfolk. Like, the point gap is so immense that he needs to stick at this Townsfolk, I think, in order to get something. But he goes for the Golden Necker. Let's see if this is going to be enough. Kalkstein not doing too much here. He does have a Stolen Mutagans, but only 1 Salamander unit on the board.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like it's going to be enough, unfortunately, as there is a massive response from Danurai to finish this up, not to mention an extra point from the Heron Kaduk is going to heal that boat. It's going to, restore some of that power. I think that just ultimately Danurai was completely just shutting the door from start to finish. Now, Poison doing a lot of work here to sort of close the gap. Unfortunately, Danurai is just going to show up and say, all right, we're done here. We're absolutely done here.
The gap is closing. It is now a 20-point game. This Terror of the Seas with only 8 armor, could get 9 armor, is not going to be enough to kill the Roland. And he has a poison that he took off the Stolen Mutagens on the Roland's body that he could flip with the Salamandra hideout location to finish off the Hammond. This is going to be closer than it looks. He also has 5 leader charges to synergize with his townsfolk.
Yeah, there's a lot going on over here. This board is quite complex.
Yep.
And for a player like Poisoned, who basically was just throwing cards to the wolves for turn after turn after turn, to close the gap and make this as close as it is quite fascinating. All right, so that's the final stay here, 48 to 13. Is there 36 points available for Poisoned here?
Here come the leader charges. Townsfolk is growing, but these last 3 coins, they don't go anywhere because the candle is too expensive to spend on now. So Poison unable to make that 30-something point gap, and Danurai strikes back, gets 1 under his belt, and we're looking at a 2-1 lead for Poison.
I'm telling you, I know all about expensive candles because I love scented candles. That's kind of my, like, I'm getting old and I like different things moment is scented candles. And why are they so freaking expensive? You're buying something that you literally light on fire. Why is it so expensive? All right. Poisoned 2-1 against Danurai. Danurai finally making a stand here in the semifinals. It looked like it was Poisoned all the way. It's going to be another round of line pockets, and Danurai now has 2 options to stop this, but he will have the red coin. So the question here is, Shinmiri, when you're choosing your deck, are you trying to say, all right, I'm obviously worried about this next game I have to play, but if I want to move to the finals, I have to save my deck that can perform best on blue coin because that's what it's going to come down to. Is that the decision-making process, or are you literally just saying, whatever the hell my best deck is right now, that's what I'm taking in?
I would assume that Danurai still thinks he's got a good shot at winning this series and making it to the finals, and that's what he's going to play for. And I think they kind of, honestly, I think those 2 scenarios that you presented, they kind of match up. They end up giving you the same decision, and that is to queue up Precision Strike on red versus Poison Syndicate Golden Necker on blue. Precision Strike, reactive deck, likes red coin, can potentially threaten to win on even. And in the Syndicate Line Pockets mirror, going first often has its advantages. You have Crystal Skull to protect one of your units from poison. You have a better extra points, a better chance to win round 1 so that you can go first in round 2 and set up your tunnel drill combo before your opponents can.
Okay, well, we're going to see how that kind of shakes out. Obviously, you can't get to tomorrow if you can't get through today. So there's a situation here where Danurai has to just evaluate, all right, I can't even worry about what a Game 5 would look like. We have to worry about getting to Game 5. So maybe we just take the best option. And like you said, Precision Strike on red. But we've seen Danurai kind of just go with that strategy in the last time he had red coin and lose out because that precision strike was blown early and didn't really get the job done. And I think that there's an opportunity here for him to play that list again and maybe reevaluate his approach, maybe covet that leader ability a little bit more as a round 3 finisher or a round 2 like tempo pressure option as well as just being a very point and click kind of control tool as well. So we'll see how this shakes out. Again, if you're just tuning in, it is 2-1 for Poisound here. It's the first semifinal of the World Masters Season 4. We're going to crown a world champion this weekend, Shinmiri. But not only that, there's a lot of news. There's a lot of roadmap related future stuff. There's also a lot of cards that were left to be shown to you guys as well. It's a good weekend, Shin.
It is a great one, and I am looking forward to the rest of the series and the rest of the games today. Going back to what you said about precision strike and the usage of the leader, I think the lesson learned from that mobilization game that Danurai lost with his precision strike is if you use your leader, it's not wrong to use your leader in round 1. Especially in a deck that has that many bricks. Like the Waylays can brick, some of your tutors can brick, like Lady of the Lake can brick if there's no echo cards in your deck. Obviously your Broccolon Sentinels that you're trying to thin out with your leader can also get in the way. So it's really nice to be able to just thin those Broccolon Sentinels out, forget about it, and not have to worry about them for later. But if you do commit your full leader in round 1, I think the number one thing is that you need to win that round, or you need to get so many resources out of your opponent that you don't feel like you actually need the leader for control later on. And maybe that's the approach that Danurai will take this time. Whereas last time, it was an effort and a futile effort, right? Where you fully use your leader, but there's still so many threats on the board that you couldn't actually finish through.
Yes, wise man once said, if you don't use it, you lose it. So might as well get it done. Again, sometimes you just gotta bite down hard and just go for it, baby. That's kind of how it works. All right, Shin. We're excited here, dude. The players are just getting settled. So once the games are ready to rock and roll, you bet we will be there. Fingers crossed, man. It's been a pretty smooth weekend up to now. Usually there's a hiccup here and there, and I'm knocking on whatever pressed wood IKEA garbage this is. But yeah, I don't want to be the one to say.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it, Blake. But yeah, we've got more exciting news on top of the games today. We saw a bunch of juicy leaks yesterday as well. I know everybody's talking about some of those cards, but we are here. Game number 4 is about to be underway. It is a Syndicate Mirror. I was wrong about my prediction on what deck Danurai would queue up with. He ends up taking the Syndicate Mirror from Red Coin.
All right, well, we'll see how this kind of shapes up, because it is mirror matches are typically they're so who blinks first. It's who commits the important piece first can oftentimes be at a disadvantage. So it's going to come down to draws, what kind of cards that are expendable that you're able to give up in rounds that are insignificant to you, how you can pressure at the right time. So we'll see how this one just eventually kind of settles, because mirror matches are usually the most intriguing. They might not be the most sexy, they might not be the most intriguing to watch in terms of fireworks and different factions sort of throwing hands, but they are oftentimes the most intricate,
skill intensive.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking here, if I remember correctly, Danurai won this mirror matchup versus Trusky yesterday in the same position from Red Coin. The deck list between Trusky and Poison's Golden Necker list are a little bit different. Trusky played a double Golden Necker version, but Danurai maybe is more confident on the Red Coin because he's able to play that extra card and doesn't have to worry about losing on even. And so it's a strategy that worked for him yesterday. Perhaps he can pull it off again today.
Jamming some poison there on the Street Urchins. A little card that you can jam again. Profit a little bit. They're low to the ground, but they are a spender. And when it comes to Syndicate, having an outlet to transform those coins into actual tangible points are, they're quite valuable, as there's only so many to go around. And another
Yeah.
stolen mutagens.
Maybe looking for Veil here to make sure that this poison cannot be finished and to preserve this spender, like you said. The Line Pockets Golden Necrolist, they don't really have that many uncapped spenders. There's the Candle, which you usually don't want to use in round 1. You want to save it so that its resilience carries over to round 3. And you've got those failed experiments, which are spenders, but they can only be used once every 4 turns. And they only spend max of 4 coins every 4 turns.
18-7 here. A spender on the board for Danurai, an outlet to go ahead and transform some of those coins, turn it into points, no problem. Danurai wondering here, what is worth committing? I'm on red coin. Again, the benefit of being on red coin is that when the turn kind of wheels back to you, you can kind of just pull the chute on it and just kind of jump out of the burning plane. If it's that dire, without necessarily giving up too much, without sacrificing card advantage. And we're going to go ahead, another Shady Vendor. We're going to go find another Fist Tech. Not many places to jam it, so the best option, I guess, is just to put it on the opposing Shady Vendor.
Yeah, the next Hollis unit that's not veiled, it is going to get another couple of vitality points, maybe making it more attractive to finish off with a poison. But Poison has different plans, says, hey, I know you want to poison this, so here, have another veil. I think this is really shaping out to be playing out very similarly to yesterday's mirror match that I was talking about, Danurai versus Trusky. Poison is going to be aiming to have like a bunch of units on his board with Veil, but Danurai does have that Kalkstein to purify that Veil off. But in this case, it's going to purify both the Veil and the Poison, so it's going to take a little bit of extra work to double poison that unit again if he does want to end up deleting that tall body.
Perfectly calculated here to just go up with the addition of Roach and the other Roach. Okay, so we're one brother brings out the horse, the other one says, all right, I see you, let's do the same thing.
I can do that too.
Yeah, basically, essentially, and also spending some coins here to just gonna drop a little bit more vitality all the way around. And I remember when Veil as a keyword was announced, a lot of people were like, what the hell is this? Is this even worth it? Is it, worthwhile? Well, here we are living in a Veil world and seeing the significance of what it can do. It's not about avoiding locks. It's even not necessarily about proactively protecting units. It's about stopping poison. And I remember when poison was announced and people thought it was really garbage because it's like, I'm going to commit 2 cards to kill 1 unit. That's so bad. But here it is, and it's 2022, and these 2 keywords are very prevalent in the meta and are so impactful.
I really like the Veil keyword. I think there's a lot of intricacies and interactions with it. And as for Poison, yeah, it was really weak when it was first announced, but mainly because there wasn't this critical mass of Poison cards yet. And then several months or maybe a year down the road, they started releasing more and more Poison cards, better statted ones. And now Poison is actually, and also with the effect of just the meta shifting into more taller units, more greedier engines, more green boost, also just makes Poison that much more attractive.
It's nice to have, and having an outlet like those mutagens to drop Veil and protect is a pretty big deal. So now Poison taking the pass here, opting to keep, hang on to a lot of those cards, those gold impactful cards. You got a Tunnel Drill, Morale, Azar, the Candle, you've got Kalkstein. So Danurai is going to have to get out of this relatively cheaply, but there is a cheap way to do it. You just go ahead and drop a Fist Tech, spend some coins, get all up there. We got it. It's done. Danurai now is going to take the pass. We're going to round number 2, friends. And now it's going to come down to, I guess, who has the naughtier spice here? Is it something like Mariel's or, what's always fascinating about listening to the other casting pair pronounce cards, Shin, is everybody has their own way of pronouncing things. Like, dare I ever say Arajas? Like, it's or something. But there's Morilse and
Moralse, yeah.
yeah. So I'm gonna create my own pronunciation of a card. I haven't decided which one yet, but that's how we're gonna do it. and it's not. No one's playing Giga Scorpion Decoction, so I can't say Gigacock, which sucks. But we'll figure
You
it out.
found a way anyways.
I did
Yeah.
anyways.
All right, Danerai has first say in this round. He did manage it once again to win round 1 as red coin. So that strategy has worked out for him so far. But here he's missing his Golden Necker and missing the Azar Javed. Does have the Tunnel Drill. Let's see what he decides to do here. It's going to be difficult for him to protect this Tunnel Drill and get the big combo that he's looking for. On the other hand, Poison has no access to Golden Necker whatsoever. Does not have that Vivaldi Bank chance. But he does have Defender and Candle and Tunnel Drill.
To quote a Justin Timberlake song called My Love, both players playing candles, and the quote is, "They call me Candle Guy simply because I am on fire." That's what they're both doing here. I had to just wedge it in there. Shinmiri, Backstreet Boys are in sync.
Backstreet Boys, but I like them both.
That's why we're such a good pair. Correct. Yeah, and that was the perfect bookend to that statement as well. You like them both. Perfect answer. Perfect answer.
Hell yeah. We gotta do another karaoke next time we're in town together.
Yeah, if
That was such a fun time.
everybody who doesn't know, there are videos out there in the ether of Shinmiri and I in Warsaw at like 2 a.m. in a karaoke room, just holding each other lovingly, singing Backstreet Boys into each other's eyes. It was quite an experience. So
Okay, so
on track, baby.
yeah, back on track. Danerai boosted his Tunnel Drill to 10 power, but maybe slight miscalculation from Danerai. It was just enough reach and just enough coins in the purse for Poison to deal 10 damage exactly with that Forsen's Freak Show. And now with the Tunnel Drill dead, this is going to be a much more difficult round for Danerai to win or to pull off some sort of advantage. Poison now slowing down as well, seeing the Disciple come out from Danerai. Poison decides, all right, I'm just going to play my Siri Nova, do a skill check to see if you have your Purify. Danerai says, yes, I do. So no carryover here for Poison, but Poison is most likely going to keep his card advantage and get an extra card with Last Say into round 3, unless Danerai decides to commit something like Vivaldi Bank and finds that Golden Necker.
Now, there was an opportunity here. Like, Poison could have held on to that Siri Nova. Every card he played could have been like, okay, as long as I'm within 7 points of you, I can jam the Siri Nova and avoid any of that. But opting, perhaps sensing things, saying, I think Danerai's going to pass. So maybe I play it now to either force him to respond to it and shorten his round 3, or, I could play it now, so if he does pass, I do have that card advantage on top. So there were plenty of opportunities and plenty of options there for Poison there, but I'm a little bit surprised he committed it so early. I would have figured as soon as Danerai passed, he jams it down, so it's safe.
So one downside of using all your leader charges as Poison is that you don't have an easy way to protect that townsfolk by using a leader charge as you play it, and that 4 strength townsfolk gets cleaned up very quickly by stolen mutagens, and now Poison, feeling a little bit more worried, decides he has to commit his Defender. And Danerai, with 3 coins in the bank, goes to find the Golden Necker. It is in the top 7 cards, so will be able to have the option to play this Golden Necker. Does he take it, or does he try to save it for another round?
Well, it's tough. I mean, the valuation here is it's not about winning this round. It's about winning this game and continuing into this series. It's a tough, it's a tall task to sort of tackle here, as there's a lot of decisions. He's opting rather to just drop the Siri Nova.
This is such a dangerous decision, though, because Vivaldi Bank shuffles your deck after you pull a card. So he doesn't know if he's going to draw into the Golden Necker anymore. If the deck order had been the same, he would have drawn into the Golden Necker guaranteed in round 3. But the Siri Nova gets him the carryover, but it's kind of useless if it ends up getting purified by Kalkstein anyways. And now he risks never seeing the Golden Necker because the Vivaldi Bank was the way to get the Golden Necker in round 3.
I like this play here. You're going to open up with the Morale. What you're doing here is saying, all right, I need 2 turns to poison something. I might not have that opportunity in the next round anyways. We're going to play it now so that if there is a pass, I drop the Kochstein, I purify that Siri in the back, and kill your Kochstein, and we're good to go. And I'm way ahead here, and that seems to be the play here. Poisout timing this stuff perfectly. There's the purification. No more resilience, shield, or veil. You keep the points, that's fine, no problem, keep the change, but we're gonna move on to the next round here, and it is basically Moriels versus a tunnel drill, but it's funny because Poison doesn't have the bank that he may want for that tunnel drill to have the same potency, the same impact and reach that he would have otherwise had if he could pair it up with like a golden necker move or something like that. But he did find the golden necker. He might.
Both players do.
Yeah. Is he looking to maybe wheel that tunnel drill back?
I don't know. I can't see how many units Poison actually has in his deck, so it's hard to say. But if he opens Tunnel Drill here, what can Danurai really do? Maybe Golden Necker to try to do a 1-turn poison combo? There's not enough coins in Danurai's leader ability to tribute this Morels. Morels needs 6 tribute to actually activate and kill a target, to fully destroy a target. So Danurai's gonna have to Golden Necker and hope that he can get 2 poisons in 1 turn. There's 1 guaranteed coming from the Salamandra location, but what unit and what special do you get? There's the Morale, that's the other poison, and the Slander to boot. Gonna get him a nice 5 coins for killing this Tunnel Drill as well. That is a really nice outcome for Danurai. I'm not really sure exactly how many specials and units were left in there, but I think there should be quite a few. There's no more artifacts left, so Danurai's gotta be happy to see that.
That was enormous. I don't think you can really just properly evaluate what that meant for Danurai. It was a removal of a massive threat here, and it was also just an extra lifeline saying, all right, we're going to take this to game 5 most likely, as that was a humongous trade there in terms of what that Golden Necker represented. Poison has his own that he can dig into the deck and get really nasty with, so we're going to see what that represents. But that Royal Decree is also going to find some options here, as Azar is going to come through, hit that melee row, and offer just a significant amount of protection for that Morale.
Exactly, and now without the Freak Show, without the Tunnel Drill, it's going to be very difficult for Poison to get through. There could be like a Salamandra Mage coming out of the location, but if Danurai foresees that, he could protect these Scarabs with his Candle. Just needs to protect one of them, but decides to actually not even tribute at all, and just leave that 2-power Scarab on the board. So Poison will be able to take the Salamander Mage option if he wants to get through this Defender. But now it's so dangerous, like, if you take the failed experiment, you have to use it. But if you use it, they can bounce it back at you with their location. So very, very tricky to manage what poisons to keep on your board, what poisons to throw over to your opponent's side, and what do you play? How do you prevent them from being able to poison your stuff? And interesting line taken by Poison here. Takes the failed experiment, but purifies the poison off with the Salamander Lackey for a couple of coins.
Danurai was just a passenger on that turn, watching. You could see him just nervously chewing on something there, just maybe gnawing away at the tension to, he could play his cards. He has agency over that. He can make those decisions. But when the turn switches over to Poison, he has to just sit and wait. There's not much runway left here for him. He has to land this plane now to finally see another option here. Another failed experiment. It's going to drop in, play a little bit of poison. The Morale completing the package here, and he gets ahead 23-20 with a myriad of coins at his disposal. But how do you spend them?
Still 12 coins left. You can spend them. If you don't tribute the Morels, you can spend twice on the Candle for 11 coins of spending. And if you do tribute the Morels, then you can get 1 use of the Candle left. It depends on how tall Poison ends up going here on his final turn. He has 2 Salamander units, so he can take 2 of these 3 mutagens from the stolen mutagens. It's going to give him some coins, which will boost the townsfolk as well. But what does he do? Does he take Veil and Poison for coins? But if you go tall, you know that the Mariels is a possibility in this deck list. Danurai, one of the few players bring a card like Mariels into Golden Necker line pockets, could really be the difference maker here as Poison tries to veil and protect his threats. He's gonna bounce the Poison onto the Scarab as his final move with his location, up by 14 points, but I don't think that's gonna be enough for Poison. I think we're going to game 5.
We're definitely going to game 5. Mariels is going to tribute. He's going to just absolutely eviscerate that 14-point unit in the back row. And why not? Let's throw a little bit more on top. Danurai evens things up. Poison, who had just was leagues ahead in this series, is now just neck and neck with his opponent. Danurai versus Poison is what we're looking at for the final game 5. It all comes down to one more matchup. The winner will get a ticket to the finals, played later on today, and it's going to be Precision Strike Danurai versus Lined Pockets for Poison.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you noticed there. After that end of that game, Danurai quickly flashed a little peace sign with a little bit of attitude towards the camera. I think he's getting back into it, you know? Down 0-2, it's a world of despair for a lot of players, but Danurai has clawed his way back to a decisive game 5, and he's getting into it. He's feeling a little bit more confidence now. With Precision Strike on blue versus the Line Pockets list, Precision Strike a ton of control, a lot of ways to answer these threats that Line Pockets keeps throwing down. So Danurai might be feeling good about himself now.
Oh, sometimes it just comes down to, hey, what have you done for me lately? And that kind of sentiment is just what momentum is all about in these games, because Poison was on top of the world 2 games ago, dude. And now suddenly, okay, it's not just that, yeah, I got 2 wins in my pocket, but I got 2 losses as in my rearview mirror that are kind of shaking my confidence here. It's on the other side, you know, here's Danurai, who fought back, just tooth and nail all the way back, clawed his way back into relevancy in this matchup. So the momentum's on his side, the confidence is now rising for him, and he knows what the matchup's going to be. Is he confident in it? Perhaps, perhaps not. It doesn't matter, because you do have at least the fact in that you have evened this up. You've taken a little bit of money away out of that prize purse for this round, and you have Poison perhaps, you know, feeling a little less confident. You've at least closed the gap from the mental games aspect.
Yeah, and speaking of mental games, the hat game. There's a hat game involved here too. Poison with his little, fedora, and Danurai matching him, saying, "Hey, I got a hat too." The counter hat game is working. You got mind games and you got hat games going on here.
More or less, and I'm just reading through some of the tweets and players who are not necessarily like full-time Gwent players or who are just have passing interest in the game. They're tweeting at me and they're saying things that are like, dude, using your leader ability on red coin, like, what is that? And this is just the interest of these games and going crazy and just, going all in on rounds that you need to win. And then suddenly things go, tits up. And what can you do? What can you possibly do? You have to basically make do with what you've got. And that's why Gwent is such a fascinating game. It's such a unique game. You have the resources. You can only play 1 card a turn, theoretically, but when things change, when the dynamic and the landscape of a particular round or a match changes, you need to reevaluate those resources that you have and how they're best used to not just win a round, but win a game as well. This game is so awesome. I love the highest level of Gwent because of plays like this, because of what may seem unorthodox and odd to you and I, Shinmiri, but to these top players in the world, there's another level, another layer that they know about this game that they're putting on display here at the World Masters.
I have to echo your sentiments. I love this game as well. And one of the big reasons for that is what you mentioned. Like, there's so much decision making in this game. It's right from the get-go, you've got 10 cards in your hand and a leader ability, and you can play any of them. It's not like some of the other games that, really narrow down your choices for you because of their system, because of their mechanics. Gwent is just it's on another level. It has so much more decision making, so much more player agency, and these players now here this weekend are really showing that to what extent that really is true.
I've played
and
dozens of games. I've played dozens and dozens of card games. A lot of them, so intimately. And when it comes down to it, when people say, "So, like, show me Gwent," give me your elevator pitch for Gwent, and I say, okay, imagine a card game where all your cards are free to play. Like, it doesn't cost you. There's no resource system to actually play the card. You see about 80% of your deck, and if you don't like what's on the board, you can basically just kind of walk away from a particular round. You get it. You have a mulligan in the sense of you can have an off round, and a lot of players just kind of perk up. Seasoned card players think about this concept, and they just approach the game and say, "Are you kidding me? Like, what about like a mana system or like a resource system? Like, how do I pay for the big card?"
health? Can I go face?
Yeah, exactly. That's the concept. It's like, well, what about aggro? There is no aggro in this list. Aggro doesn't exist in this kind of concept, which makes Gwent so unique and so awesome. And when I'm trying to sell this game to people and say try it, when they kind of dig in and finally grasp the rules and they kind of disassociate themselves from that typical card game framework of life totals and creatures and going face and stuff, they really see that this is a unique and a special game.
Yeah, cannot agree more. All right, so Danarai versus Poison. It all comes down to this. It's game number 5 in our first semifinal of the day, of day 2. This is a little bit of a David versus Goliath or an underdog story. Danarai has lost 3 times to Poison on the big stage. Once in Season 2 of World Masters. That was their first meeting at Gwent Open in Season 2. And then again, last season, Season 3, I believe that might have been the final open of Season 3. And then most recently in the play-in tournament that determined who would play in this World Masters Season 4. Danarai lost to Poison in the elimination in the first part of the elimination stage, but he got a second chance because of his performance in the group stage, and Danarai was able to run the gauntlet and be the last player qualified into this Gwent Masters tournament. And so 0-3 against Poison in recent history in the big stage really means a little bit extra to Danarai if he's able to overcome his nemesis here.
Nemesis is a good word. The nemesis typically denotes history, and history is often repeated, but at the same time, it's something you learn from. I say it all the time, Shinmiri, you're not losing if you're learning. So if you take a lesson away from those bad situations, from those negative experiences, if you can improve and build upon that, there's a lesson to be learned. It's not a loss. It's merely a lesson that you learn. So we're going to see how this is tackled here as really it's 2-2, a 5-game series. It's going to be this precision strike control list that, frankly, when it comes to generating points, you don't have a lot of outlets. You have a lot of control options. You have a lot of point removal, but you're not just generating that much point on the board. So there's a good chance, Shin, that this game ends with a score on the board of like 9-5 or something like that. Like, that is definitely an opportunity.
All right, Danarai going first. Tutors out that Vanadane to get those 2 waylays. I believe he shuffled a waylay and a squirrel to the bottom of his deck. Won't see those ever again. And now he doesn't have to worry about drawing into that 1 waylay that he put to the bottom of the deck. That will help with his mulligans. This list of Danarai's does play an Alyssa Henson. So he is okay with using these waylays because he has the Alyssa to shuffle them back from the graveyard into the deck, and these waylays potentially could play for 9 points each here in round 1 if the Vanadane sticks.
Vanadane 11 points tall. That veil means you can't lock me, you can't poison me, can't do anything, friends. As well, we're gonna try anyways.
Says we're gonna try anyways, just to get the coins from the poison. Obviously, it doesn't stick onto the veil, but yeah, Poison maybe sending a message here that 1, I'm gonna play uninteractive. 2, maybe I just want to get out of this round.
Yeah, and not a bad way to just sort of burn a card to a degree. You're going to go ahead, throw Fist Tech onto absolutely nothing, gain some coins here. Here comes the Freak Show.
Oh, okay. So
we're spending coins already, Shin. This seems like a very aggressive approach by Poisonhound.
Yeah, interesting. Final flip the tables, spends 5 out of his 6 leader charges. Then that Fizz Tech really on turn 1 was just played to get some coins so that he could make this reach with the Freak Show and take down that Vanadane engine for round 1. So these waylays now looking a little bit worse.
Yeah, a major commitment here from Poisound. And again, we're talking about major commitments of leader abilities in round 1. We've seen them right out of the gate without just delay. We're going to throw it out there and make it happen. But that Fizz Tech that basically was just a gain 5 actually turned into a decent thing, because there weren't many cards that Danderai could play that were relatively proactive. So he had to commit something like that Treant that was also a poison option. So
Exactly.
it wasn't a bad move there by Poisound. He actually got a decent payout out of it.
I agree. Yeah, one of the poisons kind of wasted for Danderai, and you see Poison actually using his final leader charge to protect his townsfolk a little bit, but Danderai just trades leader charge for leader charge, and that townsfolk heads straight to the graveyard.
Bringing that Blindheim brother down to 2 makes it prime target, just delicious juice for that waylay.
Hey, what row did Maddock go to?
Oh, the wrong one. Well, there was a unit on the back row, but yeah, it would have been so much nicer if that doofus would have actually, followed orders. Maddock is a rebel in the purest sense of the word.
If it had gone to the front row, it would have at least hit the roach. But there's no extra bomb here, so you're not getting the Maddock back, but you could have had the option of translating his 3-point body into 3 points of damage here if he had gone to the right row. Poison not going anywhere, gonna commit the second Blindheim brother, and now we've got that combo going. Roland and Gellert side by side, one poisoning your own units and giving you 2 boost, and the other one giving you 2 coins back every time you spend that 1 coin. So you're not even just like getting points for free, you're getting paid to get points.
Get money, get paid. It's the way to do it. That's the Blindheim brothers are all about. What's interesting here, though, is that when you're dishing out poison like that against Scoia'tael, knowing that there's poison lurking about, now you don't necessarily need 2 poisons. You just need Poisound to drop one of those poisons on his own. So Danderai can complete the package with one of those Dryads in his hand right now. The question is, how greedy does he want to be? Does he just want to take it right now? Does he just want to kill the Roach? Or maybe he's suspecting that other brother is going to drop a fatter target. But I think that you can't play it that safe.
I mean, the other option was also to play the second Waylay to finish off Gellert, too, to prevent any more future engines or point generation here with the Blindheim combo. And now Azar Javed coming down without the candle, though, so full leader from Danderai would do 2 damage and then spawn a Brocklon Sentinel, which does another 2 damage. It would fully clean up these 2 Scarabs without that protection, additional protection from the candle. That is exactly what Danderai does. Thins out his deck and finishes off Gellert with that Waylay.
Well, what else can you give up here? Are you giving up a Heat Wave? Are you giving up a Sim Loss? So Danderai here, happy to see this pass here. Poisound is going to hold on to the cards that are left. Both players went real hard in the paint here.
Full leader used by both players in round 1.
That is a ballsy maneuver, as it were. So why not? Let's just get at it. Just fly right at the Death Star, why don't you? And that's what they're doing here. We're going to go ahead and toss away some of those waylays, and I believe there was 1 waylay used. What else we got here?
Both waylays are in the graveyard now, I believe. Danderai is going to be looking for Alyssa Henson to shuffle them back so that he can set up his damage ASAP. This Simless is great if he can get all the waylays ready in time before Poison sets up his threats. Oh, and there's the Alyssa. Doesn't even have to go near for it.
Yeah, Alyssa Henson, no relation to Jim Henson, the Muppeteer, but equally as impactful, perhaps, on this game as in real life. I like the Muppet.
All right, so Danderai elects to take the dry pass. Going for the long round 3 says, I have enough answers for your threats in the long round 3. I just want last say to make sure that I can remove whatever you do last. I don't want to be in that situation again earlier today in this series where I was playing Precision Strike without last say and just couldn't have couldn't remove enough points from your side of the board and couldn't have enough points on my side.
That Moon Dust is so clutch here because you can go ahead and toss that on that Siri Nova if you want to. Purify, deal 4 damage. Those used to take out those Griffin Witchers. Remember those badasses? Yeah, you would just kind of clone each other. You just sort of go ahead and shave away the shield and just kill one of those nasty Witchers. In this case, purifying a unit and getting through it is pretty important here, but the question is Danurai just going to drop the Alyssa here and put the other cards back in? And once again, you son of a bitch, I swear to God, you're the worst. You're absolutely the worst.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like that's exactly how I feel when I play Madoc, and I've kind of made the decision to not play Madoc anymore because I don't want to feel that way.
Like, I'm looking at this card, and all I can think of, I know that this is a fictional character. I know that this person doesn't have feelings, a history, or anything, but he's an asshole, an absolute jerk. He's not once has he behaved. But ultimately here, Danurai might be up against it here, but this is going to force, I suppose, Poison to play into the front row, and that can only be sustainable for so long. But damn, that could have been so much better if it was in the front row. But without any more bombs, I guess it's possibly a moot point at the same time. But anyways, long story short,
it's not about whether it actually mattered or not. It's just the principle. Like, why do you always go to the wrong row? How are you so consistently wrong or bad?
I just picture a scene like from Good Will Hunting, where Robin Williams as the psychologist or psychiatrist is there sitting next to Madoc, and Madoc's just being a complete jerk to him, and then eventually there's a breakthrough. It's like, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. And Madoc finally just breaks down crying and starts to behave.
And there's that freak show popping out of the Hengitis sword. Does give him 2 coins for Danurai. Does he decide to use them now? Because like you said earlier, if you don't use them, you might lose them.
That's correct. You've been paying attention. That's from the School of Flake. That is one of the main chief lessons of life. So, Danurai, Poison, locked up at 2 games apiece here. It's the semifinals of the World Championships of Gwent. This is the World Masters Season 4. One of these players is going to be playing later on today. One of them is going to go home saying, damn, so close. They're going to have a nice pile of cash to kind of wipe away those tears, but it doesn't matter because that glory, that pride, that exclusivity of saying you're a world champion, that is what is most coveted here, and both players are down to the wire. It is round 3, game 5. Everything is on the line. This is the biggest game that these players have ever played up to now.
Yeah, exactly. And Danurai electing to save those 2 coins, saying, hey, this 2 damage, there's nothing really worth removing on the board right now. I might want to save it so that I get 2 extra damage next turn, and it's going to pay off here to combine with the Zoltan to finish off that Maral. And Zoltan, only doing 3 damage, doesn't actually want to kill units himself in order to spawn those Rowdy Dwarfs for a couple of extra points.
All right, Candle time. Dropping that bad boy on the board. Gonna go ahead and offer a little bit of boosty boost across the way. Poison is just racking up the points, spending just like a Kardashian, just absolutely money to the wind. I like this move. I like this here. You're going to eventually jam some armor onto that Zoltan.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's it. That's all. That was my thought.
Yeah, if you put armor on the Zoltan, he will turn into a pinging engine, 1 damage per turn randomly. But this chariot, only at effectively 4 health, would die rather easily to something like a stolen mutagens. 4 damage is an option from stolen mutagens, but there's only 1 salamander unit on Poison's board now, so it's not the optimal time to play the stolen mutagens. That could be what Danurai's thinking with the timing here of this back row chariot. It avoids poison by not going that tall, but it also forces maybe a suboptimal stolen mutagens. Poison decides to kill the Zoltan instead of the chariot.
The chariot, yeah, it's the 4 points. Like, I know why you're dealing the 4 damage. It's because you want to get rid of the Zoltan ping ability, but the ping ability is hinged on the chariot. And if the Chariot's gone, there's going to be no ping ability. But at the same time, now you're leaving the by getting rid of Zoltan, that's never going to be a case. But by leaving the Chariot, sure, you're sacrificing 1 point, but you're also leaving a lot of opportunity to add armor. Now, the question is does Poison even care about the armor? Do you have damage-related spells and effects and specials? If you don't, then you get rid of the Zoltan because that 1 point might actually matter.
Yeah, exactly. Very nice breakdown. And we see Shady Vendor into a smuggle. Get some more coins for Poison. He still has a bank in his hand, and I'm being told that left in his deck, there's 4 cards left in Poison's deck. It's Tunnel Drill, Failed Experiment, Stolen Mutagens, and Eventide Plunder. So 1 gold and 3 kind of bronze specials. The Tunnel Drill, though, I don't imagine it will survive. There's a Heat Wave, there's still Waylays coming out from Simless, as well as an Oniromancy for Danurai, who has a lot of options. 11 cards still left in his deck.
All right, we're digging into the bank there. I think that the fattest target that you could possibly hope for is going to be that Tunnel Drill if it survives. That's the question here. Danurai has the Simloss. How many Waylays does he have? Is it 4? I believe it's 4. So there's going to be, yeah, it's going to be a very significant point swing here of potential control. And if you want to hang on to that Heat Wave, you might just go ahead and Simloss that down right the hell now.
Yeah, it's a 20-point deficit that Danurai is looking at. He does have a few power plays left. It's going to be the Simless into 4 Waylays. 2 of them go on the Tunnel Drill, and the other 2 probably just hit anything but the 9, right? Because the 9 is your current Heat Wave target. And now that Danurai has pulled the gap, the point gap, back in his favor with this play, he still has the Vial of Forbidden Knowledge as well to give him a couple of boost points at the end. He's holding on to that for now, trying not to make anything a juicier poison target for Poison, trying to delay it for a little bit. Will he use it this turn, or will he hold it for 1 more turn?
That Kochstein looks really just completely irrelevant at this case, at this juncture. Poison here down 5 points, not much left to do. That 4 coins in the bank is not representing a whole lot of points, frankly, because there's no way to effectively spend it. You do have that candle, but with the 5, I think the 5 coins that you're getting from your Fist Tech, you're leaving something on. You're leaving a little bit on the table here. So we're gonna boost a little bit over here. 5 coins from the Fist Tech makes for 6. So you actually found it. Okay, so it's gonna be just even Steven.
Very well calculated, yeah.
Yeah, no, perfectly. And again, when it comes down to mastering Syndicate, having a perfect bank and having that creative accounting locked down in your mind is crucial.
A lot of the times I see players on ladder making this mistake is not keeping in mind what the price of the candle is. Because you, like in this situation, if you end up with 5 coins, those 5 coins are worth 0 points. But if you can get from the 5 to the 6 threshold, that's 7 extra points that you're gonna maybe get. That's a Peller? That's a Peller from the Oniromancy. That's the best card left in Danurai's deck. Even though, you know, he had his pick of the litter, he decides to take a 4-point Peller just to purify the poison. Maybe ends up being worth 8 points? Not too bad. If you look at the rest of his deck, I don't think there's anything that much better than 8 points there. And the spend on the Kalkstein for a 7 boost, it's gonna be a Danurai win. He's gonna be moving on after the reverse sweep in the first semifinal of the day play. He looks ecstatic.
Yeah, he's gone. He's in another dimension. He just went ahead and I don't know where the hell he went, but take a look at that. Is that the chair? Jared Leto in the background? Does he have a poster of Jared Leto? I don't know. Ultimately, yeah, he's just saying, hey, take a look at this sweet ride I have, this chair that I just sat my ass on and rode to victory. I was down 0-2. Means nothing. We're going to the finals. Danurai coming back. The reverse sweep is real, friends. Danurai gets it done.
Yes, and a Cinderella story after repeatedly losing to his nemesis Poison over what's been like 3 years now. Danurai finally is able to overcome his nemesis and punch his ticket to the finals of World Masters Season 4.
Yeah, he's done it. There's still the biggest hurdle left to clear, but we're going to let him just kind of collect himself over there, wherever he is, in Narnia or wherever the hell he ran to. Ultimately, we're going to get the interview underway. We've locked him down. We've contacted NASA, and the satellite imagery has located Danarai. Berza is on the case. Let's have a little quick chat with our first finalist of the weekend, Danarai.
Danarai, you did it, man! You did it! Incredible stuff. Congratulations. You managed to go through Poise Sound for the very first time. How does it feel? How does it feel?
Hey, I'm very overwhelmed by the whole situation. So, once again, just like in play-ins, I was one game away from losing it all, and then I sort of stopped caring, like I decided I'll just put on music. I put on the cap because Poison had Poison has his own, so did I.
Hat. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of believed the whole way, even though I was 0-2 down. But I also had in the back of my mind that it might end just like a lot of times before, that I get unlucky one game against Poison that goes unlucky. Let's say the SK one that started it all, and it all goes nowhere. But yeah, I did get lucky when I needed. I'm talking about the SK draws round one.
Yeah.
I played mirror very well, I think, because I had to like bluff that I have a better hand than I did. And the last game, I think he kind of trolled.
Yeah, I think he threw a little bit the last game.
The pressure. I mean, I know you guys were like telling me to start the games faster, but I knew he was stressed, so I took like 5 minutes before every game.
So that was actually a tactic on your side.
I was singing, and he was just stressing, looking at me. I was.
Well played. Well played.
Thank you.
One thing to notice also is the fact that Skoyatel started with a win, and Skoyatel ended with a win, which always makes me personally happy. But yeah, I feel like the last game, that syndicate match, like could have been piloted a little bit better on his side. But yeah, in the end, you managed to get the win. So you finally beat your final boss. We were talking about this yesterday when I was interviewing you. So yeah, the finals now. Question is, who you actually want to play against from the two contestants that we have? Do you know their lineups? Are you going to prepare now, or are you going to chill a little bit?
I'm going to prepare in like 10 minutes probably.
Okay.
By default, probably against Karpeten, because Kam's already played against Spell, so I know how to play against him. We just need to... I mean, I'm not going to say what we're going to do, but one thing Kams could have done differently, and it all would have went differently. So against Spell, I'm going to just hope I have what it takes to win. But yeah, I think it's just going to be Kerp, and I'm not really favored against him.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to shit talk. I would have if I had a better chance of winning, because his lineup's kind of countering mine in a way.
Yeah. But you're gonna be ready. You're gonna be ready.
Yeah,
I believe.
I do believe in the miracle as well.
Exactly. All right, man. Thank you for the interview. Get some rest, and yeah, congratulations. You're in the final.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Yeah, that's it. That's it from me. Let's go over to Sealy. No leaks. Nothing to see here. Move along. Yeah, Sealy, let's go.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Analyst Desk. I mean, what a series. That was everything and more that you could want from a series. There was the mind games that Don and I just told us about. There was 5 games of beautiful Gwent, and those are the games that we are going to look at together. We're going to take a peek back into game number 1 here, as I have the first highlight prepared for you guys. This is Skillet versus Elves. Now, there was a moment where Poison took a heat wave on this ship, which opened up a really interesting line for Danirai. It made sense why Poison did that, because of course proactivity is something that Skillet struggles with, and as you can see, Danirai kind of played his last proactive play there, but now that the heat wave is out, it opens up a really interesting line for Danirai, and that is of course going for the pirate scenario that then really shines in a longer round, and that is how Danirai beautifully piloted round 3. However, Elves were still victorious in the game by Poison because of that round 1 that Poisson then kind of secured there. So maybe Donarai wanted to play more into that round one. Just a really beautiful game of Gwent, I think, and I love seeing elves thrive, which they really did do in this game. Now let's move on to the second clip that I have prepared for you guys. This is the moment when Poisson is playing Reavers into Donarai's Precision Strike. Really intense round one happened there. Poisson really committed quite hard and took round one. Donarai now, on the other hand, has to defend this bleed, and this is the moment where Poisson actually doesn't click his Reaver Hunters. He holds them, clicks it only this round when he plays the Dwim, just so that they don't die to waylays or bombs, and is able to keep so many engines alive in this round two. The game goes really, really deep, and if you remember, we ended up in that round three scenario where Poisson was able to play very uninteractive into Donarai's deck, which is super reactive as well, and that really aided Poisson. He was able to hide the points really, really long and did take the win thanks to this round two that you can see here. All right, and then we are going to look at a highlight from game number 3. Donarai kind of talked about how he was very lucky with his Skellige draws, and that was the case. This was where in round 1, Donarai basically drew the perfect thinning hand for Skellige and was able to thin really nicely. In round 2, he played down to 8 cards rather than 7, which allowed him to set up this beautiful, beautiful golden necker. A proactive golden necker, which ended up pulling out an engine as well as the pirate location, which really, really popped off in that round 3, and just like a really nice play. Here you can see it happen. There we go, engine coming down into this pirate scenario, as well as the Heron could do for just a beautiful showcase of this Skellige deck, I think. Now, the last one, you're still with me, you guys, was this moment. All right, so Poisson in round 2 defended the bleed. He didn't have Golden Necker, while Donarai did have the Golden Necker. Donarai didn't end up playing it, but Poisson had to play Freak Show and spend his whole leader to stay, to keep up in that round 2, or otherwise he could have risked getting 2-0'd. And here we can see in round 3, he opens with this drill. Now, this was pretty lucky for Donarai as he played his Golden Necker next, which you're about to re-witness here. And actually what Donarai did here is he found one card, which is really important. It is that Morale, able to finish the poison on this drill as well as get that Slander. Slander was always guaranteed, but there were 5 units in Donarai's deck, and 2 of them could have completed the poison, which he did find, and I think that ended up sealing the deal for Donarai in this Syndicate mirror, which was just absolutely beautiful to see as well. So well played to both players. It was an amazing series. I'm excited for the next one, but yeah, this is it for me for this game. Thank you everyone for listening. We are about to go into the brackets again, and then the casters will take wonderful care of you guys, so stay tuned.
All right, Flake, there we have it.
She just assumes we're going to take good care of everybody. What if
she doesn't know, Flake? She doesn't know.
Yeah, what are we, your parents? Just you take care of yourselves. We'll take care of ourselves. But no, Sealy, thank you so much. As always, just incredible insight there to the matches that we got a front row seat to cast. It's always good times.
It's great. And yeah, there you have it. Donarai, our first player into the finals, a tight 3-2 victory over longtime nemesis Poisson. And we have our first finalist of World Masters Season 4.
Yeah, and they got some money along the way. There's some who are still hunting for that big prize pool. Again, $90,000 prize pool. Huge money. But what about everyone else? Where are they at? How much do they have in the bank as it stands, as we see the final 4 of the day here? Donarai, look at that. Both players walking away with a pretty big, handsome chunk of change.
Really nice.
Yeah, Donarai, that's a Hyundai right there.
That's 12,000 USD almost already in Donarai's pocket, and a chance for much more in the finals as well. If he wins, he even gets a bonus. I don't know how much it will be, but it will be. I think it would. There's a lot more upside potential for Donarai. Poisson getting to take home 8,370 US dollars. That is a really nice payday for a day and a half of playing Gwent.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I mean, you say it's a day and a half of playing Gwent. You also have to factor in, I don't know, like sometimes it's like 800 ranked games and all the prep and everything like that. So
yeah, for sure. I'm happy that you pointed it out, because that's calling it a day and a half is massively underselling the amount of time, effort, sweat, blood, and tears that goes into these competitive players.
Yeah, hopefully not as much blood, but the sweat and the tears, that I can definitely attest to. Okay, we got another semifinals for you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all Gwent-appropriate ages. It's Kerpiton versus the homeboy from the homeland, Spelling Bee. So we spoke to them, get their sort of thoughts and baubles in terms of what they are just kind of trying to come to terms with, knowing that they are one match away from the final. So let's talk to Kerpiton and Spelling Bee.
Hello everyone, I am Kerpiton, winner of the Open 3. I'm a marine engineering student from Turkey, Istanbul. I've been playing this game for 2 years now. In my free time, I like watching movies, reading books, and taking walks.
Hi, my name is Spelling Bee. I'm a Canadian Gwent player, and this is my third straight Gwent Masters competition appearance. Last 2 times didn't go so well, so obviously I'm hoping for a little bit better result this time. I've been playing Gwent for about 3 years now, and I'm hoping that this time I can be a little bit more successful than I've been prior.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the second semi-final of World Masters after an epic reverse sweep. Joining me as always is Tia Beastie. Tia, we are in for a series.
We are in for quite this series. I love the previous one though. I loved how Poison's hat sort of was cancelled out by the other player's hat, and now Danurai just made it through with a reverse sweep. Incredible tactics. But we have completely different lineups today altogether, coming from our next 2 players.
We do indeed, yes. That's Kerpiton v Spelling Bee that you are joining us for here, and their lists are a little bit different than the ones you've just seen in this series. Really excited to dive in and check those out in just a minute. I'm a little devastated that the hat tactic for Poison did not work. I'm not going to lie to you. I was ready and prepared with a hat. I was going to be hatted, and then it just didn't work. The counter hat tactic threw us all off the game. It just wasn't it. But it was a phenomenal series. Congratulations to Danurai. He has officially destroyed my divination challenge entirely now. Great job, but you love to see a reverse sweep. As you mentioned, though, I think we will have divination results perhaps for today to see how people are thinking, maybe.
Yeah, I'm very curious. It is Kerpiton v Spelling Bee, and that is wildly favored for Kerpiton.
It is. I don't think... Kerpiton was going into this, I think, the strong favourite for the whole tournament. A lot of people had their eyes on him, thinking, you know what, this guy, he is the one in Gwent right now, and it's going to be him. That doesn't surprise me too much, but if I remember rightly, people underestimated Spelling Bee yesterday as well. He had a masterful performance. So, it might not be that way round.
It might really not. Again, like, I looked at these 2 lists, compared them. They are wildly opposites. So it's cool seeing different lists making it through up until this point. But obviously, only one can go through to the finals. I'm curious to see who is going to have the favored lists in this lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, and I believe it'll be Kerpiton's we take a look at first, if I'm not mistaken. We will get into those in just a second as they flash up before you, and it is, and while we've seen a fair bit of Nilfgaard, Kerpiton is not bringing imprisonment here.
Very interesting, as most people did decide to take imprisonment. Kerpiton, however, is going with double cross, which is normally more of an assimilate list. But interestingly enough, cards like Rune Mage do increase your RNG when it comes to double cross. It is, however, a rain-free list, so no specials here. You still have Triss for some wide punish or boosting your own cards. You also have Ivar Evil Eye as well as Geralt Igni for some toll resets, quite like myself, some Igni. You have the Gilliam and the Milton package. And then here on the lower end, we have Van Moorlem's Servant, which is an interesting bronze card. It allows you to take statuses from one card, put them on another. You get rewarded for the amount you have moved. We also have the Spotter. We have some locks, as always. Very, very standard, except for the leader ability. But then we go on to his second list. It is a Skellige Patricidal Fury.
It is, and I thought we'd see a bit more of this list over the course of Masters, but there's been so much variety and versatility. This is the first time you and I have cast this list, and I adore this list. It is a very, very offensive, aggressive list. It's all about building up those Highland Warlords to get as much raid damage as possible, but there are a few cards in there, like Sove, that have really appeared more recently since their inception, and even with the nerf that it took, it is such a powerhouse. It'll summon a beast from your deck, and he is running both a Little Half-Fruit and a Savage Bear to give him the versatility of which one he's going to pull out and kill, to prevent it bricking, of course, but also it is all about the damage Sove does to that unit based on your Bloodthirst, which is why instead of taking 2 Little Half-Roos, maybe a little bit of extra bonded value, you really want that Savage Bear in there as well. Nice deck building from Kerpeten. This card can win a round all on its own because, as you can see with Deploy, it will gain immunity. No longer can you just pull it back and play it twice, of course, but it still definitely belongs in a list like this, full of aggression, full of damage, and going to be a tough one to face. A list we did see a little bit of yesterday. It's Pirates Cove Syndicate.
Pirates Cove, yes, this was quite interesting that this specific list made it all this way, especially since Spelling Bee also plays Pirate Cove. So that tells you something regarding the lineups here. Now, Pirates Cove does give you a way to spend your coins with some Sea Jackals when you need them. That's quite nice. Otherwise, it is very much built like the standard Syndicate deck. You have your Siggy Reuven Mastermind combo, where you preferably try to get Collusion out with Tunnel Drill for a quick control engine to wipe your opponent's board. There's also 2 pulling the strings in this list. Kerpeten finds that those are nice little control cards to steal some cards from your opponent's side of the board if you play them correctly. We also have some little birds here that are nice spenders and are favored if you have more gang categories on your side of the board. And a little bit of a poison package going on as well. No Blaneham brothers, of course, but that's fine because this list has a lot of punch in it, in and of its own. The final one we didn't get to see yesterday. It's the White Frost Monsters list, one of my favorites.
One of mine too. It was banned yesterday, and I've got everything I can cross that we get to see it today. White Frost and the Wild Hunt archetype has taken considerable boosts and is often underrated, but the list is so good these days. It really is. It's got so much power. For me, a lot of that power sits in the fact that while it is a weather-based archetype with Frost, it has so many payoffs for too much Frost. Tyrnalia benefits from too much Frost. No problem. Golden Child loves additional Frost. Winter Queen, excellent. Give me more Frost. There are so many benefits and positives to having more than you need. Of course, that wonder that is the Ancient Foglet. It's just gaining points. It's a super engine that goes with it as well. You'll have seen it if you faced it, and it demands an answer. You leave this on the board, it is just so many scaling points, effectively doubling the value of your Frost. I love the way this card reappeared in the Frost engine kind of list that we have. White Frost is able to be quite aggressive. The leader ability, of course, moves as well, and I think could be crucial for Kerpten if he gets to play this here. I feel it's going to end up coming down to who gets their Syndicate list through, as we did see a little bit of a struggle yesterday for Spelling Bee, trying to get that one through, as it does tend to lose its power if it gets everything deleted. So, with that said, Spelling Bee's lists coming up. That is Kerpeten's lineup. You and I had the pleasure of casting him yesterday, and we do, of course, see that first list again. You're probably sick of saying it. It's Rent-Free Imprisonment.
Rent-Free Imprisonment. It is actually Spelling Bee who said he finds it almost impossible to get through a Nilfgaard matchup, as Nilfgaard is so strong at the moment. So I would love to see how he goes along the banning line. But he did bring Imprisonment Rain-Free. Yes, it is the exact same list we've seen a lot of times throughout the series. Very strong, very difficult to get through. You have your Rain-Free setup, you've got your toll removal with Volgaforts, Ivar Evil Eye, you've got your Gillian Milton package. Very standard stuff, very strong. And then we have a Royal Inspiration, breath of fresh air here in the Northern Realm Zone.
I don't know if I'd go that far. Spelling Bee, very, very candid yesterday, said he wasn't targeting a lineup, wasn't bringing specific things. He was aiming at mid-range decks for great value, and you can see that this Knight list is a powerhouse. It's all about points, all about value, and his lists are very, very clear on the coin they want to bring. Royal Inspiration is running that Lady of the Lake for the multiple Echo cards, including that Erendite. You play this list on Blue Coin, it is the epitome of a 2-0 kind of deck. Let's be honest, there's so much power in it, and that Erendite can be such a big piece of the puzzle. It doesn't run too much in the way of direct removal. This is engine. Sure, it has a heat wave, but this Erendite can be absolutely critical to this list's ability to just get rid of those key pieces at exactly the right time. I won't labour the point. It's Night Engines. You know the drill by now, and you certainly do if you were here yesterday. So, Pirates Cove it is to you.
Another Pirates Cove list. Now, this one is very similar to that of Kerpeten's, seeing that it has Sigurruven Mastermind, a truly powerful package, allowing you to bring Collusion through, as well as Tunnel Drill in one turn. It does, however, differ in some of the bronze aspects. As we can see, there's only one pulling the strings here, only one little bird. Some real differences here, as we have the Failed Experiment along with the Fistic and Fistic Trafficker Poison package. Some more bronzes here. We have 2 Eternal Fire Inquisitors, 2 Eternal Fire Disciples, Mutant Makers. So a bit more difference here in the lower end of the list. Otherwise, pretty similar, and I would love to see a mirror match today. That would be awesome. His last list is a wildly different list. It's Overwhelming Hunger.
It is, and it is the Death Wish list. I was delighted to get to see this yesterday. Once again, very much teched to be a blue coin list with that Erendite, with that Brewer's Ritual, of course, trying to thin and tempo its way into getting that round control pretty quickly and bullying the opponent out of the way. So much value when you use the Arrakis Queen. You multiple targets, whether you're going for something like the Dettlaff or the Succubus. We saw a brilliant option, managed to consume the Succubuses and other points on the Chiron yesterday with this list. Of course, Chiron is immune once it's finished its dinner and those 3 cards are gone, and ended up winning him the game on the basis that the points couldn't be targeted, removal wasn't actually possible, and I believe that was against Syndicate, so I'm curious to see how this one is gonna run. These players are ready and raring to go. There is a big favourite in terms of perception, but will that be reality? You cannot count Spelling Bee out here, because honestly, he was phenomenal yesterday. Very different lineups to prepare for today for each player, though. Neither of their opponents bought lists similar to their opponent today, which is quite unusual when you really think about it at the top end of Gwent Esports. So I want to see who adapts best.
Exactly. We mentioned just the variety in this lineup for this Masters. I know a lot of people in chat didn't see it, but it's very obvious, seeing that we cast these things a lot, and oftentimes it's card to card exactly the same. So the fact that we've got a Scalaga list here, we've got every list here in this lineup specifically.
Yeah, all
Nilfgaard,
factions.
Scalaga, Syndicate monsters. It's looking very good.
We do for now, but will that still be the case? We saw Nilfgaard deleted from the first semi-final of the day. I wonder what these 2 players will remove. We saw their bans yesterday. We know that Kerpeten didn't have access to that lovely monster list yesterday, and he does today. Spelling Bee has kept to type and banned Nilfgaard.
And it seems Kerpeten banned Spelling Bee's monsters list.
Wow.
Now, that is interesting. I mean, you've got Syndicate and Nilfgaard each doing really well right now, and instead Kerpeten gets rid of Spelling Bee's Death Wish list.
Wow, and they are not hanging around. They are ready to go here. They are already in. We didn't even have time to guess what they bring. We see Spelling Bee, he'll be happy. He's got his Nilfgaard list, a list he feels is almost impossible to beat. and he is going in against the very aggressive Skellige list of Kerpton on blue coin here.
Yeah, bringing Skellige on blue coin, I quite like it. Spelling Bee definitely has some options up his sleeve here, but we're going to see some new cards in play like Sove, which can't really be interacted with, and it can prove really difficult if you don't have the necessary cards to reset the row.
Yeah, most definitely. It can be an interesting challenge when you've got to be able to deal with that. A lot of what this Skellige list wants to do is build its value. It wants to get additional value for those raid cards later on. You can see the Highland Warlords. It's all about the setup for those in round 1, really. And also trying to avoid, obviously, losing on even. Kerpton, the talented lad that he is, he hasn't just found one of them. No, no, no. He went and found both in hand. Now, that is a skill level that I can only aspire to.
Of course he found all of them. Now, having your Highland Warlords in round 1, setting all of that up is just gorgeous, and he gets rid of the Spotter's armor, basically rendering it useless, as it can't actually boost itself now unless it somehow gets armor again.
Yeah, really, really like that rework to the Spotter. Of course, it has to spend the armor and loses the armor once it has been clicked. So if there's no armor there, well, it's not doing a great deal, as we see Kerpton playing his second card out here and is just getting that Warlord value. Each of his raids now doing an additional 2 damage, and that is by no means the end of it. You might think he's played both. Well, no problem. I think they might be making a return at some point during the course of this.
Yeah, and these players are doing Blitz, Gwent. It's hardly trying to look at the cards on the screen.
I think this will be a matchup they're very familiar with, but both have played an absolute lot on ladder this and will have prepared a lot, expecting these 2 decks in particular. I think these were the lists most players thought would turn up one way or another. Nilfgaard specifically, but also this Skellige list. So they'll have prepped this matchup 1,000 times over. It'll be, not like autopilot, there'll be very, very micro decisions, but they will know what they want to do here. It'll be this card, this card, this card, this. Let's get this in. Spelling Bee jamming to try and stay ahead here. Lots and lots of front row value and just trying to get out those spotters.
And we see Kerpton using his leader ability here.
Yes,
now,
and nice.
Okay.
It's so he can play even more value. You see, he needs 2 Bloodthirst or more. I think he needs the 3rd Bloodthirst there for the Feral Bond to guarantee any card of his choice of a bronze to pick. He doesn't want to have to roll the dice and see which of the 3 he's going to get. He would rather just choose. The leader abilities now make that so much easier for him, allows him to play yet another one.
Exactly, I do love the change to Patricidal Fury. Now you don't have to go all in just to get that Bloodthirst value. You have a few charges you can use, and it works very nicely with the raid cards, as we just saw. Spelling Bee just keeps on setting up that melee row for a potential Triss, just threatening the possibility of that happening. Kerpton playing his leader charge into the melee row is also smart, as it fills up the potential that Spelling Bee would have had if he were to play bigger units onto the melee row for Triss.
Yeah, most definitely, as we see here the options. And here comes the Brockvar Warrior, or as I like to call him, Skellige Falibor. Fantastic card, so much value in this 4 provision, sets up a lot of Bloodthirst here. One of the things that Skellige, this list particularly, struggles with sometimes is that early game tempo. Because it's setting up its pieces, it's trying to play out those Warlords early, but they're not a lot of points. This can really pair and add value if you can scale quickly. Kerpton just keeping himself ahead over and over again.
Now, I love that play by Spelling Bee, using the Slave Infantry to turn that 1-point card into a 5. Really nicely done. Gets him 9 points of value in 1 bronze card.
It does, and I don't know what that poor crow did to deserve to be locked down, but Spelling Bee had taken a dislike to it. It's very unusual you see Nilfgaard just drop a lock for the sake of the points that might come with it. But there aren't much in the way of engines that need locking in this list. It's all about offensive damage, certainly early on here. So Spelling Bee dropping that Renfri's gang, not front row though. Doesn't fill his front row up, which is an interesting choice. Could have done that, would have taken him up to 9 cards there and really, really promised that Triss. But I think he is still betting on maybe taking a front row version instead here and doesn't want to fill that row.
Potentially, and he also has the option of playing that Slave Hunter, which seems to be what he's going for. You're going to want to play that Slave Hunter between 2 soldiers, so it does 3 points of damage instead of 1, and that's exactly what he does. Very nice. He also plays Ramon in the front row, just securing more trust value if need be. We know Kerpeton here has a very powerful win con in his hand, and playing that round 1 is something he might not want to do. He still has 1 bronze raid card, however, and he can play it if he wants to.
The tempo isn't huge from it, though. He'll be doing the maths now. He would like to use that to give himself yet another Highland Warlord, but that simply isn't going to be sufficient and doesn't create any additional bloodthirst. If he's going to commit the Sove here, he's got to be sure committing Sove is enough. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take a Brockvar Warrior here, maybe. Okay. Interesting. Doesn't take the Brockvar Warrior. Instead takes the Archer. Just keeps himself ahead. Very nice choice here.
Now Spelling Bee would want to play another card here. He can get away with playing the Slave Hunter, as that will be enough points. It's perfect. Now, Kerpeton needs to do the maths here, and he knows it's going to be difficult.
And he has to go. He has to play this way. He knows Sove. The bloodthirst he currently has would be enough to swing Sove to kill with a single leader charge a little half through. Huge number of points, but the maths just isn't there with a full row for Spelling Bee. I believe Triss would have still taken it. Really nice game knowledge there from Kerpeton. Not committing his win condition to still lose on even. Feels like he just wants to get out of here.
But Spelling Bee winning on even here is definitely something that's going to make him happy. Question is he's just going to pass, and Kerpeton throws away Morgvarg, a pretty powerful card in this matchup.
It can certainly be, and he's decided this is not the one. I don't have last say. You're not going to set up your points too early anyway. I am just going to take this and get out of here. Sove is far too valuable. Not dropping Fukusha, because of course he could always bring it back anyway with the Fukusha if he wanted. That Morgvarg makes the most sense. The risk of mulliganing it away and never finding it wasn't worth it. Simply use it as your target for Fukusha if you need to.
Both hands looking rather alright here. I don't think too much has been missed. Spelling Bee does have his Milton Gilliam package, which is very nice. Has Ivar as well, though Ivar can't actually target something like Sove, because a Sove is a nice immunity target, and it basically means it's untouchable by most cards.
It does indeed, makes it very, very difficult to deal with and attack that kind of card. I believe Spelling Bee missing Rune Mage, Vilgeforce for removal as well, and he's be pretty happy with the hand that he's pulled. I think, if we're all honest, that's not terrible whatsoever for him here. Still has both of those leader charges and Renfrey to give him yet another leader here. Can even set up some green points on Kerpeton's side to grab himself more value with that Ivar before its adrenaline hits.
And we know Morgvarg has been played. Now, we see Fabiorn coming down there, playing War of Clans. What are we going to draw? Ooh, very nice.
Really impressive there from Kerpeton. And that's one of the risks. When you get into these later rounds, all of a sudden, those normal raid cards are so threatening. There's so much removal. I think his Gutting Slash was worth 8 points there. It's an astronomical amount of value.
And we do see Gilliam coming down there as well, and that is going to do quite a bit of damage if paired with Ivar. I'm sure Spelling Bee is going to play Ivar next before that adrenaline hits, making the card rather useless.
Quite possibly. That's the big thing, right? That's what you've got to do. And here it comes. There's the Ivar, as you say. Takes that value now. Always had to be the play. The big thing for Kerpeton right now, he needs to find some bloodthirst. But is he going to go for the Harold play here, or is it time for Sove? Looks like he's going for the Sove here. He's now got Bloodthirst 4. It is exactly what he needs to kill this Savage Bear. Not worrying about the greed, just jamming it nice and early. Straight kill and double the value. That is a huge swing. 30 points ahead now, with still the option of Blood Eagle that should be able to pull Harold on crate at his will.
Yeah, that is a massive point swing, and nothing Spelling Bee can do about it. Spelling Bee is now going to have to grow his own points without interacting too much with Kerpeton's side of the board. Doesn't have Rune Mage though, so has 3 options here for Rainfree. We'll see now which he picks, and if he has the option of maybe drawing another card here.
I believe he does, based on what we've just seen clicked. He's going to find one of those gold cards here. Huge grab, especially when he's missed it. Takes the Vilgeforce. That Vilgeforce will be able to burn. You'd imagine he's going to burn that leader target there. 13 points Arnhjolf. Not terrible as a removal.
This is looking great for Spelling at the moment. He is ahead by quite a bit. Kerpeton does get Herald in its third form. Still a pretty nice card. Is going to be able to play a bronze as well. Not enough though. I'm sure this is not enough. It's going to be close though. Depends what Vilgeforce is going to pull out.
He could pull out the King Bran here. The King Bran is sat, I think, at 8 points on his own. Wouldn't get the deploy value, of course, if that's what's pulled. There are a couple of other cards in deck. It is that, though. It's a big pull, but I think Triss is going to be enough to take it here handily. Going for the melee road, Triss, and it is sufficient as Spelling Bee against the community's belief. It is 1-0. Oh, and that Nilfgaard list, maybe it's as powerful as he thinks it is. It's straight through.
It is an extremely powerful list, and I mean, Spelling Bee played that wonderfully, really fast. It was so difficult to see what cards they were choosing because they were up for like a millisecond and they were gone.
They are not here to help you get your drops today, chat. If you haven't redeemed your first set of drops already, make sure you do it. You're not earning towards the card back until you claim the title. Make sure you do that right now in your Twitch drops if you're watching this live.
I have about 40 minutes left, so I am really hoping for a tie here. I'm hoping for a reverse sweep, everything that's necessary to get me the last card back I need to finish my collection.
Definitely. I can't wait. I'm very close as well, so I'm pretty confident we're going to get them. I hope you guys do at home as well. As you see Spelling Bee here, he is now up. He has won a game in the semi-finals against probably the favorite. He's got 2 more lists to get through. He now flips onto Blue Coin, and it looks like his lineup was built for it. Wow, they are not stopping for breath. You get what you wish for, Tia. Oh, it's the synth. Now, this is going to be huge because these decks like long rounds. They like developing their cards onto the board, and both of them run Siggy Roiven into Tunnel Drill. This is like the OK Corral. They are stood there at high noon. Who is going to, well, effectively shoot first with the drill? That is what it's going to come down to.
And it's interesting to note here that Spelling Bee really wanted to take his Royal Inspiration list through on Blue Coin, decided to go for Syndicate instead, definitely sniping Kerpeton. Because if Spelling Bee gets this list through, he's going to have to take NR on red first. So, interesting choice here by Spelling Bee, and I am here for it.
Very much so. Knights is a really tough matchup for some lists. Skellige, that Skellige list particularly, as much removal and damage as it has, can really struggle against it. Kerpeton, one of the best in the business, might have a good chance, but Spelling Bee probably thinking, if I can get 2-0 up, I believe my Knights list can get through at least one of Kerpeton's.
That's very true, and we see an early play there by the little bird, protecting it as well with the stratagem spend, just placing it on the board. Spelling Bee has a really powerful hand here, not something you want to be pushing with in round 1.
Depends on what he's thinking. If he can get that win and hold on to Siggy Roiven, the collusion effectively, and the tunnel drill, he would want a decent long round with first say, even in round 2, might suit him. He runs Professor and Kerpeton doesn't. That can be a big, big swing of points, especially for the coin generation. If he can find the right amount, he could be very, very happy here.
And so far, this mirror match is looking like a mirror match. Both sides of the board exactly the same. And Kerpeton committing the Salamandra hideout. Now, that's going to be nice. Salamandra Lackey coming out. Ooh, gets rid of 2 statuses, giving it more coins. Quite like to see that commitment, but Spelling Bee's gonna pass. He's gonna get out of this round.
Yeah, Spelling Bee straight out of dodge. He has no interest in staying around here and being tempoed away by Kerpeton. Gets a big, big card and says, you know what? I'm fine. I'm out of here. I refuse to lose this on even. That is me losing the game in this matchup if I do it. Can't afford to let that happen. So let's go. Let's get out of here and protect, perhaps get rid of some of those awkward cards that he doesn't want to be spending in round 1.
Absolutely. Now, I can't imagine that Kerpeton will go away too quickly because he still has an order ability on that location that is able to transfer poison onto your opponent's side of the board. Spelling Bee here has more bronzes this time around, so if he does get bled, he wouldn't feel too uncomfortable.
It's an interesting choice for Captain to include that. You often see that in the Line Pockets list, the Salamander hideout, of course, because it's that way of transferring poison. Works really nicely with the Blenheim brothers, but he really is making some decisions very differently than the other players in terms of his deck strategy. It's going to be curious to see if that pays off for him, because you wouldn't typically see that in this list, but he certainly knows what he's doing. He is very, very capable as Captain.
And Kerpeton immediately going for Himmelfart, a big commitment. He does, however, have Collusion in his hand, along with Sigi, definitely a brick you don't want. That might be indicative of how far he's willing to go into this round. But right now, he's got an engine on the board, and he's ahead.
He is, and you can see he actually had those cards in hand going into this round. He drew into them, didn't mulligan them away, knowing, as you point out, he probably isn't necessarily looking to push for a 2-0 here, but he'd rather guarantee he doesn't brick in round 3 by holding the card in round 2 while he's in control. He chooses how long this round goes, and he can play a couple of times for free here, effectively.
Very true. It's entirely within his control, and it is a nice strategy to have that card in hand, so you're guaranteed not to brick in round 3. You can just mulligan it away. We see the little bird coming down again as a nice little spender. Now Spelling Bee here having to decide whether he wants to maybe fish for something else, and he does. He uses Vivaldi Bank to thin and gets a Shady Vendor.
That's a big, big card to be dropping here, and it tells Kerpeton one of two things. The hand is either absolutely awful or far too good. Is he going to be tempted now to keep going? He's aware he's pushed below that 7-card threshold as a result now. If Spelling Bee can keep himself ahead without overcommitting in this spot, he's going to be very, very happy. And simply with a bronze card now, with that Inquisitor, I believe he can get ahead. Inquisitor and a spend puts him ahead by 1, and he will constantly want to be doing that now.
Kerpeton going below 7 is very dangerous, seeing that these players are playing almost identical lists. He has to be taking a chance here, hoping that Spelling Bee has perhaps not drawn as well as he has.
Well, now Spelling Bee gives him the out as well. Doesn't choose the spend there unless there was something and he'd already spent in that round and I missed it. It looked like the spend was active. He now is on 19 points. It's like he's offering Kerpeton this pass here, saying, please go away. Please, please, please go away here.
I think
Is that
he's playing
mind games?
Yeah, exactly. I think Spelling Bee's like, all right, here's another bronze. You know what? My hand's really bad. You should continue committing all your good cards and go deeper into this round.
Big swing there. They're pulling the strings. A card I say I haven't seen too much, and yet we've seen plenty of it this weekend. 8-point swing on that card. Now there's a bit of breathing room. Now you're looking at 12 points to get back ahead here. Of course, 2 on board, 4 with a single coin of spend, and I wouldn't hate to see Professor drop now to really, really hammer home that bit of advantage.
Spelling Bee doesn't yet have a spender on the board, really. Not a very effective one, but he does play Professor, and he is now officially ahead here. Kerpeton is left with little bronze cards he can afford to commit here. He goes for Vivaldi Bank himself. What is he fishing for here?
And you can see his, wow, his King of Beggars, no tribute benefit just yet, so that is not going to be jumping out. Not the greatest selection, but of course you can see the power in the bronze card. Shady Vendor, such a fantastic card. Is he going to play it melee row? Or is he going to play it? He's got a poison in hand. Is he going to fish for another poison here? Is he going to fish for another poison here to try and find that extra bit of value? I think that might be the line for him to try and get rid of this 8. And he doesn't find it. None of those are great for him. Smuggle's okay, keeps him ahead, but 6 is not sufficient. I'm surprised we haven't seen a Himmelfart spend yet. He does have a bronze engine he could be bringing back for those 2 coins.
Yeah, well, I don't think Kerpeton is very sure what to do here. I think he is sort of trying to see what is in Spelling Bee's hand. Does Spelling Bee have anything to contest 2-0 here? We know Spelling Bee does, but Kerpeton doesn't yet want to use up all of his answers. He doesn't yet know. And I think Spelling Bee's going to continue here, just playing bronzes. I think
he's a leader. That's big from Spelling Bee. Big decision to give that. Self-poisons just to keep the coins up, keeps himself ahead, and spends again there, really, really giving himself a decent distance now away from Kerpeton. I think he'll play this matchup a lot. Kerpeton will know one way or another a card down if he goes into that next round, how that matchup is going to play out for him. But so far, this bleed has resulted in a very, very bronze set of options for him.
I mean, Sea Jackal is the best spender you're going to get here, but Horsan Jr. is likely going to take it out very quickly. As we see here, another big commitment coming from Kerpeton. It might be time for Spelling Bee to commit one of his own cards here in order to get ahead, as he has to make a 9-point jump here. I would like to see some bigger commitment, but if he really wants to, he can just play something irrelevant here, like Failed Experiment or even the Mutant Maker.
I think he knows that Failed Experiment is a really, really risky option. He's more like, I think he's going to offer the pass one more time here. That Failed Experiment, of course, unless he's going to instantly move the poison, just dies. He could do that, but he's always worried. Kerpeton doesn't have that much poison, but what if he has one? We can see everything, he can't, and it would end up really, really hurting him. Kerpeton now thinking, you've offered me a pass. Do I have to take this pass right now? And I think we both know the answer is probably yes, but he has got a pretty good collusion.
I wonder, Kerpeton is looking at that poison thinking, I really could use this now.
I see, I'd be gone here. I would have run away so fast here, I'd have been out of this. But Kerpeton knows this matchup inside out. These players certainly do. I would have taken this pass, and he's kept the collusion because he has crime cards he can pull later. It plays, look how many points that collusion is worth. Well, I've just been sat looking at it thinking, the maths on collusion hurts my head, but I know this is a lot. He could genuinely be going for a really good 2-0 here because he has the setup to just drop drill if he chooses to. That Siggy is effectively free right now.
I think Spelling Bee did a great job here at tricking Kerpeton that he stands an actual chance of getting a 2-0, when in reality he just doesn't. Spelling Bee's hand is better than Kerpeton's. He has almost all the same cards and another. So Spelling Bee can just straight up go for Siggy here if he really wants to. He can afford Collusion and Tunnel Drill, and he can get ahead with only that. He has a lot of coins right now, a pocket full of 9. I'm curious to see, is he going to play another bronze just to see Kerpeton commit another gold card? Yes, he is.
I think he has to, but he has to spend here. Oh, and he doesn't spend to move it. That gives Kerpeton the freest poison in existence. The biggest problem for Spelling Bee, he's got a full pocket. He is going to have to overprofit quite significantly here. He needed to move that poison onto that bronze spender. Had to put it onto the Jackal there. Kerpeton could actually board wipe right now, and I think that results in a 2-0 if he board wipes. If he decides to do it.
That really is a pity that Spelling Bee decided to keep the poison there. But I guess he did the maths and thought, well, I already have poison on one of my 2s. I'll just put poison on a slightly bigger unit and keep my golds a secret for as long as possible. Now, which gold is he going for here is the question. Is he prepared to play Siggy Mastermind? Does he just want something like Himmelfart? Let's see.
I think he wants to catch up in one here, and it is Siggy. He takes Siggy. He's had to use his leader as well to do this. This is massive. He will get ahead here comfortably in this situation. He's going to spend with the drill as effectively as he can here, but it only just gets him ahead doing that. Now, Kerpeton says, thank you very much, I am going away here, because that is this deck's pièce de résistance. It is the one thing that it does, and it does well. If Kerpeton can set up even a few units and drop his Siggy into that final round, especially with an extra leader charge, I think he'll be very happy with the way this has worked overall.
I think that was absolutely beautifully done by Spelling Bee. He read Kerpeton's mind like a book, and he is now heavily advantaged with an extra card, as well as having held on to Jock and Himmelfart. I mean, that's amazing value.
Oh, that's huge. Kerpeton greeds the final mulligan.
Ooh,
oh, that's
no.
GG. I see, I think Kerpeton was winning this. I genuinely think he was still fine. I think he was going to win. Yeah, Kerpeton's gone. He's out. He's not, that's it. I think he was going to win this, and he's not sticking around to do it. And right now, Spelling Bee is 2-0. If you didn't see what just happened there, he took the final mulligan, fishing for something else, something a little bit better, and he drew the King of Beggars. That is not only, it's effectively minus points because you're losing 8 points from coins of tribute. Those 8 coins were probably worth somewhere in the vicinity of like 14 or 15 points. Oh, wow. That is huge. This is the semi-final of World Masters. That could decide our finalist. It's 2-0 Spelling Bee.
I mean, Spelling Bee did amazing there. I mean, Kerperton
did.
was going to really have to climb an uphill battle, and that's why he got desperate trying to find a better card. He knew he wasn't going to win if he didn't, and unfortunately, he drew into King of Beggars, which is just game over. And now he has the opportunity to do a reverse sweep, but Spelling Bee just needs to bring through his Royal Inspiration list. He has 3 chances to do this. 2 reds, 1 blue, which isn't ideal, but it still gives you a lot of opportunities. Now, what is Kerperton taking here on blue coin to counter Royal Inspiration?
Well, as you say, it's a blue coin list, and I think this is the dream scenario for Spelling Bee right now. Wow, we don't even get a chance to blink. They're going straight back in at Kerperton and says, listen, it is Syndicate o'clock here. I am taking this list. No, you have... And I think the Syndicate matchup is actually pretty... It's not the worst here for Kerperton, honestly. He has a lot of ways. Because there isn't too much in the way of aggression from this list, short of the Erendite and the Heatwave. It's engines in its own right. If he can keep the tempo up, which this list has the ability to do, the drill could just go brrr. But this is an uphill battle. If anyone can do it, it's Kerperton. You and I have witnessed a fair few reverse sweeps in our day, but that card draw is huge. I think he's fishing for something like a Jacques himself. Wow, huge.
Now, we are going to see history being made here. If Spelling Bee can win round 1, that will be amazing for him. Obviously, he's not too advantaged here, given that he doesn't have his stratagem, and he's playing Erendite too, so trying to stay ahead is going to be crucial here if you want to make use of that card later on. I'm curious. I've seen Northern Realm players start off with something like an artifact even just to win round 1, but it's a very risky move when you do.
And it's certainly a line if he's trying to really push and go very, very aggressive. He knows what he's facing. He knows Heatwave doesn't exist ultimately. It's open deck list. He wants to try and tempo and stay ahead, but that's very difficult when your opponent is trying to stop you. He starts with the Lady of the Lake here. Really nice for the Aneromancy as well, of course, trying to get as many points on board as possible. Start setting those engines up. I'd be surprised if it's not. There they are, yes. The Immortals. We know them well.
Yes, the Immortals, and even just the Lady of the Lake gives you an extra 3 points, immediately getting you that Erendite value you so desperately need. It's interesting to see that Kerperton doesn't even use his stratagem, which could make it more difficult for Spelling Bee to get the amount of points he needs to pull off that Erendite.
Very much so. Usually that is something you'd see, perhaps jamming that in on your first bronze card. At this point, that Erendite would be 1 tick less, of course. It wouldn't have grown in that first round here. Spelling Bee kind of reading, thinking, okay, you know what? I'm going to get this value down now. I don't need to start setting up the other engines. I'm not going to play that Sorceress out as you're perhaps expecting me to do. Not worried about that. I'm going to give you a different poison target instead, and I'm just going to sit here and let you go. This keeps me ahead. It's an easy card to use right now. No problem.
Playing the Damned Sorceress would, of course, start that engine build-up, but he has to be careful, as he knows Kerperton is running his fair bit of poisons in this deck. We see Kerperton finally using the stratagem, is ahead by 7 points now, but Spelling Bee has a lot of options here. He needs to start playing his engines at this point.
He does. I think on red coin, the one thing he's not too worried about, I suppose, is finding the points he needs. But as you point out, he needs to make sure he keeps being ahead. Not just for the reason of, okay, I want to be ahead on even, but that's a bit... Kerperton had that pre-planned and prepared. He knew what he was doing. He's saying, okay, thank you for the Sorceress. This is the Blitzes Gwent. We've cast Cams before, who's usually the fastest player. These two really are speeding through. It's very difficult to keep up with what they're doing.
Yeah, someone's very excited for the next leak, it seems, and they just don't want to wait any further.
They don't. Wow.
Other one being stealed as well. 2 Damned Sorceresses on Syndicate's side. This is new.
Yeah, although Kerperton there chose not to click himself to gain the points on his side, because of course he can now keep making that grow effectively on his own to be able to poison. He holds 2 poisons. He can then use his Damned Sorceresses to gain 2 points himself, keep allowing that Immortals to grow, and just remove it later. So that was he did miss out on the 2 points he could have gained there a little bit later on if he followed through and poisoned it.
Very true. And we suddenly have a halt here. Kerperton thinking about what he needs to do. Now, really passing isn't an option, and he does have 2 poisons in hand, he definitely can afford to use them. I think he's considering Horse Sun here, and that's exactly what he does to get rid of the engine.
It is. Is he going to start using those now? Is he looking at it? Is he considering the poisons as an option? For me, I certainly would be, because he doesn't want to play it with the other cards, but no, he says that's enough. I believe you're going to go away here instead. A little confused, would have thought, just because he could have done, and those remaining 2 cards are poisons, he could have been there to remove those. Has chosen against that. Let's see what he does here now. He's ahead by quite a bit, and now does use the poison, and finally does follow that strategy. So if he is going to remove it, 4 less than he could have had potentially on his side.
That's beautiful, because now the Damned Sorceress grows by 2 points, but the Immortals is going to be wiped out by the Fistlick Trafficker, making that growth basically useless. We see Vandergrift coming down though for Resilience. That is going to carry over into the next round, and Squire being activated along with it.
Huge follow-through poison there from Kerpten, puts himself massively ahead. And now you are in the situation. He is doing the maths, trying to work out how far ahead he needs to be to guarantee it can't be caught. And I think Spelling Bee has to go away here. Ultimately, he's never committing that scenario. The Heat Wave and the other bronze not going to be enough there. Really, really nicely done in the end by Kerpten. Taking that round 1, you have to take that option against NR Knights, because it's 2-0 ability we have seen. He has to get that out of him, and he has to push pretty hard to do so. And look at his face. Look at his face. As soon as he's seen him again, he's like, no, you get out of here. But chooses, interestingly, to mulligan it away now instead of holding it. That tells me he's probably considering, obviously, the bleed that we know is coming, but wants to be able to play maybe every card in his hand, wants to get that value of it in deck, because of course you don't get the tribute value back if it isn't, and the opponent will see that at this level if they're paying attention.
Very true. Now the goal here is normally to bleed the ever-living heck out of Northern Realms. You want to get the Dams under stress, you want to get Maiden Shield, you want all those cards out. Question is he going to get it? Spelling Bee has proven to be quite a difficult person to bleed, playing bronze cards as long as he can. His hand is looking really good right now. We do see that bronze coming out. He has Onira as well as Amphibious Assault at his disposal, so he can wait quite a bit before he decides to play one of his win conditions.
He can. I suppose the difficulty is if he wants to get that scenario to proc, he doesn't really want to use it, but he's only going to have those 2 cards to proc it unless he gives both win conditions, which isn't ideal for him. So it's a big decision when he drops that and how quickly he chooses to do that. The poison here, though, is big for Kerpten, can just get rid of that potential carryover. This is a big moment now for Spelling Bee. A lot of the time we've seen, particularly the NR Knight players, will try and hold on to the scenario for desperately because they know how huge a win condition it is, and they will keep getting greedier and greedier, keeping it longer and longer. We see that first Erendite here. It's only at 5, but that is a decent amount of value. Keeps him ahead, just.
And it is a nice card to play, especially when you're trying to get Grace.
Kerpten again pushing, willing to spend some of those coins, drops a first leader charge. Don't hate to see it. He is keeping himself at just the right distance. He obviously open deck list. He knows what is going to push Spelling Bee ahead here, trying to force the hand of Spelling Bee, thinking, you've just given me your Aneromancy. Because you gave me Aneromancy instead of Amphibious Assault, maybe, just maybe, okay, you were being greedy. Maybe you were fishing for Erendite. But I'm going to put you on having this scenario in hand, and I want to see it. And that is exactly what we get here, and Kerpten will be delighted to see it. Sensible from Spelling Bee, though. He waits any longer, he's in trouble, and uses the leader charge as well to just keep himself ahead.
If Spelling Bee kept that artifact away for too long, he would have been in a lot of trouble here, as he only has 2 procs in hand. So a nice read from Spelling Bee. Kerpten now needs to decide if he's actually going to play his last 2 golds. He got the artifact out of Spelling Bee's deck. Is he happy with that, or is he going to push for more?
He did,
here?
although he spent down to 2 coins here. I think he'd done the calculation assuming that he had a pass from anything coming out from the scenario there with the leader. Wasn't counting on having to play this, I don't think. Is he he could easily wipe again here. Could board wipe this. Going to be really interesting to see what he decides to do, because he's got, again, a pretty decent looking Siggy. that would potentially thin through as well that King of Beggars here. The 2-0 list that is Knights might just end up getting 2-0'd. Remember, the score is 2-0 Spelling Bee right now. Spelling Bee is on the cusp of going to the Masters final right now. This is huge.
Yeah, and the
I feel
fact
like
that Kerperton, yeah.
Wow, I feel like I just sat down. I feel like we just got here and already they are racing through this.
Yeah, I feel like we'd still be discussing the second list at this point in detail, but here we are with perhaps the final of the second semi of the day. Now, Kerperton playing Jock is very telling for me because it gave him enough coins to actually pull off the collusion and drill in one turn. He was lacking some coins there as well as gang categories on his side, so being able to get collusion and drill would have been difficult with Siggy, but now he can actually afford it. So it's going to be interesting here. Is he going to do it?
He is. It's happening. It's going. This is big. He's obviously already won round one. I think he needs a 2-0 in this spot right now. He really wants to be looking for that. He's spending very, very creatively here, but the rope is hitting. Kerperton, play faster. My heart can't take this. Click quicker. Click quicker. Please tell me that it's the client roping and not Kerperton. Oh my word.
Okay, he's doing it. He's
Wow.
doing it, and he spent very nicely there because he ended up getting like 7 coins, and Spelling Bee has to play the Maiden Shield here. Ooh, well, let's see. This is going to be a lot of points. I still think Spelling Bee gets out.
I think he just does, but it's close. He's already used leader ability charges, remember. I think it's only +4 as a boost right now for Spelling Bee. He still needs 14 points. Has 1, 2, 3, 4. The Heat Wave only playing for 7. He's going to have to use that leader ability here. He gets out comfortably in the end. But that's a huge, huge set of trades. Spelling Bee now sitting on an Erendite with no last say. Kerperton, it is top deck and wreck time. Is this going to come down to it?
Okay, so that Erendite is likely going to make a big difference here, and Kerperton still having a leader charge makes all the difference in the world as well. Spelling Bee's definitely going to have to get rid of those bad cards there. Hopefully he can draw something worthwhile.
Now, in the speed that all happened, I didn't see King of Beggars jump out, did it?
No.
I don't. And Kerperton still took the mulligan. The bravery of this man is just... I would never... because I didn't see it and thought maybe I missed it. If he just took that mulligan a second game in a row, that is... You know what? He trusts himself. Fair play, he trusts himself. This is going to be close here. That mad charge, everything going up into one place. If Kerperton can find a poison on this melee row card right now, he finds the poison, he misses the poison. He misses the poison, and that could be all she wrote here.
Oh dear.
It's
oh
gonna
dear,
be
Spelling
close.
Bee is getting away with having only 1 unit on the board.
I think he's fine.
Be very close. We do see King of Beggars coming out there, acting as a spender, and Erudite coming down at 10 points.
Oh my word, this is going to be... He needs 12, he has the spend, he's got the coins. And oh my word. Kerperton saying you're not going home early just yet. How are they so calm right now? Because I am in pieces. By just a point, he edges through. We're going to game 4. I don't even think we're going to have time to breathe. They're probably already playing.
That was crazy. The amount of chances they took with just mulliganing and mulliganing. That could have been another King of Beggars there, and I'm sure that would have ended in another potential forfeit coming from Kerperton. But Kerperton brings his Syndicate list through. Is this the beginning of a reverse sweep, or is Spelling Bee gonna take that NR list through on blue now? Definitely the preferable coin.
It definitely is, and now it's a big choice for Kerperton. I always assumed the Skellige list with the aggression, the amount of removal it had would be really good into Northern Realms, but I'm regularly told, and from experience, have seen actually that NR matchup can be quite tough because of the amount of tempo. Northern Realms can just blitz you within round 1. You don't have the ability to catch up. You end up getting 2-0 because you just couldn't establish your cards. Is he, as a result, going to think, you know what? I want that on red coin. I'm going to take it and give it a try now. This is big. This is absolutely huge right now. The players, they must be nervous. They're not showing it, but they must be nervous.
Oh, they're showing it. There's no hats in this one. They're keeping their perhaps they need a hat or two just to pull this
maybe.
win.
And it is exactly that. It doesn't surprise me to see Curpton thinking, you know what, I'm gonna go aggressive here with this Skellige list. Not gonna get bullied to potentially lose on even, but have to have as much as possible here in my armory. Not surprised at the Q choice. Spelling Bee still on the verge. I believe that would make him the first player from North America to reach a Masters final. In fact, I think it's the furthest any player from North America has got right now. In fact, it's not just diverse in terms of deck list this World Masters. We have players from all corners of the globe represented, even at the semi-final stage, which is really nice to see.
Oh gosh, America, it's time to represent here. And we see the Highland Warlord dropping immediately like Kerpeton normally does. I kind of hope to see Kerpeton's Frost list here. I'm sad that we're not seeing it yet. And yeah, let's just say if Spelling Bee loses this one, we are going to see it. But for now, these hands look pretty good on both players' ends. I think both are happy with the cards they drawed into in round one thus far.
I'm sure they will be. You can see access to both of these Warlords as usual for Kerpeton. I'd love to know how he does it. If he ever wants to give me a lesson in talent, I'd be willing. Of course, Vabiorn into Blood Eagle will get him the second one here. But yeah, quite a good set of hands for both players. Lots of access to most things they want. Lady of the Lake, of course, bringing the Aneromancy or the Amphibious Assault, maybe even both in that chain for Spelling Bee as well.
Indeed, and we see Fabian coming down there to get another raid card, gets the Blood Eagle, and is likely going to target that knight there, getting rid of the armor and taking the engine value away from it.
Most definitely, yeah, it does that. The engine closed, but you can see the kind of the issue that it has. Lots of damage, lots of and setup, but the tempo just it struggles early on. It's now managed to set up Kerpeton pretty well here, that value, but normally you'd see things like the Primal Savagery playing for frustrating value. It's doing 4 damage, and if it gets a death blow, it would be playing for 10. But you're not going to get a card that's going to give you that value in this Northern Realms matchup. You can set up as much damage as you like. They're going to keep boosting, keep finding ways to prevent you having Bloodthirst, frustratingly so. As you can see here over and over again, Spelling Bee keeping them out of Deathblow range, keeping them out of Bloodthirst range, making this a pretty tough one.
Yeah, ironically, this Northern Realms list loves a 2-0, but the Skellige list likes a long round 3 because the more you can set up those raid cards, they grow in a snowball effect almost. You want to play as many of those Highland Warlords as possible. You want to keep making the raid cards stronger. So normally when facing the Skellige list, you kind of try and deny a third round, if anything. So it will be interesting to see how this plays out. If Spelling Bee can get this round, I'm almost certain he's going to push round 2 and not allow for a round 3 to take place.
100%. The strategy, this Knights list, you know there's no heat wave. Drop that scenario and really go for it. The one advantage Kerpeton has here to try and aggressively take this is to jam his leader and play Sove, but it's such a huge amount of commitment. If he's going to do it, he has to do it now, and that is a lot of points. Is that what he's going to have to do here? The Herald is awkward. Everything else, not amazing. He's got a couple of basic bricks in hand, effectively.
Yeah, very awkward. Kerpeton just passes. Now, this could be a game decider right here.
See, I think it's probably the right decision, even though it's really difficult playing into that push from Northern Realms here. Giving the Sove and still losing the round, especially Sove plus leader, is game losing, and I think into that round he feels more confident. Given his hand, he could now play the Herald if he wanted. The War of Clans, I don't think is bricked anymore. It was in round 1, and I think there was so much engine value on the board for Spelling Bee that the pass is right for Kerpeton, but it's tough. It is not, it's not amazing here. As you can see, those Primal Savagery is just not going to help too often.
And Spelling Bee has a beautiful hand, drawn literally everything he needs, and he's going for it right off the bat, playing the artifact on the board and starting this potential 2-0.
Yeah, going straight in for this here. He knows what he's doing. He wants to push, as you point out, literally the hand of dreams for Spelling Bee.
He has everything. He even has Lady of the Lake to pull out Amphibious Assault, has Erendite ready to go. We see Kerperton playing Fukushia here. He does go for another Warlord, as Scaliger does, keep setting up those raid cards, making them bigger and bigger. Spelling Bee isn't here for it. He's going to play his cards before Kerperton can set it up even further.
That's what he's hoping for, and it makes sense for Kerperton here. It's a little bit slow, but the more value those raid cards have, the easier it is to remove the engines. If he so sways away from this plan, he's never going to get the value he's looking for. That Bloodthirst will be an impossibility. So now, for Spelling Bee, big decision. This is an option for him to drop now the Maiden Shield. Is this going to be the moment he decides to do it, or is he going to play one more engine first? Big moment here. Does decide instead to take that Amphibious Assault for a protected engine.
We see the Amphibious Assault coming out. What else are we going to see? Are we going to see Vandergrift? No, we're going straight for the 2-0. No carryover needed. And this is going to grow exponentially quick.
And that leader charge was absolutely huge there, because the proc instantaneously has just shielded the 2 units that were in reach for Kerperton to destroy. As a result, these raid cards, well, they're not doing anything. They're not going to get through. There's no Bloodthirst. There is no way of damaging these cards. It is painful. That still plays for 9, admittedly. That's pretty impressive, but look at how many points just keep on ticking.
The rain, however, did hit both of those cards with the shields. So they are, again, within potential killing range there. Now, is Spelling Bee going to play that Maiden Shield, though? Is it finally time to commit his other win condition?
I would say that Maiden Shield, if you're going to play it, you're going to be playing it pretty soon, is deciding to hold off right now. He's not putting all of his eggs in one basket. Instead, just allowing this Erendite to grow and grow and grow. Once again, placing those shields back on the lower value units. Really nice. I thought Lady of the Lake might end up being a little bit painful, open something up here. Didn't do that, and now you can see War of Clans at 5 damage. Wouldn't be surprised to see this Brockbar Warrior here. Instead, it just takes the Invader for pure value.
Makes sense. The Brockvar card would only have hit once, as it wouldn't have damaged one of the cards, getting its second punch out. Now, this is scary because Kerperton also really wants to have some of these cards in killing range so he can pull off cards like Primal Savagery and especially his Echo card. It's looking kind of scary here. Spelling Bee finally committing.
Ooh, that's interesting. He drops it front row, no leader charge, no worries whatsoever, and he wants this as the lowest value unit because he is planning on an Erendite right now. He wants to boost it and save as much of this leader as possible. Very nice strategy, and you can afford to do this when you're 32 points ahead with engines ticking. Kerperton normally would have been licking his lips thinking, okay, this is great, I can now finally use my Primal Savagery and get some value on this front row engine. It's still pretty slow though.
It's very slow. There's a 20-point difference here, which is astronomical, and you are right. That Erendite is going to play for a lot of points, and it's going to boost the smallest unit on your side of the board, which is the one that Spelling Bee wants to boost. You want to hit that Grace so you can proc the card. And Spelling Bee here, looking through his cards, he still has a Neuromancy as well. We see Erendite.
Not surprised to see
there.
that. Now you see a huge point gap, but looking at the hand state for Kerperton, he has plenty. If he jams his full leader right now and Champions charges, well, that is goodbye to the night. I would say Arnulf is a big swing as well, of course, a lot of points. Champions charge, farewell Maiden Shield, farewell Bronwen. And all of a sudden, that gap is a little bit closer. With 4 Bloodthirst as well, all of a sudden things are starting to open up for him. We can see an easy trade for Spelling Bee if he wants to take the heat wave here. But now he's going to be thinking, okay, how much longer is it safe for me to play? How far can I keep doing this? He decides he's still got a while yet. Wouldn't be surprised to see Sove any minute now, though.
After having committed so much, I think Spelling Bee is really going to just try and all out here. He's going to try and pull off the 2-0, hoping Kerperton didn't draw well. As we can see, Kerperton did get Sove, does have Harald, does have Blood Eagle. He's going to use Blood Eagle here to get some pretty powerful cards out as well, getting a 10-point play there with Skjerdal Drummond.
even more Bloodthirst coming down. Very nice choice there. He's now at 5 Bloodthirst. Sove, of course, would need 6 to get the extra value he's looking for if he is going to take out a little half root in a single turn.
Now, is it ever an option here to pass and bleed out both of Kerpeton's cards? Because
Sove gets it. Sove gets him out, I think. Sove is 20. Oh no, Sove doesn't get. Maybe that was the right play, but I think he's going to go for the carryover here. Going to play the Vandergrift, going to drop the shield here and says, you know what, I'm going to take this value instead. Sove, he did have that option. He could have got both cards there. But he's going for what potentially is a 2-0 instead. And it's possible. The 2-0 is a genuine possibility here. It is a big gap.
I do like it, however. Getting that resilience down, it still guarantees that Kerpeton's going to have to commit 2 cards here instead of 1. And you still end up getting a 6-point card through into the next round, which is big in a short round.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge here. Kerpeton now trying to work out. He needs 30 points effectively because there are 2 more points of engine value for Spelling Bee. Sove playing for 20 because he doesn't have the Bloodthirst here. Harold will make the extra difference up for him. But he's trying to he's doing the maths, trying to see what his best course of action is. I'm sure he's going to take the bear here, unless I'm miscounting something horribly. Yeah.
Obviously, the little halfer would have been ideal, but he just didn't have enough, and now has to play Harold. It's very, very close.
It is, but Harold into the Raider there is just enough. A little surprised, actually, that he took Harold into the Raider instead of Harold into yet another Highland Warlord, because that was also enough, regardless of where the ping landed, was enough by 1. But has managed to ping that shield off with a little bit of talent, at least. Draws well, though. This is
going to be interesting.
Is this the final game of the semi-finals? This is to get through to the final of World Masters. There are thousands. Did Kerpeton just pass? Or is that just a visual? Oh my, Kerpeton has just passed.
No!
He's done. He said that is it. I am out. Kerpeton says I cannot win from here. And Spelling Bee has just taken it. Kerpeton, no interest in playing into this, knows the Erendite exists and has said, you know what, I can't win. Jumps straight out. Wow. Spelling Bee, the underdog against the favorite, is going through to the final tier.
That's crazy. I would have liked to see that play out, though.
Same.
Just a quick pass from Kerpeton. I thought that was a visual bug at first.
So did I. I assumed it was that he'd finished his cards, but no. He'd drawn reasonably well there, I thought, but Morkvarg with no last say, I suppose. It could have been the... Wow. It was... he knows that Spelling Bee is sitting on a phenomenal hand. That was masterfully played. That... I think I won't tread on Seeley's toes. I won't go into the analysis of that Syndicate matchup, the draw, but big, big moments here. And we have our final lineup tier. Wow, that was an incredible series.
That's absolutely crazy. We're going to see Spelling Bee go through to the finals. Exceptionally well played. Well deserved. And
very well deserved indeed.
I think we can maybe hear what he has to say in just a second.
We can. Let's throw it to Ryan.
Unbelievable performance there, Spelling Bee. I cannot believe how this game just ended. I'm still in shock. I was watching the game, we were all watching here, and we were all thinking, like, how is this game, like the last round here actually going to take place? And suddenly Kerpeton just passes, and you're through. What was your emotion right there, and why do you think he passed?
I mean, I had 3 Echo cards. All of them were incredibly powerful, so I probably could have just won in round 2 had I used the leader charge, but I knew that in round 3, as long as I had Amphibious Assault and Ironmancy and Erendite, I would win. So, yeah, I expected a win regardless, so he just passed, I guess.
Awesome. Well, now it is only one final series between you and being the 4th ever GWENT World Masters champion. So, are you excited for the finals? And also, Danirai was actually saying that he would like to face you in the finals and destroy you because he sees that his lineup is quite favored against yours. Do you have a different opinion on that? And are you ready for that final series?
I mean, his lineup is the same as Cam's, and I thought Cam's was pretty favored as well. I still don't understand how I beat Cams. So yeah, I don't think I'm favored against Danrai. But yeah, definitely the worst of the two opponents to face, but I'll try my hardest, and we'll see what can happen out of it.
Well, do you have a secret to how you stay so calm? Because we've all been sweating here, but somehow you manage to just be stone cold and play your lineup how you want to play it, and it works out for you so far. So, what's your secret?
I mean, in the first two games I drew pretty well, so I felt pretty confident knowing the matchups that I would win. A little frustrated that I couldn't just win in the third game because I was only a point off, and if I didn't mulligan, I would have won. So that was a little bit annoying, but overall, yeah, just trying to stay calm and make sure that I make the right plays.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. You've proven yourself once again. Is there anything you want to say to the doubters that maybe now are finally shutting up? Because we saw that before the match, the divination result was quite in favor of your opponent, but you seem to prevail and don't care about all of that. So is there anything you want to say to the audience before moving on into the finals?
I mean, obviously, Kirby had the pedigree, so I know why people would obviously vote for him instead of me. But, you know, at the end of the day, Gwent is what it is, and I think we both played as well as we could, and yeah, whoever had the better deck at the end just won.
Well, it was you in this case. Huge congratulations once again from everyone here in the studio as well. Now, there is only one series waiting. But before we get to that, we have a lot of content for you lined up. First of all, obviously, we have the amazing Sealy coming back with an analysis. After that, we will have Casters and Borja introducing you into the next segment. But I don't want to spoil too much, so if Sealy's ready, then let's take it away. And yeah, let's see what she has to say.
All right, hello. I am ready indeed. It was a fairly fast series, but some cool moments happened there that I definitely want to talk about with you guys. Also, interview there from Spelling Bee. But yeah, let's take a peek at some of the key moments from this series. Now, this one is game number 1. We have Nilfgaard versus Scaligan. Of course, we are in round 2 mulligans right now, and the reason for why I wanted to highlight this is that a key moment happened here. Look at Kirpiden's hand. It is very, very good. He mulliganed into a Gutting Slash, which is a card they can't exactly play on a dry pass, leaves this last mulligan, plays Morkvarg, and plays Morkvarg here on a dry pass. Spelling Bee has passed. Spelling Bee knows because of spotters that Kirpiden's hand going into round 2 is going to be really, really, really good. So that motivates kind of Spelling Bee's dry pass here as well, and forces Kirpiten to potentially play a really good card, which he did. Now we can also see that this Raider was the first card that Kirpiten drew into in round 3. So if he would have taken one mulligan on a gold, like Blood Eagle for example, because you have Fukusia, you can get Blood Eagle back from your deck if you resurrect Bobbjörn. So if maybe there was another mulligan from Kirpiten's side, he could have avoided playing that Morkvarg on a dry pass. Because of that huge EVAR, the Morkvarg was about 19 points of value from Kirpiten in this round 3, so that definitely could have been a defining moment for this particular game. Now, let's move on to this one, where it's game number 3. We are playing, Kirpiten is playing against Spelling Bee's Knights. Here we can see the beauty of Bloody Good Friends and why it is included with the double pulling the strings. Now, Kirpiten doesn't even deal with this Immortals, even though he could poison him, and I think this is absolutely fabulous because Spelling Bee plays these engines, both of these damn sorceresses just get stolen really nicely here by Kirpiten. Look at that play in action, and there goes the second pulling the strings to pull it over to Kirpiten's side. Now, Bloody Good Friends might seem a little bit awkward sometimes with Drill, but this is the reason why it's in Kirpiten's deck. It really gets to shine here beautifully because Kirpiten was able to put 5 gang categories on the board in just 3 turns for those pulling the strings also to work out very nicely. So I think that was a beautiful moment for Kirpiten in this game. Also, he shortens he denies Erendite value by playing super aggressively here and gets round control, which is super, super important when it comes to a Knights matchup. Which leads me to the second highlight, which is actually from the same game. Now, as you can see here, Kirpiten has won round 1, is bleeding Spelling Bee here currently, decides to play the Jackal there, and also has Bloody Good Friends again on the board. Now Spelling Bee does a really cute play here where he plays the leader and the scenario, and this means Kerpiton does not get ahead after Spelling Bee plays the damsel in distress there, which is absolutely amazing for Spelling Bee. And if Kerpiton would have spent on either Bloody Good Friends or the Sea Jackal here, it could have been a little bit different, because Kerpiton after this decided to go all in. And as you may remember, we went into that super short round 3 where things got really, really intense. Spelling Bee could have won that game if he drew the Windhelm, because Kerpiton ended up missing a poison from Shady Vendor. And yeah, that poison is a little bit difficult to find in the first place, about 50% chance, but it was missed for Kerpiton, and the little bit better draws, and Spelling Bee could have had this game, but it went Kerpiton's way. Really, really intense game. I absolutely loved this one, and it was super fun watching it, so I hope you enjoyed watching these highlights with me as well. But yeah, Spelling Bee does take the series in the end, which was quite, I mean, a shocker maybe based on the divination challenges, but very well deserved, as I think both players had beautiful key moments in the series and in these games. So thank you guys for hanging out with me for this section. Now, Flake Mary claims that they may not be taking too good care of you viewers, but I'm sure that Tina and Lionheart, they do, as they will be taking care of you from here on. We are moving on to the brackets and continuing with the next segment of our broadcast.
And that is us back. Thank you so much, Celia. As you point out, both players had some wonderful moments there. But a huge shock, I think it's fair to say, with Spelling Bee going through deservedly, Tia. That is our final.
Yes, and I'm sure Flake is cheering in the background. We're going to see Canada in the finals. What year is this? And I apologize for my lights being off as always, as here in South Africa there are no electricity. So
it's fine. We go for the yin and yang once again. This happens to us all the time. It's absolutely fine. I will bring the lightness, you can bring the dark. It's okay. It's not, and it can represent the wonder of that last series. It really was incredible, and so much money just got won in that series. The prize pool for the semi-finals right now looking really tasty. Look how much money these players have taken home so far.
oh my gosh, that's a lot of zeros. What Spelling Bee got himself, what is that, $10,800?
That's nearly $11,000. Dan and I already up at 12, and the two players who've left taking over $8,000. Wow, that is more zeros than my Twitch mod Bassaside earns, but there are actually numbers other than zero in there. That is a lot of money, and the final is even bigger yet. That is huge. A lot of money on the line with two more players looking to really, really hype that up. A huge prize pool. A massive thank you to everyone at home who's contributed to that over the course of the year as well, supporting Gwent Esports with the gorgeous bundles that are a part of it, of course.
Absolutely, and I truly hope these players think it was worth it in the end. We saw some exceptional gameplay today. We're going to go through to the finals soon, but we're going to give the players time to prepare. In the meantime, we have so many announcements waiting for you guys. The first one coming up is going to be the developer discussion. It's going to be Ryan and John showing us some cool stuff that's coming out next year.
They are indeed. That's going to be coming up ever so shortly. A huge thank you to you for joining me as always, Tia. And I'm very pleased that the players just got us off nice and quickly there, raced through that series. They know it is my better half, Ghost Aya's birthday, so now I can continue with that while we watch the finals. It's been a delight joining you, and I really hope we get to cast some more Gwent in the future.
I truly hope so as well. Say congratulations for Ghost Aria for me, and I am sure I'm going to be celebrating as well. Now that was a very quick series, and I don't know what to do with my time now. I was preparing to go on for hours.
Well, we normally do, but that is us for this series. As you mentioned, we're going into the dev video, and seriously, don't take your eyes off. There is a lot of cool cards coming. If you thought yesterday was big, oh boy, these cards are huge. They really are. You will have Flake and Shinmiri taking you through the final, and Sealy coming back at the end as well, of course, to give you all that wonderful analysis. It has been an absolute joy. Thank you for being with me as always, Tia, and we will hopefully see you next time.
Thank you, Lionheart. Goodbye, chat. Until next time.
Bye, everyone.
Hello and welcome to today's 10.12 developer update. I'm joined by Jean and Shoop. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
good cakes for you, man.
what does Shoop has to say? What does he have to say?
I don't know. He makes me feel better.
Okay, that's good.
Let's roll. Let's roll.
Everyone needs a Shoop in their life. Today we are gathered here to show you a few brand new cards coming with Sacred and Profane, the upcoming card drop on Tuesday. So it's very soon. And we're here. I know everyone's waiting for the finals to happen. So congratulations already to the players that made it to the finals. But we'll see who's gonna be crowned World Masters champion later. Right now we've got a few cards to reveal, and obviously balance changes as well. We got some nerfs, some buffs prepared for you, or do we, Jean? Do we?
We do? Oh man, I didn't bring anything, so I sure hope you did.
Yeah. I've got something prepared.
Okay.
I'll just make it up along the way. But I think some
right.
people think that's how we do it anyway. So let's kick things off with the first brand new card. We already saw a card from this faction, so.
Yeah.
Maybe this fits into the whole theme. Let's see. Maybe it's something brand new. Here's the first look at Torres Var Emre's founder. And you might wonder why there is a little founder there. Well, it's the first version of this evolving card. So why don't we get into it? It's a 14 provision card, high-end card for 4 power. It's a human aristocrat cleric. And also it's got Doomed. So already negates a few strategies that try to exploit this. And its ability text reads, deploy, give spying to 3 units with provision costs of 10 or less from your opponent's deck, and then spawn base copies of them in your deck. Boost self by 1 for each provision below the limit, and then the order reads, banish up to 3 cards from your starting deck from your deck. When in hand or deck, evolve after you win a round. So this is the evolve effect that we have been introducing with this card drop, right? When in hand or deck, evolve after you win a round. So that excludes the graveyard, but if it's in your hand or deck, it's actually going to be evolving. So what can you tell me about this card, John?
Well, quite an influential one, right? Like, you get a lot of information about your opponent's deck. You get to set up your own deck with a few cards that are going to be assimilate triggers, right? Because they didn't start in there. And you even get to put a few spying already if you're playing down that route of synergies. Also, what should be considered is that we kind of gave it this amphibious assault treatment, right? Where if you pick very high-hand cards, you don't have a lot of tempo. But if you pick a lower-ended card and you kind of, break your own deck, then you can get to pretty high value on Torres, actually. If you only pick 4 provision cards, that's 6 times 3, and that's 22 points on the board. God damn.
Quite a lot. So I guess with all this flexibility, maybe you should be called Torres Var Emre's all-rounder instead of founder. But okay, let's take a look at the...
in this. It should also be pointed out that the order is a way to kind of counterbalance the lack of consistency that you will get from the deploy, as it kind of allows you to like remove some bad stuff from your deck. But it is limited to cards that actually started in there, because we don't just want you to take bad cards from your opponent's deck, get a lot of tempo, and just remove them right away. You do have to run these cards.
Well, I wonder if there's some cards that might benefit from, just being in the deck at the start, but then being banished. Some low provision cards maybe that you want to get rid of straight away.
Yeah, that's very likely.
Very likely. So let's take a look at the second version, Torres Var Emre's Highest Priest, and he's still a human aristocrat cleric for power 14 provision. That stays the same, but his ability now reads assimilate, deploy, return an allied unit to your hand and give it doomed, excluding self, then play a card. I know this ability. Jean, what have you done here?
Yeah, so something I actually really like about this pattern of card we're introducing in Sacred and Profane is how we can expect you to play them at a specific moment of the game, and then we kind of tweak the ability around this. So, for instance, with the Founder version, what we want you to be doing is play around with the cards that you have added to your deck. But you only get to do that if you've actually played it early enough in the game. And that's what we can ensure with the Founder version, right? Because you only get to play it in round 1, maybe round 2. And then when you get to round 3, we remove that ability, and then you get this simple but very impactful one that basically allows you to replay any card that is on your board, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I must say, I specifically love the fact that you might have mentioned it somewhere already, that these cards are different from the previous evolving cards or evolution cards, where they got strictly better in a sense, while these actually give you flexibility and different purpose in different rounds, which is really cool.
Yeah, we wanted to play around with this idea of dilemmas, and you have to pick one of these effects, and you're not gonna get to play the other one, right? So yeah, Thunder sounds like a really cool thing, but at the same time, Highest Priest exists, and that's an also really impactful effect.
Exactly. Now, during Masters on day 1, on the Saturday, we already saw the reveal of Tyr, the Skellige card. So why don't we take a look at the other Skellige card? Oh, coming right up here, and it's Svalbard, also a known face, or I don't know if you could really describe that as a face, but he's got 10 power, 13 provision, is a beast, and his ability reads: deploy, damage all units by 1. Whenever a bear abomination enters your side of the battlefield, repeat the deploy ability. The first time you deal 6 damage to units each turn, spawn Svalbard Fanatic on this row. Okay. It's a big boy.
All I can say is that Svalbard is back, and, you know, he creates fully around them, like everyone gets damage, everyone's on the same level, even himself. But obviously, if you run this card, what we expect you to be doing is make sure that you actually benefit from your own units getting damaged. And so Svalbard is meant to support this specific type of stealth wound that isn't necessarily the tall version that we can see with, you know, Melusine and whatnot, but more of a wide version, right? Where you're running cards like the Bear Witcher Mentor, I believe, and the Boar also, right? Cards that wants a lot of units to be damaged and are gonna get big value out of it.
Yeah, a big chunky beast. I'm going to be interested to see what the most optimal way of playing this card is, because I feel like there's a few different approaches. Just having a 10 power beast, another one of those, is also quite interesting. Maybe gives you some more flexibility. All right, moving on to Bourge's green favorite faction now. We already had a reveal of the Squirtle card by our awesome caster Lionheart. And Jean. Jean has really been doing some overtime here. So there's one more left to reveal, and let's take a look at Quarixis, or Quarixis, depends how you want to pronounce it. A 5 power, 13 provision relic card, and it has Harmony. And whenever you play another relic, spawn and play Lockfane Convergence. Okay, so there's yeah, please, Jean.
Some of you that have seen the reveal with Lionheart might have remembered him pointing out that Dana was a relict. Interesting, he would point that out.
Interesting.
And yeah, what can I say? Well, with the buffs we did to Harmony in 10.7, the introduction of a card like Chameleon allowed Harmony to become less restricted in terms of the categories it ran, and we notably saw that the leader ability Call of Harmony wasn't played as much. So Quarixis as a card aims at giving you big incentive to actually run Call of Harmony and relicts in general. And you can even expect some relicts love to happen in this bench patch. Not a lot, but enough to be interesting. Awesome. And for those of you that don't remember, Lockfane Convergence is this card that usually was spawned by the Lockfane scenario, which will allow you to create a bronze Squirtle unit of a primary category that is not on your board, guaranteeing that you will get an Harmony trigger. So not a lot of relicts you can play, but every one of them is going to count a lot in terms of triggers and points.
Awesome. Lots of points for Squirtle. Now let's see what the enemy of Squirtle has prepared. We already saw Sealy reveal the goddess herself, Melitele. I'm quite jealous of that reveal. But it's only right that with Melitele joining the game, we also have the Temple of Melitele, right? Congregation being its first form, a location. It's doomed, immune and resilience, so quite a lot of tags already on it. It also has a big deployability, saying create a legendary unit from your faction that is not in your starting deck 3 times, and then shuffle them into your deck. Order, draw a unit of your choice and boost it by your hand size. Then shuffle a card back to your deck. While in hand or deck, evolve after you win a round. So as usual, the first version of this card, and quite a lot of flexibility once again with this one.
Yeah, so with Melitele supporting this kind of shuffling archetype, we also wanted the Temple of Melitele to play in that same fashion. So this first version of the Temple of Melitele, well, obviously there's the order, that's one more shuffle that you're going to be able to do, and with that big boost on top of it. But even the deploy, well, when you're playing that shuffling deck, you can expect to get a lot of consistency actually out of it. Like, you get to see a lot of your deck and get to manipulate your hand a lot. And so even though you are losing some consistency by adding these big cards to your deck, we think it can be a very cool way to profit from like all of that consistency that you already have.
Awesome. So how does the second half of this card, Pilgrimage, the second version, actually play into this then? It has deploy, shuffle an allied unit back to your deck, and then shuffle an enemy unit of the same power or less back to your opponent's deck. And then the order reads, play the shuffled unit from your deck.
Well, I kind of consider Pilgrimage to be kind of very improved casting contest version, you know, where you're not limited to bronzes, you are going to be able to replay the card you've shuffled back to your deck, and more importantly, you can even use it as removal, right? As long as, like, and even total removal if you're willing to sacrifice some boost that is on.
Yeah, so lots of shuffling going on here in Northern Realms. And all right, I think that is it for the Northern Realms faction. Now, up next would be Monsters, but Thea Beastie and you already did an awesome job of revealing Lilith's Omen. I think that has to be my favorite card art of this whole release. I mean, it's kind of the typical edgy one that I kind of like in Gwent, but there are certainly other ones that people will maybe flock to, like Melitele, I think is also really, really awesome. The other card, I think we'll reveal that a little bit further into the future. I think it plays a really nice role in the trailer. Yes, we will actually have a trailer coming out for this card drop. So, won't spoil it now. Moving on to the next faction, and that would
wonder what's that card?
Well, let's keep people guessing for now. Let's hide our faces and quickly move on to the next faction, being Syndicate. And here we've got the one and only Saint Gregory. First version being called Justicar, a human cleric Firesworn, 5 power, 14 provision, also doomed. And then the deployability reads, boost stealth by 1 for each unit you control, and gain a coin for each Firesworn card you control. And then also it has the evolving text.
Yeah, Saint Gregory is pretty straightforward, honestly. He's focused on wide board synergies and, well, more particularly Firesworn synergies, because come on, if you're playing wide in Syndicate, you don't get that many options in the first place. And yeah, a card that is going to get a big amount of tempo, good points value, and that you can easily drop in 1/1 if you want to gain control.
What more do you want? Power and coins. So let's take a look at the second version, Martyr. And this one doesn't only have Doom, but also Insanity. And its deployability reads, damage an enemy unit by the number of Firesworn cards on this row. Fee 2, damage an enemy unit by 1. And then Berserk 1, boost all allied Firesworn units by 1. And damage all enemy units by 1, then destroy self. Okay, so this one seems like a bit more aggressive than the first version.
Yeah, absolutely. And we played around with the idea of Martyr and actually St. Gregory making a Martyr out of himself by clicking his theme with Insanity until it triggers his own Berserk. Yeah.
That's very flavorful, I must say. Very
And you'll get a lot of points out of it. So, pays out to be a Martyr.
You'll have to see it. All right. There's a second one, a second card for Syndicate that we want to show you, and that is Count Reuven's Treasure. A resilient card, a resilient artifact, and it has profit 0. Increase the profit by 1 for each crime in your starting deck. And then it reads, deploy, create a bronze crime with provisions equal or less to the excess coins gained from the profit. Whenever you gain coins, gain counters equal to excess amount gained, and at the end of your turn, lower the counter by 1 and gain a coin. Counter 0. So there's lots of keywords here and lots of counters that count each other in a sense. So why don't you please help me out here?
Yeah, so Count Reuven Treasure kind of joined the ranks of these more experimenty syndicate cards that we've printed in the past. Kendall being probably the most common, famous example out of them. And so it basically acts as a second pouch, right? Where the card is going to stick on the board for two rounds, and every turn it's going to tick down and give you back the coins that you should have lost through excess profits, right? And one thing to consider is that so the deploy gets you a crime based on the excess amount of coins you've gained. So you're kind of expected to play Count Reuven's Treasure when you already have some coin in your pouch and with like a big profit value, right? So not only are you gonna get the crime, but also this is from the get-go gonna get counted in the counter, right? Like giving you an initial base of coins to take back from the treasure.
I see. So now your opponent not only has to keep track of your one single pouch, but also your hidden treasure. Well, not so hidden, it's going to be obvious on the board, but still. One more thing to keep in mind while playing against the shady syndicate.
In a way, it's a form of tax collector with a few more conditions on it.
A few more steps. Okay, that's it for Syndicate. Both cards now revealed. And with that, we will conclude this segment and move on to the balance changes that are also coming with update 10.12, so this Tuesday. And I think we can start right away with the, infamous, I will say, Renfrey.
Oh my god.
And there's actually two things that we changed here. I think we can straight up call it nerfs. The first one being Renfrey Blessing of Kindness. It now reads, the first time you play a unit on your side of the battlefield each turn, and then the old effect continues. And then also Renfrey Curse of Sloth has been nerfed. Now you get to play a bronze unit from your hand and then look at the top 3 units from your deck and draw 1.
Yeah, so Nerfrey is still quite a bit of a hot topic among the community. But our perspective on it is that we're actually quite satisfied with the way the card settled after the 10.8 nerfs. In particular, the card used to be run in like pretty much all decks, and it moved to the space where there's like very dedicated decks that want to use it. The 2 main deck lists being the Vampire Monster deck list and the Nilfgaard midrange one. And we think, in terms of space, in terms of the number of deck it is, in terms of the representation of the meta, we think that's fine. That being said, the NG midrange deck in particular has been on the top of the meta for a few months. It used to be because of Nausicaa Sergeant, then it really used Spotter, and more recently it got to use this new NG Knights as like this new midrange package it's making use of. We think that this is mainly an issue coming from the deck itself rather than Renfrey, but we still decided to iron out some of the options of Renfrey that are kind of universally considered to be more desirable.
Yeah.
The first one of these is Blessing of Kindness, where at the start of when Ren 3 was released, it wasn't necessarily directly acknowledged as the stronger option. With time, it really solidified as people got used to playing around it. The thing is, our intention with it was to allow you to conditionally get 2 points per turn. And obviously, if you're able to play more cards than this, well, you get more points per turn. And we thought that it was fair to lock it to that initial intention of, no, only 2 points per turn maximum.
Makes sense.
And when it comes to Curse of Sloth, it kind of dodged nerfs in 10.8. But this time we wanted to limit a bit the effect. So instead of being able to draw any cards from your deck, you're going to be limited to the top 3. This is not necessarily major in terms of change, but it will create some consistency loss. And I think this is going to make the option less universal, less something that you should always take if it's offered to you.
All right. That brings us to the next neutral card that we're going to be changing right here. So All God is actually part of our little spicy winter event. I won't say too much about it, but we have a little bit of a change right here, also to offering, because it is now included in All God's text. All God, first of all, got a point buff, but also you have to pay 1 more provision. And he still boosts 3 units in your deck by 2, but now increase the number of targets by 1 for each offering in your starting deck. And then offering was changed to destroy a unit with 4 power or less, and then boost an allied unit in your deck by 2.
Yeah, with All God being on the spotlight, we wanted to give him a bit of love. So the first main thing is this reward to offering, which offering was a weird card, and the only uses we ever really saw of it were more me than anything, and are probably not really relevant anymore now that there are more ways to copy. So this new offering version is a special kind of removal, right? That is able to, ignore stuff like armor and shield, but at the same time is more likely to brick if there isn't a target that is found. And the reward for using it is similar to All God, right? You get to put a boost in your deck.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to All God, we added this new effect where you're going to be able to pick more targets if you have actual offerings in your deck, allowing you to set up more carryover, but also to get more units boosted, meaning that in a way it's more consistent. You are more likely to actually find one of these units that you've boosted through All God in your deck.
Awesome. Great change. And speaking of change, we've got the Doppler, who also received a little bit of a buff. First of all, now it's 2 power instead of 1, and a brand new ranged ability, which now reads boost self by 1 for each unique primary category among units in your hand. So, go on.
Yeah, so Doppler definitely was one of these old and really forgotten cards. So our idea was that instead of Doppler being only about mono category decks, which was always a bit weird because if you're playing mono category, why are you running Doppler? We also make it work with multi-category decks, right? So with mainly in mind Harmony, but let's be honest.
Yeah.
The thing is, the card by itself is not necessarily that amazing for Harmony, but it is a relict. And with Corexis, that changes everything, right?
That is quite a nice tag now to have, true. All right, moving on to Nilfgaard. First of all, Guillaume de l'Enfal is being reduced in power, now only 2 instead of 6. That's quite a drastic change, but at the same time, he now boosts self by the number of allied knights on his row. So I guess in some cases, if you don't have the knights in your game plan and on your board, even on the row, it's definitely less points, but you can kind of play around if you actually play him in a knight deck, right?
Yeah. Guillaume was this main engine powering the, NG Knight mid-range package, because it was able to multiply the value of boosts. And this is a common trend you're going to see in the changes we've done to NG, is we wanted to hit the mid-range package, but we do think that the full-on deck is actually fine, the full-on NG Knight deck, and so we wanted to make sure that changes we would do to nerf the mid-range package wouldn't necessarily affect the proper NG Knight deck. So in this case, well, if you're just running at mid-range, you're at best gonna get 1 or 2 Knights, so Guillaume gets like quite a power nerf reduction. But if you're actually playing a bunch of Knights, you can expect him to be on the same power level or even have more power than he used to.
Awesome. We actually have quite a few Nilfgaard changes, so let's take a look at the next slide where we have Milton, Palmerin, and Spotter all getting a nerf, either by provision or by power, and Ivar, well, you could say it's a nerf in a sense, even though he gets a power, because usually you trade him to the opposite side, which means that the opponent now will have 1 more power.
Yeah, so let's talk first about Milton and Palmerin. Palmerin actually a buff going from 8 provision to 7, while Milton is a nerf going from 6 to 7.
Oh yeah.
The idea here is that Milton was part of the mid-range package, right? But that wasn't the case of Palmerin. So this kind of funky provision exchange allows us to, again, punish the mid-range package, but when it comes to the actual NG Knight deck that is going to expect it to be run both Milton and Palmerin, the total amount of provision for the combo is the same.
It's actually kind of cute now that they both have 7 provision, I must say.
Yeah. And when it comes to Ivar, so obviously the change is a nerf in the sense that on its pre-adrenaline effect, the exchange you're doing is worth 2 less points in total. But what is slightly interesting is that if you like, if it was being bricked for you or this kind of stuff, on post adrenaline it is actually 1 more point, right? Because then its base power is higher, and you're only damaging by 9, right? By 4. And finally, when it comes to Spotter, even though we nerfed it on the previous patch and it added a decent effect on its play rate, the card is still quite solid and dominant. So we decided to go with 1 more nerf, this time power.
Yeah, 3 power seems enough for a Spotter on the tree. All right, next up, Imposter and Tibor. First of all, Imposter gets a little bit of an addition where whenever you play an aristocrat on your side of the battlefield, if there are at least 4 different statuses or stati on your opponent's side of the battlefield, boost it by 1. And then Tibor drops a provision, so a little bit lighter to run.
Yeah. With the Reese of Artfane, we're doing a bit of support for statuses and aristocrats. And, well, Imposter was kinda the leader ability for that deck ever since we made that tweak in 9.0 where we made some synergies with statuses. But we felt like the ability could benefit from having a clearer incentive to play around the strategy, right? And so the goal of this passive isn't necessarily to bring in a lot of points, but now it kind of gives you this objective of, okay, I want at least 4 different statuses to be on the board, and that's going to give me a bit of reward, right? And when it comes to Tibor himself, it's a card we've been very careful about because, as players probably know, there was this usage in Imperial Practitioner spam decks. But things kind of settled, and honestly, even though it produces really oppressive and silly rounds, the deck never really developed. It has very poor win rate. It is quite abusable if you push it in round 1. And as such, we think that lowering the provision isn't really going to affect that Imperial Practitioner deck, but it will make the card easier to run in the deck it was properly designed and intended for, which is the Status deck.
Yeah. All right, up next, a card from Syndicate that loves jumping onto our dev streams, loves being in the spotlight. So it's Tunnel Drill once again, a 5 power, 7 provision card that people have seen in many Syndicate decks. Now, profit 2, fee 2, damage an enemy unit by 3. Okay, I like where this is going. Cooldown 1. Whenever you play a crime, reduce the cooldown by 1. Okay, I see what you did there.
Yeah, so in 10.11, we made changes to Sigurd Mastermind. in order to target the Tunnel Ray combo.
Yeah.
These changes did not produce what we hoped they would. Tunnel Drill stayed a very, very popular combo, and players were more than happy to run Congregation. Not Congregation. Help me, Ryan.
What do you mean?
Collusion.
Collusion.
Very happy to run Collusion if it meant having this Tunnel Drill on the board, able to get a lot of stuff with a lot of coins. What we concluded is that having both a fee that is spammable and is gonna give you control, and an advantageous combined like coins and points exchange, that cannot be allowed to coexist.
Yeah, you can't have both. You can't have the cake and eat it.
And the thing is, we already have a card that is a spammable control fee. That's worse than Freak Show. So our idea is that, okay, so Tunnel Drill Identity is more geared toward having a good damage to coins exchange, but we gotta restrict it, and that's why it's now locked under cooldown, but there isn't any condition anymore on getting the good exchange, right?
All right.
We did leave some synergies with tactics, where if you get a tactics, you're actually going to be able to use the fee again. So this way, you might still be able to use it to, maybe if you're really smart, 3 times on the same turn. But that's it. And when it comes to Sigurd and Mastermind, we will monitor how he reacts after these changes, and consider a potential revert of the changes we did in 10.11 if we think they are necessary.
Interesting. Yeah, the Mastermind usually reacts quite cleverly, so I think Skellige players are also always very clever. So Swanrich and Drake have been changed. Why have we made these changes, Sean?
Honestly, old school cards that didn't really see a point in their current form. Sverige Tursic used to be about Bloodthirst and would just boost itself. Dragbondu was this kind of old design of what we call the Lord cards that just say, hey, +1 to all of the cards from my category.
Yeah.
So instead, since we are supporting Warrior and Graveyard interaction with Tier, we kind of took this opportunity to come back to them. In the case of Svanrik Tursic, we made it synergize with cards going to the graveyard, and kind of opened this possibility of playing it as a mini heist Tursic, especially if you're like playing that same leader ability, right? And when it comes to Dragmondu, well, I'm gonna go with the lore thing, but his Songs of Past Glory warms up the bone of old Skellige warriors. I like it. So yeah, basically he improves the card in your graveyard, and that way when you actually resurrect them, they're gonna come back even stronger.
Even stronger warriors out of the graveyard. That's what Skellige loves. There's 2 more cards that we want to highlight in the 2 remaining factions. First of all, monsters, and monsters get a change to Ruin. First of all, only 3 power now instead of 4, but with the changed text, which now reads Deathwish, summon self from your graveyard to your melee row and consume your lowest power unit, excluding self. Very nice.
Yeah, so for a long time, Ruin and Deadlife have kind of been fighting for very similar design spaces, actually. Well, there are cards that, on Deathwish, come back from your graveyard one way or another.
Yeah.
This rework at Ruin kind of aims at making it feel more special, and doing so by giving him a consume on Deathwish, right? So every time you consume him, you get another consume, basically. We'll see how this reworks ends up working out, and if we need to come back to it, we will.
I'm putting you on the spot right here, but if you have multiple ruins on the road, do they all exclude ruins, or can one ruin eat another ruin?
Yeah, we did put this hidden restriction of a Ruin is not able to consume another Ruin, because we very quickly saw that this could degenerate.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Nice. All right, 1 more to go, and now we go to Northern Realms. And here we have Griffin Witcher Mentor. Now reading Deploy, draw your top unit and boost it by 1. Then shuffle a card from your hand back to your deck. Adrenaline 4, draw your 2 top units and boost them by 1. And then shuffle 2 cards from your hand back to your deck instead. What can you say about this one?
Well, Griffin Witcher Mentor was originally designed with Griffin in mind, right? And the card never really hits the mark, especially due to Griffin never really hitting the mark and being limited to meme strategies.
Sorry, Crozier.
Things happen. Anyway, so this change kind of aims at pivoting the card toward more of the shuffling archetype. So you get 1 more point on non-adrenaline, but way more importantly, you get 2 shuffles at the same time on adrenaline.
The double
which
shuffle.
means, yep, which means you get to potentially move back to your deck both Melitele and Traveling Priestess at the same time. More triggers, right?
Pretty nice. All right. I think that concludes our little look at the upcoming balance changes and also the cards that are coming with the card drop on Tuesday. So lots to play around with. I'm excited to try it out myself. And Jean, is there anything left to say? I think there was one mention that you wanted to make about the game modes, right?
A few precisions, yeah. So in the last 2 expansions, we've had this Trial by Fire seasonal where people could test the new cards. This time we're not doing it, mainly because we felt like it didn't make as much sense due to the fact that we have a lower amount of cards and they're more spread across different strategies. So it would have been kind of weird to have like a deck with only 1 new card.
Yeah.
So yeah. Instead, what you will be getting is the Our Battle Will Be Legendary seasonal that we announced last time, but due to issues on our end, didn't end up making it. So hopefully this time you will be able to play it.
Hopefully it will truly be legendary this time around.
Truly.
Well, that's it from us. I think the actual truly legendary battle is about to start right after this video because it's going to be time for the World Masters Finals. Can't believe it's already been a year, another year of Gwent and esports. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you, John, for taking the time, and Shoop as well, for giving you comfort. And yeah, let's all say bye together. Bye.
See you, everyone.
But wait, there's more as always. And yeah, before we get to the finals, we will actually see something very, very special. So we were supposed to have the trailer for Sacred A Profane come out on Tuesday when the update launches with the 12 new cards, which you already saw. But if I counted correctly, we have 11, so we're missing 1 more card. So we prepared a very nice trailer for you. But before I show it, I want to thank everybody who made the trailer happen because I thought we would maybe not make it, but it's here, it's ready. And wait. Hello? Yes? Perfect, yes. So the Academy just called. Apparently we're gonna get an Oscar for this one. So without further ado, let's watch it and then we'll go back to Jean and Ryan for one final video.
We all have things in which we believe. The life-giving harvest, bounty, fertility, never-ending peace and tranquility. The great sun in its light, warmth, and power. Brave, unyielding warriors who never cower. Some choose to believe in the cleansing might of fire, while others cry havoc, wreak destruction in ire.
Hello, Jean. We have gathered for something very special today. I actually can't believe it's happening, and we get to talk about it finally with everyone. You might have seen the trailer by now, and it's not a big surprise who we're going to talk about, but it's a card that everyone has missed. Well, maybe not everyone. Maybe there's a few deniers, a few haters out there, but the majority of you actually want to see this card back in the game. So let's bring it back into the game, and this is the form that is going to be returning to the game. Dagon is back, and he has been promised, which is why he is called Dagon. Promised. Another relic joining the ranks of relics in Gwent. A big one as well. 8 power, 14 provision. And as you can see, this is another evolving card. So this is the first version, reading being doomed. Deploy. Infuse 5 units in your deck with Death Wish. Boost the lowest power allied unit by 2 and worship Dagon. We shall all worship Dagon. And then spawn Call of the Depths in your graveyard. Order. Consume an allied unit. And then whenever you play a Death Wish unit, boost it by 1. I think we can take a look at Call of the Depths right after this, but or do you want to talk about this first?
No, I think we do need to show Call of the Depths so that the card is easier to understand.
Here it is, a relic as well. An artifact which reads, after Dagon has been worshipped 4 times, spawn Dagon, promised on your melee row and banish self. So you get the first version of Dagon, the first of the 2 evolutions, and it jumps onto your melee row, and then this disappears. So let's take another look at Promise then.
Yeah, so first I want to talk about Beta Dagon, right? That used to be about weathers. The thing is, we didn't feel like it worked as well in the current context. So yeah, we decided to change route and went down the idea of making a Death Wish card. And we really focused on this theme of Dagon is coming back, baby. And in this Promise form, the way he's coming back is that if you manage to trigger enough of these Death Wishes that he infused, 4 out of 5, well, Dagon's literally comes back to your board. And that can be in a different round. That's fine. And like this ability to inject Death Wish in the cards in your deck, that allows you to, well, improve Death Wishes that you already have, but that also allows you to literally put more Death Wishes in your deck, right? So common problem is that you might run out of Death Wishes, for instance. The stuff that are going to trigger owned or stuff that are going to get pulled out with Brewer's Ritual. Well, you just get to have more targets now.
Awesome. So kind of the design is leaned at the community. You know, if you worship long enough, if you believe long enough, then what was promised shall return. All right, take a look at the second version, Dagon Risen. So once he's back and you actually won a round and it was in your hand or in your deck, you get this bad boy. At the end of the turn, increase the counter by 1. And then it reads Death Wish. Trigger abilities up to the counter's value. So, just quick explanation. If you have counter 5, you get all the 5 counter abilities. If you have counter 1 and you eat Dagon or kill Dagon and the Death Wish triggers, you only get the first one. So the first one reads, summon the lowest power bronze Death Wish unit from your graveyard to this row. The second one reads, boost all allied units in this row by 1. The third one reads, spawn Storm. Spawn Storm for 2 turns on the opposite row, and then damage the 2 lowest power enemy units by 2 is the fourth one. And finally, the fifth, and obviously the best one, spawn a base copy of self in your hand. Another Dagon! And then there's the counter. So, all right, Jean, jump into it.
Yeah, so we did keep a bit of weather, right? But yeah, the idea for Risen was making a very high-end Death Wish card, right? And it's going to grow and become bigger the more it stays on your board until you actually consume it. And on the very last point, as you said, he comes back to your hand and he just gives you card advantage. Like, Dagon does this kind of stuff.
He just breaks
do
the
it.
I love it. All right, that's Dagon for you. Breaking the game, being back. There's some weather mixed in. Actually, everything I kind of hope for is kind of being realized here. So not only 1 Dagon, there's 2 Dagons, 3 Dagons if you call of the Depths. So plenty to go around for everyone. thank you very much for explaining this card for me. I can't wait for everyone to try it out live in the game this Tuesday. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching, and catch you later.
See you next time.
Hello, Flake. I believe you are muted, but he's back. Dagon is back, and this is a topic that we have spoken about before a while ago. What do you have to say for yourself, Flake?
Well, finally, it's not June 1st, that's for sure. We finally got to see Dagon come back, and yeah, you need some sort of law degree to realize what the hell it actually does, because there's about 17 chapters worth of text on it, but it's a pretty cool effect nonetheless. But you and I spent about 10 episodes of Flake Miri, an old school podcast we used to do, talking about the Dagon rumor report. Well, frankly, here it is. Your prayers have been answered, ladies and gentlemen, much like that gigantic campaign by whatever the hell is that dude's name was who brought us Renfrey that made everyone happy. There you have it. So this one's on you, community. If you don't like it, well, sleep in the bed you made. But it's a lot of cool cards. And honestly, Dagon, when we're bringing it back to old school Gwent, Dagon is and ever shall be the most powerful deck / leader that has ever existed in Gwent. Not even close. That's a fact.
Really cool card. Lots of stuff going on. Can't wait to do a deep dive onto the analysis on Dagon, as well as all the other cards on my stream probably tomorrow. But we've got a tournament to finish. We've got Danarai versus Spelling Bee in an epic showdown for the finals of Season 4 World Masters.
Oh, we do, and I'm repping my Canadian colors right here. I've got my Canada scarf going on. I wore this at the Olympics in Vancouver when Canada beat the USA for the gold medal in men's hockey, which was awesome. But we've got another finals that we have to get to, which is, again, it's going to be the GWENT Masters Season 4 finals. And let's take a look at the money and just the prize pool in general and the significance of what matters. First of all, both players are already, in that 5-digit, bank range already. All of them have 10 Gs in the bank already. There's a $18,000 match stake, which again is similar to the other match stakes. But on top of that, the winner gets even more on top of that.
That is mind-blowing amounts of money. If either of these players 3-0 in the finals, they could be looking at a payday close to 50 grand, Flake.
Yeah, and depending on how things go in the next couple of weeks, you might be able to afford Twitter at that point. You could buy Twitter with that kind of money, with the rate that tire fire is burning. But yeah, honestly, it's a lot of money. There's 18 grand that just goes directly to the winner, an extra little reward, and well deserved as well. And we talk about divination results and all that kind of thing. A player like Spelling Bee, who was on 9-1 kind of underdog when it came to people's opinion of them pulling it out, and at the end of the day, he was so damn good that Kerpiton just didn't even want to see the end of the game. He just walked out. He said, screw this. You're way too much for me to handle. And Spelling Bee, repping Canada, repping North America, we haven't seen this kind of representation in a long time.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to see North America, Canada in the finals here. What do you guys think between Danarai from Poland and Spelling Bee from Canada? It is a 61 to 39% in favor of Danarai. I'm surprised we even have any numbers here. I wouldn't have been super shocked if we had no data. Like if 0 people predicted Danarai versus Spelling Bee in the finals, because I would say these are not favorites in the tournament coming in, but they have proven themselves so far, run the gauntlet, and had some amazing plays this weekend already.
Well, Gwent is evolving, and with the card game and the rules and the new content that we get for the game, so are the players, and so are those who have really invested in it, especially in Season 4. It's no longer a situation where, maybe several years ago, you can go ahead and pick any one of the opens or challengers and said, well, there's probably going to be Tailbot, Colabon, Freddy Babes, yada, yada, yada. We'll see all those names. That's no longer the case. There's a constant flux of players who are innovating, who are putting the time and the work in, and here we have it. It's Danarai versus Spelling Bee in the finals. Whoever wins this best of 5 series is going to be your Season 4 Grand Champion, and that is a big-time title. That is quite the feather in the cap.
Indeed, it very much is. Let's take a quick recap at the decks they're bringing. Danurai will be on blue coin, so we'll take a look at his decks first. He'll be on blue coin in games 1, 3, and 5. He had the Imprisonment Renfrey list, Onslaught, Pirates, and Line Pockets Syndicate, and Precision Strike Control Maddock Waylay list.
Indeed, and like we can dig into these as much as we have already. I think that it's kind of just sort of beating a dead horse at this point. We know what the key cards are. We know what the strategies are. We know what the weaknesses that they're looking to exploit. So let's just go to Spelling Bee here, who's going to be on Renfrey Imprisonment. Royal Inspiration has been a revelation here at the tournament as well, Shinmiri. Pirates Cove with Syndicate and Overwhelming Hunger is the monster representation.
Yeah, Deathwish, a lot of unique decks and archetypes in this finals, which I love to see. The only repeat deck is that Imprisonment Renfrey list, which I kind of expect to be banned by both players. It's kind of been in their MO this weekend so far, banning opponents Nilfgaard. So we might see a matchup with 6 unique decks, which would be really, really cool to wrap up the finals this weekend. Let's go to take a look at the ban screen and see if they actually did indeed ban both Nilfgaard decks, and they have. Wow, Flake, this is a nice treat, I think. I really love to see this.
This is certainly a beautiful thing to behold over here. Again, we're going to be able to see a myriad of different factions. We've got Skellige, Syndicate, Scoia'tael, Monsters, Northern Realms. It is going to be just a cornucopia of options, as there's frankly no lists that are using the same ability here. So 6 unique abilities are represented at the World Masters. That is a great testament to the viability of so many different lists. And it's not just the finals, it's through and through the whole tournament. We have seen quite the amount of different leaders represented, and I'm very intrigued to see those infographics that get put out by the community after the fact of how they played, how red coin versus blue coin, how those results were. It's a good point. It's a very good thing to look at.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm happy to be able to cast this Deathwish deck as well. We haven't been able to cast it so far. So this is a little bit of a rematch of the last quarterfinal from yesterday, Spelling Bee against Cams, because Cams and Danurai prepped together. They have the same deck lineup. Spelling Bee was able to barely eke out a win versus Cams 3-2. It was very, very close series, but he did win. So if he could pull it off again, Spelling Bee could be our champion of World Masters Season 4. But Danurai at the same time has said that, hey, I've been sitting in on the prep that Cams did for Spelling Bee, this past week. I saw the games that happened yesterday. I already have a plan, a few small different things that I could do to improve my chances and maybe flip that 2-3 into a 3-2 victory.
Yeah, no, honestly, this is where teams and prep and having that kind of support system really plays into it. And people might think, well, what good is a team? It's an individual sport, as it were. But the team prep, the team knowledge, the shared strategy and approaches that people are going to kind of be able to pool together to have a better picture of how to approach certain matchups. It is a key element to this. It's not, being on a team isn't just about having 3 letters in front of your name with an underscore. That's not what it is. It's honestly more than that. It's about having somebody to bounce ideas off of, to play the villain in all of your practice matches. And when you have a teammate or somebody that you rely on who's also in the tournament, that doubles down on a lot of that intense prep work. So Spelling Bee, I'm not going to lie here, I don't know what the support system is for somebody like Spelling Bee, who he's practicing with or how he's preparing for the tournament. But ultimately, just like you mentioned, Danurai having that kind of insight into how to approach Spelling Bee's roster, that is going to be incredibly important.
Yeah, I mean, I believe from what I know, Spelling Bee just preps by himself, doesn't have a team or doesn't have a support system, which makes his run to the finals even more impressive.
Dude, you got all of Canada behind you, Spelling Bee. That's what I mean. We're not exactly like, getting dirty in the trenches with you trying to practice Gwent or anything, but we're all cheering for you, buddy. And yes, that is pure bias. It is great to see a Canadian, a North American here in the finals. This is a game that has, traditionally been dominated by Europe. And ever since, early on, people like Red Rain who kind of bust through, that sort of broke that ice. Someone like Spelling Bee having multiple tournament appearances and here on the grandest stage has an opportunity to take one home and, wear the crown in the Great White North.
Exactly. And we are underway. Game number 1 between Danerai and Spelling Bee. We've got Onslaught Golden Necker Pirates for Danerai on blue coin going first. And Spelling Bee bringing the Knights Northern Realms deck. Knights usually a deck that you often like to play on blue coin. Maybe trying to switch it up. Maybe a little bit of mind games. Trying to get some favorable cues here for Spelling Bee.
A lot of work done here. That was a
What
triple
happened?
thinning gold play worth 17 bananas in that case. That was a lot of work that was done by one Darren. Again, bringing that Morkvarg out of the deck into the graveyard, followed by the Roach. And hey, why not a Knickers Chaser on that one as well to sort of round out the thin package?
And look at that, Spelling Bee delaying the Immortals, playing it after the Unkite Longship, and that allows him to immediately get 2 extra points on the Immortals. So that's a nice little play there, getting in 1 extra turn on the growth of the Redanian Knight in the range row, as well as that free ping, in this case, a benefit for him.
We're going to go ahead and move that unit to the back row, applying some bleeding. Some of that's going to get absorbed by the shielding. And I'm not going to lie here, this Knights list, I don't have much experience with it. It is a list that, again, Northern Realms is my least appealing faction to play. I don't like Northern Realms at all. And, I haven't bumped into this much on the ladder, if anything. So seeing Spelling Bee, pull off some minor miracles with just the reach of what this list can do is fascinating to watch. It's inspiring even.
This Knights list, very, very powerful in long rounds, has massive power plays with its scenario and Maiden's Shield and getting that first chapter of the scenario activated multiple times. Here, we see the moving that Immortals to the range row, which will stop it from boosting itself by 2 every time its shield is removed, but it still regains its shield. So still a threat that Danerai eventually deals with using a leader charge and a Junod. So a lot of answers coming out from Danerai already. The movement, the leader charge, the Junod. Spelling Bee doesn't seem like he's very phased though, just trying to keep his engines going and maybe build up some carryover with that Squire and with the Vandergrift still in hand.
Danerai here having to make a very tough decision. That Coral was played. You draw a card, discard a card. It was all gold, so you're tossing some value out the airlock here. And there's still that Mask of Ouroboros that will spawn 2 more birds on the board. Here it is. We finally find a bronze card that you just go ahead and chuck away if necessary. Danerai is also going to find some tempo there as the Coral found the least valuable target there as it kind of just gets tanked onto the shield, and that Knight from the back row to the front row gives you a little bit of an elbow as it makes its way to the front.
Yeah, but now the Knight Errant doesn't have the boosted unit next to it. In fact, it has a damaged unit next to it. This Knight Errant, normally one of the cornerstones of the Knight's long round engine capabilities and potential, can get you 2 points a turn, but you need boosted units on both sides, whereas damaged units will cause this Knight to now damage itself by 1 every single turn. So Spelling Bee, if he wants to stay in this round, he's going to have to do something about that. Either put another unit in between that Knight Errant and the 1 power Squire, or maybe boost up the Squire is also another option.
How deep into this round do you think Spelling Bee wants to go?
Knights do not want to lose round 1 if they can help it. The main way that Knights ends up losing games is they lose round 1, even after committing the Immortals, and then get pushed in round 2, have to play their scenario in round 2, and maybe even their Maiden's Shield, and have very little left for a short round 3, maybe just like an Erendite. And being on red coin here, his Erendite is at like 0 points right now. Danerai, right out of the gun with that 17-point triple thinning play, has never allowed Spelling Bee's Erendite to grow a single time this round.
Danerai is a little bit more emotive when it comes to playing the game. You can see him on camera there. And Spelling Bee is, has been so stoic, so resistant to kind of showing any kind of emotion. Now, obviously, the players can't see each other, as far as I know. So it's not like you're tipping anything off. You can be as emotive as you want to, but frankly, sometimes when you let that get to you, it can eventually kind of dictate how you approach turns. Maybe it clouds your judgment to a degree. Those feelings of revenge, or those feelings of like, no, I want to get you in two. You know, if you get angry, if you get, you know, a little turbulent when it comes to the reasoning in your mind, that's when mistakes happen. So Spelling Bee has not just played well, he's actually maintained composure very well as also.
Yeah, and going back to an earlier point that you were saying, how Danarai's hand was very gold and had to discard a gold, in this case, the Tesha Mutinous Sword, in round 1. Tesha Mutinous Sword is really good in this matchup. It deals 5 extra damage for each status, being able to answer things completely like a Vandergrift that has 2 statuses on it. But yeah, not going to be able to take advantage of the Tesha Mutinous Sword in this matchup. Danarai also gets his Siri Nova carryover banished here by Spelling Bee.
All right, Berna is going to come through and actually finds 2 bronze cards, one of which is a
great.
real great. Exactly. That Skirmisher is just pushing double duty here. It did kind of shed a little bit of the value off of one of the damage from Coral, did find the 1 unit in the back, but still, you've now cultivated a 27-point lead on your opponent. However, your carryover is gone, and some of these cards, like that Golden Necker, I doubt Danarai is ever going to give that up in this round. The Heron Kaduk, I suspect there's a potential that if you
don't
want to
play that either. You don't want to play that either because it's your only artifact remaining for the Golden Necker, with the vial being thinned out at the beginning of this game.
Right.
Danarai got really lucky on that Baron Brand. It was a risk. It was a calculated risk that he took, thinking that, okay, I want to play this card and I want to thin and I want to win this round. If I'm just hoping and crossing my fingers that I draw some non-important cards here with off the top of my deck with the Baron Brand, because I can't afford to discard this Golden Necker or the Heron Kaduk. And luckily for him, he didn't see anything too crucial on those top decks. And Danarai manages to win round 1. Neither player getting any carryover here. And now we'll see if Danarai decides to go with the push or the dry pass into the longer round 3.
Danarai had 7 cards at the start of this round, drawing up to 3-4 left. You can rest assured that when you get into round 3, he will have precisely the hand he wants to have at that point. The issue here is, unless you 2-0 like that, what is that? If you draw down to 1, what is Golden Necker really yoinking for you?
Yeah, he's gonna mill himself if he passes here. So I suspect Danarai will actually play deep into this round, or not. I don't know how deep, but he'll definitely play the Golden Necker in this round, which will guarantee him Magic Compass and the Heron Kaduk. And the Magic Compass will be online for that legendary card as early as round 2, and then echo itself back into the graveyard, back from the graveyard into the deck for potentially another use in round 3. But it's still awkward, even with the echo, which is like a self-clog, an anti-thin provided by the Magic Compass. Danarai's still only going to have 2 cards to draw into at the start of round 3. So he might be forced to take something like a Lippy here to make sure that he doesn't end up milling himself.
Well, it's Golden Necker time, ladies and gentlemen. 2 boats are patrolling the seas there on the ranged row. There's the Heron Kaduk.
You can take this Bear Witcher to do 3 damage to clean up the Knight Errant very easily. Lippy is the legendary of choice, and we see a 25-point lead with the Best Boy jumping back out, recycled from this Lippy, as well as Roach and Danarai jumping out to a huge lead yet again. I'm pretty sure this Erendite is still at 0 points, sitting in Spelling Bee's deck.
It's very worth noting here, friends, that, 25 points, quite the tall order. However, the fact that you played Lippy in this case, a card that is absolute garbage in all ways, shapes, and forms, in this case, actually quite relevant because you're recycling your graveyard back into your deck. That said, Spelling Bee can get out of this. Now you've basically created a scenario where Danarai is drawing off the top of his deck. If all those cards he draws are garbage, you don't have the guarantees of those best cards that you may have mulliganed earlier on. In this case, Spelling Bee needs to survive this round, but if there's no guarantees that Danarai's coming out firing in round 3.
Yeah, so Spelling Bee, scared of the 2-0, knows that he needs to commit something here, decides to go with the scenario. Danerai could pass here, but says, nope, I'm going to keep the pressure up. Going to kill off this Squire, not let you get that infusion, and continue putting on the pressure in this round 2. But you got to be careful. Like, pushing deeper isn't always going to be the best move for Danerai, because Knights, especially with the Knight scenario, has this explosive turn when they activate the second chapter of the scenario. Getting that mad charge, activating, say, maybe even 2 or 3 Grace procs with the Maiden's Shield can give Spelling Bee so much tempo that he could immediately catch up like the 20-point gap.
There's the Redanian Knight. The Lady of the Lake went and fetched your Oneromancy, which went to your deck and said, well, the dealer's choice. What do you want? We got the Knight now. 6 points is quite rather, punchless, but it's all part of the plan. Spelling Bee here, again, giving up nothing when it comes to facial expression. He's just very dialed into this match. He came this far. So, you know that along this journey, there are guaranteed to be some scenarios where it was probably not looking too good. But there's the other response. The Terror of the Seas, the triggering of the Heron Kaduk. Everyone's getting healed up here. Danerai is holding on to a 28-point lead.
Yeah, 28-point lead, but this is that explosive turn that I was talking about. Spelling Bee not playing the Maiden's Shield, gonna go with the Amphibious Assault into a Wind... Oh, no, not a Windhelm. A Damned Sorceress. I'm surprised by this pick here, but I guess he doesn't want to play a Knight. He wants to wait until he plays the Maiden's Shield to get that second chapter, that mad charge. And by also not playing the Vandergrift, doesn't give Danerai a chance to purify the resilience off the Vandergrift with this Tempest. So Danerai now needs to make a decision. Do I just play this measly 4-point Tempest that doesn't really do anything? And potentially give Spelling Bee the chance to get his card back? No, I'm just going to pass and make sure he doesn't get last say, doesn't get his card back for, doesn't keep the card advantage for round 3.
Well, if Danerai, if Spelling Bee walks out of this, by the skin of his teeth, Danerai might be kicking himself saying, I should have committed the rest. Like, we were so close. However, you got to get there first. Spelling Bee here still has some work to do. And
okay.
2 points of vitality is not going to be enough. We're going to use some of those abilities and get through it. But at the same time here, Shidmiri, you're going into round 3 with a little bit of help from that resilient Vandergrift.
Yeah, with the Resilience Vandergrift and keeping the Maiden's Shield, potentially being able to activate the Brawn Wind that spawns off the Maiden's Shield for doubling your boosts. That could be a really key play here for Spelling Bee. Erendite still looking tiny. Don't even know if Spelling Bee wants it in his hand. Danerai here, mulliganing, looking for something interesting. Does get the Coral, the Bjorn, and the Teshamutna Sword back. Holding on to the Tempest, maybe wanting to purify immunity off of Bronwyn? Could that be it?
That's a good question. Danerai here found some gold cards. Again, that Lippy play in round 2 recycled the graveyard back into the deck. So there's a lot of, just bricks that were floating around there, and managing to dodge a lot of them and finding a little bit of help here. What can Coral pick up here that would be big deal? Is it finding
Golden
that
Necker?
Golden Necker would be massive.
Golden Necker would be great. Not going to get you a useful artifact, but still playing 2 cards is better than 1. So that's a potential possibility. Maybe the Tempest is going to be a discard target for the Coral.
All right, so that sword, again, it gets an extra 5 damage for every status. So the first little swing got rid of the shield. The second one actually punched through and dealt some damage here. So now it will him down to 1. And if there were a way to, throw some extra shield on it, we shall see. But Danerai at this moment right now is thinking, with all this shield, with all this, naughtiness, how am I going to actually deal damage? But Damned Sorceress going to ping that shield off. That's a great pickup. That's a good.
That's not bad.
It's not the dream Shin, but that's pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's extra 4 points for you. And Coral playing as a 12 there, not too shabby. gets him an extra armor value on to the Bjorn, so that Bjorn can take less damage when he duels or when he fights somebody.
12-10. Spelling Bee just milking this 2-point lead. It is so fragile, this game, in just balancing on a razor's edge. We're in the finals here of the World Masters of season number 4. First game through, here come the points. Northern Realms do it so well.
There's
that damn
the maiden
sorceress
shield.
Yeah, just harvesting those shields.
Yeah, Damn Sorceress has played pretty decently here. 9 points for 5 provisions. There's the Tempest. Kills the Bronwyn through the immunity. Ends up targeting... Interesting that Danurai targeted the Maiden's Shield instead of taking 2 more damage by targeting Vandergrift, but maybe just wants to make sure that Maiden's Shield isn't able to activate its Grace. Now Spelling Bee gets his pick of the litter. Oneiromancy's into a mad charge. Will it be enough to activate one of these Grace? I think his leader is... Well, what is it? It's not... I think it's at 3? If it was at 4, he would have just played it onto the Windhelm. Yeah, it's at 3, so just barely not enough to reactivate the shield on Windhelm. And there is the Bjorn. Danurai grimacing as he loses game number 1 by 6 points to Spelling Bees and our Knights.
It's a big win there for Spelling Bee, representing Canada again. And again, we've seen reverse sweeps this tournament, so Danurai just has to sort of shake this one off. Again, it's the finals. There's no reason to fret just yet. Spelling Bee got through with Royal Inspiration, however, and that's a pretty big deal. You know, it's a very unorthodox pick, perhaps, for this tournament. Not many people are even considering Royal Inspiration, but here he is, bringing the spice. And what does he have to show for it? Well, he's up 1-0 over Poland's Danurai.
Yeah, wow. What a game. Onslaught Golden Necker Pirates is pretty tricky to pilot. I'm just thinking, you know, Danurai was kind of forced into taking that Lippy, the card that you love so much, because in round 2... In round 2, he had 4 cards left in his hand before playing the Golden Necker. If he had 1 more card in hand, if he had thinned 1 card less, he could have taken any legendary that he wanted. He did not have to take the Lippy if he had 1 more card in his deck, because that Echo would have put him from 2 to 3 cards to draw into at the beginning of round 3. And in that situation, maybe he could have taken something like a Morkvar, Card of Terror, or a Facusia, you know, something for maybe more value than the Lippy, which ends up only playing for 10 points with the Roach and the Best Boy coming back. It wasn't like amazing cards that he ended up getting off of the top deck with shuffling his graveyard back into his deck. So I wonder if maybe if he could have taken 1 less thinning somewhere, if that could have been an alternative line that maybe would have given him the advantage in this matchup.
Spelling Bee now going to be on blue coin, looking at the lists that are left for him. Pirates Cove and Overwhelming Hunger. This kind of smells like it's going to be a monster move here for Spelling Bee on blue coin. You have any premonitions on that one, Shin?
Yeah, so I think Spelling Bee, yeah, will take monsters, or yeah, because it has the Erendite. It's the other Erendite deck. And Erendite decks like blue coin, especially this Deathwish deck, which wants to take advantage of the stratagem, the Urn of Shadows stratagem for monsters, which triggers a Deathwish of a unit, and it doesn't have to be a bronze unit. It can be a Deathwish of a gold unit. But instead,
well, we are
Spelling
wrong.
Bee, yeah.
We're just wrong.
He proves us wrong. It's the Syndicate Mirror. It is Line Pockets versus Collusion here. Spelling Bee on blue coin with the Collusion. All right.
All right, so we're going to toss ahead, throwing some cards back and forth. The mulligans, of course, if you're on blue coin, you get an extra mulligan. You get 3, so you're allowed to say no 3 times. A lot of these cards here, you know, back in Syndicate's heyday of just pure control goodness, they had so many tools to just shut you down, be it the drill, be it, you know, Horson's Freak Show, things like that. But ultimately, one of the cards that are just so potent and so efficient is something like the Professor. That's a card that I love, 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 love.
Indeed, Professor, very, very good removal of great points for the provisions as well. and can be combined with things like Horson Jr. to even increase his reach from like 4 damage to 7 damage.
Yeah, good point. Again, with the Horson Senior on the board, or Horson Junior rather, you can just sort of pair up that ability and just clear off a taller unit and get through armor with the tribute if you want to. So good options there. But Danurai now, wondering how he's going to approach this. He's already going to go through with the tribute effect, paying for that Azar, and going to go ahead and just jam out 2 wonderful little, bugs. Those little beetles, those scarabs are going to defend that front row.
Yeah, very quick response by Spelling Bee. No hesitation on just committing that Hemmelfart. Hemmelfart, normally a later round play for this Collusion deck because it wants to resurrect these Firesworn units, especially these Inquisitors that we see Spelling Bee already has in his hand in later rounds for extra value because those Inquisitors would spawn those tokens again. But Spelling Bee deciding, I need to tempo out in this round. I need to take control of this game. So not shying away from committing these golds here. And Little Bird already boosting 3 for 2 coins with 3 different tags on the board for Spelling Bee.
I like that move. I think what Spelling Bee is doing here is seeing that Danurai on red is jamming out the defender, knowing that there's probably going to be some pretty nasty pieces that are going to be committed to this round. So you have to protect it. Spelling Bee just kind of snapped that off. Just immediately dumped it on the board in response, knowing that I cannot fall behind. I can't pussyfoot around here. I have to actually throttle down when I see Danurai, push forward that way. And that's precisely what's happening here as Spelling Bee is trying to get way ahead, maybe sort of turning the tables on Danurai and saying, all right, you're committing some pieces here, but I'm going to make it pretty uncomfortable for you. So it's an all-out just slobber knocker here in the first round.
Yeah, it's very aggressive play by both players. The thing I'm worried about for Danurai is that after using the defender in round 1, he doesn't have access to, he doesn't have a way to protect the tunnel drill very well without these scarabs from the defender. He might be able to candle to boost the tunnel drill up, but there are something like Horson Jr. can potentially even kill something at 9 power. So he's gonna have to boost it up quite a lot if he wants to put any sort of certainty on the tunnel drill sticking around.
Danurai jamming out that Siri Nova here, only down by 1, but is gonna play the big, the big girl there on the front row. You got Veil, you got Shield, you got Resilience. So I'll see you in round 2 as she sticks around. Spelling Bee down around here to Danurai, committed a relatively big piece with Hemmelfart, but also was able to, kind of dodge that turn where Azar was part of it. One of the Blindheims came through as well, and now Spelling Bee sort of just staring down this Siri Nova.
Yeah, and he did manage to draw Siggy Mastermind, which is a massive card to draw as Devotion Collusion. You don't have that much consistency in this deck, so Bellamy's got to feel good that he's at least got that big piece in his hand, as well as the Vivaldi Bank to get something else that he's missing. Bad news for Spelling Bee is these 2 Fist Techs that are sitting in his hand, they don't really do that much in this matchup.
Not against these 2 characters right here. There's a Veiled unit and an Immune unit. The Fist Tech there is just literally for show.
Yeah, and you also have to worry about because the Syndicate Golden Necker list plays that Salamander hideout location, if you just nilly-willy put 1 poison on their board, they can just bounce it right back at you. They can use that against you if you do that. So you got to be careful. Maybe the threat of holding a poison is going to be enough to prevent Danurai from poisoning his own units, but I don't think Spelling Bee is going to get the chance to play 2 poisons over 2 turns.
What I like about Spelling Bee's plays here is that he's not necessarily going over the top when he doesn't need to. He's very patient. As you can see here, he could play a bigger card, but just content committing lower pieces, saying that, all right, well, Danurai, if you want to pass, I can commit another small piece to perhaps get on top of you, or commit a piece of my choosing without having to walk into some nasty business. Now, is this tunnel drill potentially a target for poison? Or is this a situation where you might want to, I feel like if you're committing something like a horse in here, you're not actually killing the tunnel drill, and then you're susceptible to some naughtiness.
Yeah, Danurai has boosted this Tunnel Drill exactly out of range of removal range for Spelling Bee. Spelling Bee not running anything like a Mariels, nothing that can immediately answer this Tunnel Drill unless he goes for the combo, and he's going to respond with Mastermind into Tunnel Drill and Collusion of his own to one-turn kill the drill. This is a nice play because Tunnel Drill is such a big threat coming from Danurai that Spelling Bee just has exactly enough coins to finish off that Tunnel Drill with his own drill now, locking in that card advantage and perhaps this game number 2 with it.
That's right. Balance changes are not the only way you can kill the drill. There's other drills can kill the drills, but the drill has been so resilient over time in this game as a syndicate staple for so long. Drill has come in as an absolute force, got nerfed into the ground, saw a resurgence. The way that it's played right now in combinations with some of those tutor cards, you can see the sheer strength of it. And again, it's getting addressed as we saw in that video with Ryan and Jean. The drill has been in constant flux. It's been hard to sort of find the right frequency and the right dial to turn for this card, but it's got a little bounty on it because of all the amount of work that it's done.
Yeah, and it's done a lot of work here. Also cleaning up the Gellert Blindheim this turn for Spelling Bee. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the last time you see the drill go brrr on the big stage, because after this, with the cooldown nerf being planned for this next patch, the drill might just be going brrr from now on.
Just a casual brrr. I can't even do it anymore. Either way, we're okay. But there's the Siri Nova is going to get boosted to all hell.
That is a callback to beta when Siri Nova was a 25 power card if you played only 2 copies of bronzes in your starting deck. Wow, what a callback.
Do you remember when they tried to quote unquote nerf that Siri Nova and they're like, well, she's no longer a 25, we've nerfed her down to 24, and everybody's like, dude, that's now it's out of Igni range.
Yeah.
That back in the day. Oh Lord. Yeah, you guys want to talk about powerful cards. There was a 25-point Siri that was a gold card that you just jammed onto the board, and all you have to do is just play only 2 copies of your bronzes, and then you're like, all right, cool. There we have it. Wicked cool card. But yeah, that 25-point Siri Nova just brings everything full circle here at World Masters.
So Spelling Bee now playing the Vivaldi Bank, looking at his top 5 cards, deciding what he wants to take. He's going to actually take a bronze and not waste a gold here because he feels pretty confident about the position he's in. Up 10 points, up a card, with Danurai, 1 card left. Danurai kind of shrugging, like, what do I do here?
Well, Danurai at this point, I mean, can commit the Memorials and kill the 8
coins. He also has 12 coins, so he could boost by 6 and then boost by 7 again if he's willing to use these coins and put this Siri Nova to like something like 37, which I don't know if it's worth it for him. It is a pretty big lead that Spelling Bee has right now. The Morales isn't playing for that many points. You don't really want to pay 6 coin tribute to kill an 8 when normally he can just do 4 damage. So Danurai elects to pass. And now Spelling Bee goes into round 3 with last say, with the card advantage. And I believe Danurai still has a golden necker somewhere.
Keep in mind that when Danurai went from round 2 to 3, his bank gets cut in half. That's basically what happens from round to round. Your bank total gets cut down, rounded down. So that 9 coin bank becomes 4. You lost 5 coins. Those 5 coins that you lost could have been another candle trigger as well. So that is something to keep in mind as well, as Spelling Bee here just committing some of the smaller pieces, which is what you want to do. You want to give Danurai nothing juicy to touch at this moment.
Yeah, Spelling Bee playing low to the ground. He's got the 2 golds that he'll probably want to save for a threat that he deems worthy of removal. This Eventide Plunder could make one of them. Does not find the failed experiment if he was looking for that. But a couple of options here. The Bare Knuckle Brawler, Eternal Fire Disciple, and Oxenfurt Scholar.
3 options here. What are you leaning towards here, Shin?
Probably the middle one, the Disciple, I would say. It's got the best value, but he's gonna go with the Bare Knuckle Brawler instead to boost it up. Maybe looking for Bare Knuckle Brawler to be useful for spending coins because the candle is getting really, really expensive. The Disciple, while it spends at a more efficient rate, it can only spend 1 coin a turn, whereas Bare Knuckle Brawler can spend as many coins as you have.
All the way up to 10 now. It's still in range of a potential Horson plus Professor combo, but Danurai has to be smelling that down the pipe here. But again, you know, you got to make do. You can't play scared. You have to play to your outs. If your only way to win is to hope that your opponent doesn't have a certain card, then you have to play to those outs as tight as those margins may be. He does play the Vivaldi Bank, does find the Golden Necker. 3 off the top, a unit, a special, and an artifact are going to be played all at once here.
All right, gets the Freak Show, stolen mutagens with no Salamander units on the board, and then of course the Salamandra hideout location. What does he decide to take here? Boost to protect the Freak Show and a Veil. Salamandra hideout into... Oh, a Salamander Mage. I think this might be the first time we've seen it show up in this tournament this weekend. Salamander Mage with a nice tribute to do some damage on all those adjacent units, and immediately Spelling Bee says, none of that. Kills the Salamander Mage with the Junior, and it's a 10-point lead for Danurai. 2 cards for both players, but Spelling Bee still has a leader charge.
Now, was there any consideration here, perhaps, to actually kill the Horson?
Yeah, I mean, killing the Horson would get rid of a tag. The cut-up tag is pretty rare, pretty difficult to come by, and it could have an effect on something like pulling the strings if Spelling Bee goes for something like that.
All right, there is the Professor, and he's going to go ahead and take out the Kochstein, and he's going to pair that up with his buddy Horson Jr. in the back row, spending 3 to complete the deal here and score some coin. Now, there is one more Pirates Cove ability ready to go. Sea Jackal is just waiting in the wings to pop out and make use of those coins. Spelling Bee here down 4 points, but does have those 4 points back with that leader ability. Moriels is going to deal 4 damage. The rest of the coins are going to be spent by the Horson's Freak Show. Do you have what it takes here, Spelling Bee?
He only needs 10 points. He's got 5 coins in the tribute of this shady vendor. He should be able to make it, I believe, most of the time. It should be enough. I think that... Oh, and the King of Beggars comes out. That's going to help too. Yeah, easily for Spelling Bee. Gets ahead, wins game number 2, and now it's Danurai again on the heels, looking for a potential reverse sweep option.
So he's done it. That's what he can rely on here. A lot of players might get completely tilted. They might get, burned by the past. But you have to move past that, Shinmiri, and you need to focus on what's here and now. And if you do want to dig back, just look at your semifinals. Look at what you did just a few hours ago where you thought it was all over and you did run it back. Spelling Bee here is on monsters, on red coins. Sure, that's a tall order. That's a tough task, but you have the pick of the litter that you want to go ahead and face off with this deck with. You've got your Onslaught. You've got your you have your Syndicate option there as well, which has poison to deal with some tall units, and then you have your Precision Strike for ultimate control. So how do you want to approach this? What is the best way to deal with this monster list?
I think the Precision Strike list has a pretty good chance. It's got Heat Wave, it's got Squirrel for the Succubus, it even has the Hen Guided Sword twice, which banishes Succubi, which means that they won't go into the graveyard, and you can't get that really strong Death Wish synergy if you don't have 2 Succubus that are available to you. So I like the chances of the Precision Strike, perhaps, but I think Danurai is on blue coin here for game number 3. Not sure if he loves blue coin with Precision Strike. Might elect to take something else. Syndicate Golden Necker also has a decent chance. You have a lot of ways to play 2 poisons on the same turn to prevent your Overwhelming Hunger opponent from being able to consume their unit as you poison them one at a time, because you can just do that 2 points in one go and no response possible from Spelling Bee there.
I think that your best option here is line pockets. That with tools like Moriel's Horson's Freak Show, some of the tunnel drill turn as well. If you're on blue coin and you need to secure a win, you need to get past this round, and I think line pockets is best suited in that regard to actually perhaps have a fighting chance against monsters on red who are going to be jamming points and trying to combo off on you. At the same time, then what do you do on the next wheel over? You'll be on red. Is it precision strike time? And then on blue, what are you going to go with there? So my prediction here is line pockets. If that's a win, it's going to be precision strike, and if that's a win, we're going to see an onslaught finisher. We're going to have to see how this goes. Obviously,
I think that could be very possible. Yeah. Sorry.
Just tell me I'm right. That's all.
Yeah.
Shinmiri, years I've been casting with you. All I want is validation from Shinmiri. All I need is for you to just say that I'm right.
You're right, Flake. That's right. I agree. Oh man, I think Onslaught is going to be the hardest, the most challenging deck for Danurai to find a win against this Overwhelming Hunger, because traditionally Onslaught is using damage to kill things. It doesn't really have poisons, right? Like, doesn't have that many destroy effects. It doesn't have banishes like the Precision Strike list does. And Overwhelming Hunger Death Wish, they kind of shrug off damage. They're like, I don't need to really stick anything. If you kill my Death Wish units, well, they're just going to activate their Death Wish, and that's what I wanted in the first place. So I think I see Onslaught being the toughest, and that might be the deck that Danurai wants to save for last, and maybe give it his best go with line pockets and precision strike first, because the match stakes in the finals is $18,000. That's like $4,500 a game or something like that.
And keep in mind also, Spelling Bee is poised to actually just sweep the previous the match stake $18,000. Spelling Bee could walk away from this pocket of Gwent that he's playing, this little potential 5-game series. He could walk away with 36 G's right in his back pocket, just for making the right decisions, finding the right lines of play, and getting the right matchups here. So this is a pivotal moment for both players. One win by Danurai that's an easy 4 or 5 large right in his pocket.
Yeah, and Danurai, really backed up in a corner here, but he's done it before. In his winner's interview in the semifinals, he said when he went down 0-2, he kind of just stopped caring, started putting on some music, jamming a little bit, and that actually helped him get back into the series. So he's got the hat back on, Flake. That's his good luck hat.
There it is, exactly. Why not? Let's just lock and load. It looks like he's about to, jump in his World War I warplane and, go take on the enemy. In this case, he's going to be doing a little bit more of the pruning out of his hand if possible. But again, I mean, the whole mentality of I'm down 0-2, so who gives a shit? I can't agree with that. I feel like that's what you need to focus the most. If you let yourself get rattled and just play freewheeling, it could be problematic. Now, obviously, he's here in the finals. It works for him. It doesn't work for everybody, but we'll see how it goes over here, because when you let emotion kind of take the wheel, that's when you start making mistakes. That's when your sequencing becomes sloppy, and that's when you lose out on 1 or 2 little points that might actually dictate how a round is played.
I saw a big sigh coming out of Danurai at the beginning of this round, trying to collect himself and really slowing down a little bit. These two players have been playing pretty fast so far, and Danurai slowing the pace, collecting his thoughts, and coming up with a game plan for this Syndicate Line Pockets Poison versus Death Wish Monsters match.
Well, I mean, for Spelling Bee, playing out of Canada, it's 2:30 in the afternoon here. He might be thinking, hey, there's a hockey game on at 3, and I need to rack this up because the Leafs are on, or the Habs are on, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all.
Interesting here. Spelling Bee just floating this Brewis, threatening the Abaya follow-up. Will Danurai try to kill the Brewis to deny the Abaya, or is it just going to let him through? Because, Danurai, as line pockets, you're not always super comfortable being on blue coin, especially against such a tempo-heavy deck like Death Wish. If you let this double Brewis go through, you might be looking at a loss on even cards in round 1, and that could already be spelling out the disaster into a 0-3 situation.
So what is the way to deal with it? In which case, how are you going to kill it? It looks like he's just going to let it go. He's going to jam.
One way to do it would have been like to use leader charges for coins and tribute the range row shady vendor looking for like a payday or something to kill this Brewis, deal 5 damage and kill it and activate the Death Wish for it. But you know, that's also not optimal.
Those aren't what you necessarily want to see, perhaps, but you're going to have to go ahead and kind of parlay that move into another create effect to find another card here. So Bare Knuckle Brawler is going to be in the front row there. He's got an opportunity to perhaps throw hands if necessary, but at the moment now, Spelling Bee with that Brewis that was in the front row that got a free ride off that Abaya. Look at the development, and it's difficult to deal damage to these units because a lot of them have negative effects upon demise.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Danurai was offered the poison failed experiment off of the Eventide Plunder, and he didn't take it. Decided to go for Bare Knuckle Brawler instead, but there's so many units on the board. Bare Knuckle Brawler is unlikely to be able to finish anything off in terms of damage. So I wonder if he has a plan for this. Why didn't he take the poison? There's no counter poison, right, from Spelling Bee, so don't have to worry about that. But anyways, Spelling Bee now consumes the Brewis. 2 more Death Wish bronzes come out, and it worked out really well here for Spelling Bee, getting, you know, developing one of the Succubus to put in the graveyard for later, and then with the triple Death Wish of 2 Bridge Trolls and a Foglet, Foglet could start, you know, damaging that immune Gellert and getting ready to kill that Gellert over time.
Well, one way that you can get rid of poison, Shin, is you just eat it. You just have somebody else just kind of, you know, bite the bullet and eat it up. That Barghest there at 12 won't be able to eat it. It's not dominant. However, you're playing a risky game in that case. If you're constantly eating the unit that has poison, you're just stacking and stacking this Jenga tower where something like Moriels will just come in and shake the table and ruin your whole day. So Spelling Bee has to tread lightly here. There's the first instance of poison onto the Barghest. How are you going to deal with that? Do you drop the Endrega Warrior and eat it? How are you going to approach this?
Exactly like you said, right? If you consume it, eventually you're gonna run out of consumes, and your opponent is probably still gonna have some poisons left, and you don't want to end up giving them a 25-point unit to poison just to deny like a 10-point poison. So here, Spelling Bee decides to not even try and just let the poisons go through and not build something super tall on his board.
And I got to agree with that. You know, diversifying your point portfolio is a very fiscally responsible move here that Spelling Bee is putting together. And looks like some of the damage is going to be punched through. You got Albertus Hochstein in the front row, taking a little poison of his own to get a little boost. It's almost like steroids that he's taking here. It's like, all right, this is not good for you, but don't do too much, but you'll feel like a champ.
Yeah. In this case, financial advice is also good Gwent advice. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. And now Spelling Bee is going to consume that second Bridge Troll, get another nice 4 boost, and the first Succubus goes into the graveyard.
That Fog also doing work. It's been responsible for 4 points, which is essentially the difference in this match right now.
Yeah, that's right. Spelling Bee currently ahead on even cards. Danurai going to play a Fizz-Tech. Does he want to spend on this Bare Knuckle Brawler to make sure that he keeps the lead and doesn't give Spelling Bee a good pass?
Okay, so that's fascinating to me, the fact that there was a poison placed on the tall unit and then Bare Knuckle Brawler dealing some damage to it. So
he needs to deal the damage with the Bare Knuckle Brawler. It's the only unit, the only way for him to spend his coins and translate them into points. He needs to make sure that he's got a 3-point lead here before it comes back to his turn, and the Fog will do 2 more damage. So because Danurai's on blue coin, he wants to stay ahead and doesn't want to go 2 cards down in this round. But at the same time, yeah, like you said, you're taking points away from potentially a poison finish or even a tributed Morels. There's the bank that you don't know what you're gonna get here. Nothing looks really good for Danurai here. He wouldn't want to play the Golden Necker in round 1, right?
It's a risky maneuver, to say the least here. But we've seen things like that pay off. And like you mentioned, when Danurai was down 0-2, you said he was playing kind of, to quote Shinmiri, nilly-willy. And that sometimes can pay off when you just don't care. And when you don't care, you can take those risks. You're a little bit more comfortable when you're doing those high-risk, high-reward maneuvers. And a Golden Necker is precisely that. Who knows? You don't know what you're going to get. It's a box of chocolates, Forrest Gump, so better like it.
Okay, so this is a Vivaldi Bank coming out of Danerai. Takes the poison at the top of the deck for max coins, gets rid of that 9 power Intrigue Warrior. And how much is he going to spend here in order to get a big enough lead that he feels comfortable that maybe he can get out? And this may be the reason why Danerai initially took the Bare Knuckle Brawler over that failed experiment, is for the unlimited spending capability.
Now that Bare Knuckle Brawler tanked the damage on top of the armor for the on Knickers. So again, when you click too fast, sometimes things like that happen. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but ultimately that's what happened. So now Spelling Bee in striking distance, merely 8 points away from taking this round. Danerai has some pretty big pieces if he wants to hang on to them. Nothing super tall, so that Moriels is not going to just straight out kill anything. The 4 damage is going to be good enough, but the question is, against a deck that goes super tall, do you want to commit something like that, which he doesn't. So the Succubus is where we're going, along with a leader charge as well. Out it comes. Spelling Bee is taking round 1 here on monsters against Danerai.
Yeah. Spelling Bee did have to commit the second Succubi and a leader charge, but he still has 1 left from the monster location, Doldu Lock, if he's able to draw into it. And now Spelling Bee, with the round control, decides if he wants to push or go into the long round 3 against the potential trio of Candle, Azar Javed, as well as Tunnel Drill.
You got to think here, if you just dry pass, the response is going to be Siri Nova, and that could be devastating. I feel like if you're committing to a round here, you want those 8 points to matter and be played in the round that, or to matter in the round that they're played. You want it to cost the turn for those 8 points. You don't want them to get a freebie into the next round. Azar in the back row paying the tribute to Scarabs, Defender online. There's the little nom-noms from the Froggy Boy, and we've got a Detlaf on the board as well.
Yeah, Giant Toad, one of my favorite cards in the Death Wish archetype. Not only able to consume on this round, but also will come back from the graveyard automatically to consume another unit in round 3 the next time when you play a Death Wish unit on the range row in round 3. So very nice carryover setup for Spelling Bee. And now there's still 1 charge left on this Detlaf. Spelling Bee could play Arrakis Queen to copy the Detlaf and get that in her belly. Could potentially play every single card in this hand, I think. Erendite currently at 9 damage. Not really going to be able to kill anything except these Scarabs, but still growing as we speak.
We haven't seen Haunt. Spelling Bee hasn't played Haunt, another major piece to this puzzle. Frankly, it's the biggest provision by far, provision card by far in this overwhelming hunger list. Spelling Bee might be considering the option of hanging on to that Arrakis Queen on and hope to draw into that Haunt here, but he's not going to be happy to see that a Mutagens is what is the response here. He was hoping that a bigger piece would have to be squeezed out of Danerai's hand. Danerai is going to be going into round 3, fighting for his life with quite the setup. Golden Necker in hand, Moriels the location, as well as 8 carryover from that Siri Nova, and a full leader, a bank of leader charges. That's not a bad start here for Danerai, who is up against the wall in his championship life.
Yeah. This could be his final game, and Danerai having his Azar Javed Defender bled out in round 2. There's no good way to protect this Tunnel Drill, and there's a Heat Wave and a pretty damaging, like 10 power Erendite that he has to contend with. I think this Tunnel Drill is not going to survive, and Danerai keeps it in hand, so no option to Golden Necker combo it in 1 turn.
Did not find the Haunt. That is a dangerous aspect here of this matchup, because it is a tough piece to deal with properly. It spews out so many points in so many ways with detrimental effects upon destruction of those units. And in this case, Spelling Bee, you can see just kind of wondering what's the best move to open up here, because that sorry, oh my goodness, the Arrakis Queen. Meatballs were in my mind. Hello, it's past lunchtime, all right? Yeah, so Dol Dulak is going to get played here. You're going to go find one of those succubi, which are so important to just the crux of this matchup. And now, what is the response from Danurai?
Well, Danurai, so even though the Succubi doesn't have Adrenaline showing right now, even if Danurai kills it on this turn, it will come back at the end of Spelling Bee's next turn, in which he will only have 4 cards left in hand, and that's the Adrenaline on Suck. It's Adrenaline 4, and it will not doom itself, and it will allow you to consume it repeatedly. So this is a perfect timing for Spelling Bee, even though it's not ready to be consumed yet on this initial turn. It can be killed, and he'll be all right. Danurai, I mean, you just play the Tunnel Drill, and you expect it. I don't know. Maybe you play the Candle off of the Golden Necker first, and in an attempt to protect. He's actually.
He's gonna kill it.
He's gonna take the. Yeah, he's gonna kill it. I don't know if Danurai. I mean, I would assume that he's practiced this and he knows the interaction. But I think what we'll see here is what I was just saying. This Succubus that died without Adrenaline is going to come back with Adrenaline and not doom itself. As you see, there's no doom status there. Still really good. Still really good opportunity for Spelling Bee to play Arrakis Queen on it. Has a decent amount of consumes in his hand, despite not drawing the Haunt. Spelling Bee could be closing the series here. It's gonna be close. Danurai's launched the Golden Necker. What's he gonna do with it? Oh,
that heat wave. Where's that heat wave going, Shin?
You want to. Well, you have some options. You could save it for the Tunnel Drill. You could heat wave this freak show right now. But interesting enough, Danurai, maybe his plan is to just repeatedly kill this Succubus, so that there's no option for Arrakis Queen to copy it. But by repeated killing the Succubus, yeah, you deny the Succubus target on the Arrakis Queen, but you're just giving them the Succubus value anyways. The Succubus is going to play for like 25, 30 points if you keep killing it like this.
Well, that's it. You're basically just you're throwing money away at that point, right? And I get the strategy of what Danurai's trying to do here, but I think he's up against the wall where, how are you going to reconcile just how poorly this has been going, where you're dunking cards into situations that are not all that happy for you. And in this case, well, your next option here is to heat wave the Tunnel Drill, and there she is again. It's like, hey, I'm back.
Have you ever seen this before? A Succubus getting full value without ever being consumed. That would be a first for me.
You are basically shadowboxing at this point, as Danurai is essentially just throwing fists at the air. You're kind of just, fighting your reflection, because that Succubus just keeps coming back like a bad dream, and you have to keep dunking cards into it. And Spelling Bee here's like, yeah, sure, go for it. I don't care, dude. Like, those points are just refunded to me every single time. He's found the loophole, Spelling Bee has, and the meatball is just waiting and watching, saying, yeah, that's cool, no problem. I can wait.
It's fine. I'll play as a 6 or 10 points. I don't care. Danurai is spending 6 coins every turn to do 0 damage. That's effectively what it's coming down to, right? Danurai is just throwing away 6 coins every turn.
That's how I feel about my gym membership.
Finally.
Just throwing money away, not doing anything with it. So the beautiful part about this as well is that if you're not going to address that Succubus, which at this rate you can't, here comes Kayran. Kayran's going to do some naughty stuff and just lock up all those points in an immune basket that you cannot touch. And hey, do you remember that card? Yeah, it's the Succubus. She's back.
Yeah. And Danurai, final play on the Eventide Plunder, gets another poison, but the best thing you can poison is, you guessed it, a Suck, which is going to come back at the end of Spelling Bee's last turn. But he doesn't even have enough. He does have enough coins to poison if he wants, but there's also a Candle you could spend on proactive points. And that is what Danurai is going to do. Pinching his eyes here, knowing that the writing is on the wall. He's going to be able to get 5 more points here, but I think he knows, and he's just dragging it out a little bit, savoring these final moments of his GWENT Masters 4 run. Spelling Bee, I hope I'm not calling it early here, but I'm pretty sure Spelling Bee is going to be your Season 4 World Masters champion.
Spelling Bee down 9 points here. He's got one move left. It's to play the Arrakis Queen onto the Succubus. That's going to be enough points. Everyone around the world, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the crown for the World Championship goes north of the North American border and rests squarely on Spelling Bee's head as Canada represents the World Champion of Gwent in season number 4.
Wow, who would have thought Canada and North America are representing? Wow, we've come a long way, and
who would have thought? Who would have thought, Jinmiri? Oh yes, I am vindicated, baby. I am pumped up. I am hyped. Shin, the world champion is in Canada.
Wow, really, really big round of applause to Spelling Bee. Congratulations. Immensely well played by him this weekend. Definitely hearts out to Danarai after that tough struggle, the reverse sweep in the semifinals to get swept 3-0 in the finals must be heartbreaking.
It is definitely heartbreaking. We've got Ryan, who's going to be speaking to our Season 4 World Masters champion, Spelling Bee.
It is the year of the bee. Unbelievable performance there, Spelling Bee. I cannot imagine what you must be going through right now. Huge congratulations. What do you feel after making it finally? You are the GWENT World Masters champion of Season 4. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was going to be a tough series, I knew, and I played as well as I could. I think I queued correctly, and yeah, I guess I 3-0'd him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
I guess you 3-0'd him. I mean, nobody would have expected that. Even you said you were unfavored, and Danarai would have preferred to play against you as well. And still, like, it is your signature move to prove the odds wrong and just succeed. I cannot believe it. It's Colemon, it's Pireball, it's Cybers, and it's Spelling Bee. That's the 4 names now that have achieved this amount of greatness. So what does it mean to you to join the ranks of those names?
I mean, it's an honor. Obviously, those are some of the best players who've ever played Gwent. So obviously to join those names is incredible. I hadn't had much success the last 2 times. Honestly, this time I was just hoping to win 2 games in the first round, hopefully make it a 3-2 series and then lose to Chems and then be out. Yeah. So to not only do that, but to win Masters entirely is, I can't really describe it.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a little bit of time to sink in. And not only did you win it all, but you won it 3-0, which means that you've got a huge amount of share of that prize pool, especially on the top end there. So I'm putting you on the spot right now. Is there anything that you already have in mind that you want to do with that?
I don't know. I guess just save it for university.
That's the smart answer, but not the fun answer. Is there anything that you're going to treat yourself to?
I don't know. A pizza.
A pizza. A pizza is always a good choice. I think we can all agree on that. So thank you so much for taking the time, Spelling Bee. I'll make sure to speak to you later as well. Huge congratulations once again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime achievement. And breaking it all down is going to be Seely standing by right after this interview to explain how it happened. Once again, congratulations, Spelling Bee. Honestly, this is amazing.
Thank you so much.
And as I've said now, we've got Seely. I'm still shaking. This is so exciting to me, man. Spelling Bee came right from the start in as an underdog. Nobody had him on his map. But, you know, the year ramped up and he started kicking people out of the tournament scene that nobody expected. I've been talking to Pireball as well before the tournament, and we joked about it. But yeah, he was his career ender in that sense as well. Okay, maybe not career ender, maybe he's back next year. But one last thing I want to say, Danarai as well. We saw how emotional he was at the end there, but huge shout out to him. He had an amazing year of Gwent. He had many successes and then showed up in this tournament very strongly. And I think it's amazing to show your emotions as well on camera like that. So yeah, shout out to him. But as I said, it's the year of the bee. So Seely, take it away and explain how he did it.
All right, what a series, everyone. What a year of Gwent, and what a journey for Spelling Bee, making it from the play-in tournaments, qualifying for Gwent World Masters, and taking it all. It's been really fantastic getting to see that from Spelling Bee, and let's take a look at some of the highlights from the last series of the tournaments. Now, this is the first one, everyone, that I do want to highlight. We have the game where Spelling Bee is playing against Danerai Knights, and then SK. Round 3 is the scenario where, round 2 actually, where Danerai does go here for the bleed after taking round 1, plays his Golden Necker into Lippy so that he can kind of afford to overthin, and taking care of that engine as well was really, really nicely done from Danerai. Now, this is where Spelling Bee is put into a pretty tight position for sure, and has to respond to the pressure that Danerai has created on the board. What Danerai then did was he kept playing into this round a little bit more, kind of allowing Spelling Bee at the end to get out fairly cheaply, able to set up that Vandergrift for carryover and saving that Maiden's Shield in his hand before going into round 3. That is something that we've seen over and over from Spelling Bee, how much he values that card, and that was something that ended up being quite nice for Spelling Bee, but also lovely Golden Necker setup, I think, there from Danerai. Big point swing, and that's what you love to see in a game of Gwent. Now, let's move on here to the second game. This is a highlight that we are seeing right now after a pretty intense round 1 where both players were really fighting for that round control. Danerai has just established the drill here. Usually what you want to do when you win round 1 is bleed out your opponent's key combo, whether that is Siggy plus drill or whether that is Golden Necker and drill. You want to kind of preserve your own combo while bleeding out the opponent. So Spelling Bee kind of got a choice here where you could play slow, answer that drill with something like a Fistic, but Danerai does have answers like Purifies or Veil from the Stolen Mutagens. So Spelling Bee kind of plays it safe and goes for a really, really aggressive turn, as you can see here with the Siggy into this his own drill. Essentially what he gains from this is card advantage going into round 3. While Danerai still has the really big threat that is Golden Necker, but essentially what Spelling Bee is saying here is that he's confident that committing this, it's enough to still beat Golden Necker a card up in round 3, which is what ended up happening. If you notice as well there in round 3, Spelling Bee was so confident that he didn't even take that last mulligan to find Jacques. He didn't want to risk breaking that KOB, and that ended up paying off. He was fairly confident that this was indeed enough to beat Danerai, and that last say is also something that was secured in this round 2. It ended up being super valuable for Spelling Bee. Also, nice for Danerai still to get this big combo out in round 2, but it just wasn't enough in round 3. The last say was just so valuable, and that is also why we saw this intense fight over round 1 and the round control, which maybe you wouldn't think is that important in a mirror, but it sure is. A lot has been down to that. And last but not least, I do want to highlight just this beautiful Brewers here, making it so that a lot of pressure was put on Danerai, potentially risking a loss on even. The power, the thinning that comes down from the Brewers here is absolutely magnificent, and that allowed the round to continue quite long as well. Now, we're just gonna move into the last round here. I thought this was a very interesting line and a cool thing of Danerai to do. Basically, he kept removing that succubus, and that is normally not something you see, but basically what Danerai was saying is, I'll still rather give you half the value than you would get if you would be allowed to consume these. So Spelling Bee was kind of struggling to get those consumes down. It didn't end up being enough for Danerai, but I think it was a pretty cool line worth talking about again, because it's very unconventional, and what a great series it was. Definitely Spelling Bee taking it very deserved as well. And with that, I conclude my last segment with you guys as the analyst for GWENT World Masters. It's been such a blast hanging out with everyone and getting to talk about these really fantastic plays. Now, we still have a bit to go, so don't go anywhere. I will hand it over to our casters and lots more to come. So stay tuned, everyone, and thank you so much for watching the analyst segment. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Seeley, for the wonderful analysis and insight this weekend. I know how tough that job can be, especially as a solo analyst. So big round of applause for Seeley. Thank you. And we're back, Flake. This is the final bracket. Spelling Bee, our champion, taking it 3-0 over Danarai in commanding fashion.
Well earned, and like you mentioned, did it on his own. Didn't have necessarily the same support system, the same network, and that's difficult here in North America. Let's just be real. Gwent in North America isn't as popular as Gwent is all around the world, everywhere else. So the fact that he managed to do this, and with a stern look on his face, resolve and just crushing through a 3-0. All 36 Gs are in his pocket. And as a Canadian, I know the value of a US dollar against our own. So that is certainly going over the top here. He is in sitting pretty, baby.
That is definitely an additional bonus. And yeah, I have to say, like, I can't give Spelling Bee enough credit for doing this, prepping on his own, playing on mobile. A lot of people doubted him as well from when coming into this tournament. He was definitely an underdog, and he ended up taking it all the way and winning games where he even didn't draw very well. Like Seeley mentioned, there was the Syndicate game where he never drew Jacques. There was the Death Wish game at the very end. He never drew Haunt, but still found winning lines anyways. And for that, I definitely commend Spelling Bee. And let's take a look at the final standings and prize pools and all the money that everybody is taking home with them in this $90,000 total tournament.
Oh boy, just a shade under 47 stacks there for Spelling Bee. Just leagues ahead of the pack here. Danarai got absolutely gooned in the final round here of the World Masters, but nothing to be shy about, nothing to sort of, feel bad about. You're walking away with 12 grand, Danarai. So congratulations to you, a big time fight. And again, we can't forget the resilience of Danarai coming back and reverse sweeping to get to the position that he's at. Poison at third place there, $8,300. Kerpiton, Cams, Gandalf, notably not Canadian, but I don't blame you if you want to be. Magpie and Trusky as well. So quite the roster, but at the end of the day, Spelling Bee stands so far above the rest.
Yeah, and congratulations, Spelling Bee. This was a wonderful tournament. I had so much fun this weekend. We still have a little bit more for you, but Flake, it has been absolutely a pleasure casting once again with you. It is so easy to be your casting partner, and I thank you so much for that.
Well, I wanted to say before we move on is that this is my last event with Gwent, and I didn't know how I would feel doing this, but being alongside you, being able to hear the same familiar voices in my ear that I have listened to for almost 7+ years is a joy. It's a privilege. I am so proud of this game, of this team. I look back on this part of my career. This is what launched my career. It was Gwent that trusted me. It was Gwent that gave me that kind of that length. And I want to show you one thing before I say some farewells here. This is a shirt that I had ages ago from one of the first tournaments. This is the shirt that I had going to a tournament in Philadelphia for Wild Hunt that I had signed from names that people probably have never heard of, people like Thrilling and Lock-In, etc. That said, I would never get rid of this in my life because this means so much to you. And I want to thank you, Shin. I want to thank the community, to Vlad, to the game, and everyone in between. I love you all so very much. And I will always, always feel so fondly about my time with this game. So thank you so much. Be kind. I love you all. Let's go see Ryan and Berza.
Goodbye, everybody.
Damn. I mean, Flake, first of all, thank you for all these years. Like, you've been an integral part of the casting team. You brought us a lot of joy, a lot of trivia, a lot of saves our butt a lot of times when you had to talk about your apartment when things weren't going so well on the technical side. So kudos to you, man. We wish you all the best here at CD Projekt Red moving forward. Of course, we'll stay in touch. Like you promised, I'll be visiting you quite soon. We'll go on our awesome road trip together. And yeah, but I mean, what a weekend.
What an
weekend.
Emotional weekend.
Yeah.
Can't believe it. I mean, what better way to send off like with a Canadian GWENT World Masters? I can't believe it. Still,
Incredible.
It's still taking some time to sink in, but we should have known because today
Poland lost twice.
Poland lost twice, and both against French-speaking countries. So it was writing was on the wall. At the same time, huge congratulations to Spelling Bee once again. There were 8 players going into this tournament right at the end of this GWENT Masters year.
Yeah.
And only one prevailed, and it was Spelling Bee. Shout out to all the other 7 contestants that gave their best and played their heart out. In the end, it was the bee from Canada who took it all.
It was the bee from Canada, exactly. Very humble, very nice.
Getting a
Light
pizza
smile
now.
at the end. Eating a lot of pizza for 46K, man. I could eat a lot of pizza for
That's a lot of
46K,
pizza.
but congrats to him. As you see, we don't have confetti, so yeah, Spelling Bee, send some confetti our way since you got the money now. My confetti budget has been cut, so gotta live with that.
Are you maybe celebrating something else that you sneaked this confetti out for?
No.
Nothing to celebrate?
No.
All right.
No. I mean, if Poland won today in the World Cup, then maybe.
Maybe.
But, without that, not really.
No. Well, I will celebrate a lot of new cards. Dagon is back. I mean, come on, that's something to celebrate.
Yeah, that's something to celebrate. We have a lot of fog here, as you can see.
Yeah.
So I mean.
In honor of Dagon.
Yeah. Actually, at your side, there's a lot of it. But yeah, I mean, fog is what brought Mr. Dagon, and I saw a lot of people already in chat, on Twitter, on Reddit, talking about Mr. Dagon himself coming back. The fish god is here, and it makes me want to replay Witcher 1, to be honest.
Yeah, he brought a library with him as card text as well. So I hope you
yeah.
all got your reading glasses on.
Yeah.
But
You need a math degree for that one.
Yeah, it's only coming out on Tuesday. This Tuesday, so you have a little bit of time to read. Patch notes are also coming tomorrow.
Sacred and Profane.
Sacred and Profane.
Yes.
Coming on Tuesday.
And the trailer will be also live on Tuesday.
Of course.
And yeah, excited for you guys to play the cards. Check them out. Leave your comments, of course. We're happy to see them. And yeah.
Yeah, and if you missed anything of today, you will be able to watch it on YouTube. Obviously, we will be uploading
This week
everything.
we'll upload it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same as the roadmap video.
Yeah. Which is coming just after we finish here. So we're gonna shortly go away after we say our goodbyes. We'll have the roadmap video, and then we'll roll the credits to end today. It's been an awesome GWENT World Masters Season 4 final, and can't wait for what
Season
the future
5.
has for us. Yeah.
I'm ready for Season 5. Just like the year of GWENT has ended, give me the next one. I'm ready for it.
Perfect. All right, that's it from us then. Thank you all for watching. Enjoy the roadmap, and let's Season 5 begins on the 10th of January. So very, very soon. If you add 11 more days, that will be my birthday. So yeah, don't forget. 11 days to the 21st of January, my birthday. Yeah, shameless plug here. And yeah, Season 5 begins. But more about Season 5 and GWENT and all that jazz in the roadmap segment that we did with me and Vlad. So yeah. Thank you all for watching. Have a good night, day, morning, wherever you are, and take care of yourselves. And yeah, be kind, like Flake said. And he always says, remember, you're not losing if you're learning. So keep playing the game. Yeah, and
that's the bee.
He's all about the bees now.
The year of the bee.
Let's roll it.
Bye.
Hello everybody and welcome to the roadmap update. So we are here with Vlad as always, and it's been almost a year since we have this tradition now of doing it during our last esports event of the year, and we are here to talk about 2022, 2023. And I think we might go beyond. Yeah, that's going to be interesting for sure. So, Vlad, without further ado, I think maybe we should start with talking about what happened this year and what we achieved.
Sure. Let's do this. It feels like yesterday we were delivering the roadmap update for 2022 before the year started, and now we're talking about all the things that happened during this year. So yeah, let's just quickly recap what was this year in GWENT, what we will remember about it, and of course we can start with the card drops, So in total, we specifically calculated the exact number of cards that we released this year. We released 86 cards throughout the years, separated between 4 card drops. From what I remember, that's actually more than we intended to release initially, but it happens sometime, you know, like when the team is over enthusiastic about what they're doing. Sometimes you can go above the plan, and it happens a lot in Gwent. So yeah, 86 new cards definitely have a big impact on the game. Then another important part of our last year update, from what I remember, was the news about Journey. The fact that journeys are eternal from 2022, and by that moment, all 8 journeys were re-released, never to end.
Yeah, last one's added in November, so all of them, if you missed any of them, or if you want to check them out because you still haven't, but most of you probably already did, you can, because like you said, they are now eternal, or didn't we call them something different, I think, instead of
Infinite?
eternal? Infinite, yes. Infinite Journeys, exactly, that's the name. But we also did monthly patches, and we also worked on cards, on existing archetypes, so there's also stuff
Yeah, like it's worth to mention about the reworks. Reworks was a big part of my roadmap update last year as well, so it feels appropriate to touch on this subject. It's interesting that in terms of number of reworks, like a full reworks of the cards' visibility and everything, it's almost equal to the number of the new cards released, actually even a bit higher. So we're talking about 88 complete reworks. So, you know, really comparable number in terms of the potential impact on the meta, in terms of what it actually brings to the game in terms of changes. And yeah, I remember how I was talking that, you know, the past days of us releasing big expansions frequently with a lot of new cards added to the game are gone, and we're like taking on the new strategy of combining smaller new card releases with the reworks.
Yeah, exactly, and also reworks kind of in between. But most of the time we're focusing on, whenever we're adding new cards, that these cards support a certain archetype, and that archetype is also getting a boost at the same time. So it's a mix of these two. And now that you actually mentioned the number, it's something that I didn't feel as it was that high of a number, because it happened on a monthly cadence.
It's
so
kind of hidden, right?
It's hidden there, but if you put it together, you kind of look at the number. That's quite extensive.
Yeah, that's a respectable amount, I would say. And of course, you know, these reworks, they were not just happening in the vacuum or because we like reworking old abilities. Like, as you said, those reworks were done in the conjunction with the new card releases, and also to support the old archetypes, which another goal that we set before ourselves for 2022, to revitalize some of the old forgotten archetypes, or you can also say game strategies that were either unused or maybe even not existed before. And quite a lot of archetypes / strategies were targeted this way. Like we calculated this number around 30, the ones which before this year were not in a good shape or like received significant changes throughout the year.
Yeah.
And we also added a completely new mechanic, which was meant to be opening a new design space to work across multiple factions, multiple decks, to enable also a lot of interesting things. And this mechanic is, of course, Infusion. So definitely it's a very interesting tool that allows us to experiment even more with very interesting abilities and mix and match things.
Exactly. And those are things that only touch upon balance itself.
The gameplay.
What about other things that kind of happened in the year when it comes to more live ops connected stuff?
Sure. So one of such thing that comes to mind is the problem of excess resources, also known as the reach man problem.
Yes.
Right. So we fully recognize that for players with a lot of resources, it kind of feels sad when you don't have anything to do with them. So knowing this year, we approached this in a few ways. One of them was in the new journeys. There was a sink for excess scraps that you can spend on fast travel. Of course, we understand it's not a full solution to the problem, so stay tuned for more,
Mm-hmm.
updates on this topic when it comes to scraps and other resources. Another step in a similar direction, which we introduced fairly recently, was one of the recent patches, was a converter of reward points.
Yeah, exactly.
That also allows you to exchange the reward points granted in journeys for pretty much whatever you want. Whatever you're missing, especially maybe for newer players that are relying on journey as the main way to acquire resources. This is a pretty handy thing. Although it must be mentioned that, of course, a reward book still is a better place to spend your reward points, but maybe for those players that are already reaching the point of unlocking almost everything or close to this in the reward book, this is kind of future-proof solution that we are adding to the game with this concept in mind.
Yeah, especially that we know that we have players that have a lot of resources, and I also saw some comments when we launched this feature that people are saying like, okay, it's time to now premify all my favorite decks because now I can just exchange it to meteorite powder, which I can later use to get those premiums.
Yeah, it's a nice change in my opinion. Then on the live ops side of things, we touched a bit on the seasonal events. Like, it's not a secret that our seasonal events, which were not touched for some time, like some of them were completely solved by the community, so there was like its own very narrow meta, like only one deck or a combo that completely stifles any kind of a creativity within those. And I think this problem still exists to some extent in some seasonal modes, so it's not fully solved, but well, we're not considering this project finished anyway.
Exactly.
But we were thinking about this, and we removed from the rotation some of the seasonal modes which we believe would be either too difficult to fix, or maybe they were just not popular enough with the community. And we introduced a few new as experiments, also to see what is the reaction, some of the ideas to test them. And keep the feedback coming, because we always interested in which seasonal modes you prefer, which seasonal modes you hate, what you would propose to tweak or fix to make them more interesting.
Yeah, I always try to mix them up a little bit to have something different. Like you mentioned, also the ones which were not favorited by players, those kind of went the way of the dodo, and we kind of started introducing new things. And also it's a live ops thing, but it's also a gameplay thing, because our gameplay designers had a lot of fun with that one.
Yes. And maybe one honorable mention there is a trial by fire, is a new type of the seasonal mode which allows players to try out the cards that might be not yet collected by them from the newer
ones that they don't
card
own.
drops. Yes. I think it's a cool one, because it gives you a nice test drive before you decide to invest your resources into acquiring these cards and test some strategies. Okay, so maybe switching to the esports side of things, we had a total of 17 official events. So I'm counting here both Opens, World Masters, and also qualifiers, as well as a play-in. So that's quite a big number of events. Very, very busy year in terms of esports. So special shout out to our great community partners from Claymore and EC Gaming, the ones that helped us throughout this year. Without you, like, none of this would be possible. So thanks for
thank you very much
for helping out with the GWENT Masters. And finally, maybe to close the topic of 2022, there were a couple of events related to the community in which we had a chance to hang out with our favorite people.
Exactly. We had the 20th anniversary event here in the studio in Warsaw, and we also had a similar 20th anniversary event, but it was in Lucca in Italy during Lucca Comics and Games 2022. And yeah, this was actually a good time to, especially post-pandemic, to relax, talk to some people. We had our whole casting team here in Warsaw coming over, as well as other content creators, and we also know them. That we know them from The Witcher, we know them from Gwent, we know them from Cyberpunk. Like, a lot of them try everything what comes out of CDPR, which we're super thankful for, of course. But yeah, it was really awesome to meet everybody.
It was a great way to celebrate this milestone.
Yeah, totally agreed. Okay, so we talked about the things that happened. What about the things that did not happen, and things that are kind of that we're still thinking about in some sense.
Yeah, let's talk about like the things that we wanted to deliver or at least progress in 2022 and where we didn't exactly achieve that. So first topic is, I'm sure, very familiar to many people watching, is a premium tokens, right? Like this is probably a bigger meme right now than Dagon, which both are nowhere to be seen in Gwent, and many people are asking for tokens to be premified. So yeah, the sad truth is that we were not able to progress much with this topic in 2022. The reason for that is that whenever like we have this choice between putting our resources into producing new cards with new abilities, something that can change or improve the meta and add more strategies to the game, and premifying tokens, which would basically require the resources of the same people in the art team. It's always an easy choice for us that cards are taking the priority. This is unfortunate because we really want to kind of wrap up this project and fulfill the old promise.
Especially that it started. Like we were already into some process, because I remember personally showing some of the work in progress
stuff.
Tokens already during Twig. The like Dwarf. We also had like the Tree Ant and many others. Which were kind of started, but now the question is like, what's going to happen next with this process?
So like we were thinking about what to do with this, and one solution that we came up with is a bit of a compromise, and I hope that you will find it reasonable. Like we actually have a bunch of tokens, as you said, which we managed to talk on a very advanced stages, so it doesn't take too much time. Always takes some time, but it's still feasible for us to finish those to ensure that they are up to the quality level that we want to, etc., and release them. So this is something that we can do. The flip side of this is that we won't be able to commit, or we won't be able to promise that we can take care of other tokens which were not touched, and it's a very lengthy process.
It's a long process.
From 0 to 100. However, if we're talking about like the quantities here, around 20 of these tokens we can add to the game pretty much as soon as possible.
Okay. That's really good news, because I remember the process started where we got to a certain point, and then we're kind of like, okay, we can do them, but on the other hand, we want to start introducing a little bit more new cards. We want to be
introduced more tokens as things progress.
And people were like, okay, so if they're adding more tokens, is this kind of like an infinite loop type of thing? Well, to some extent, yes, because if we had to now catch up and go back to the new ones that we introduced, well, that would take even more time.
It's like a horizon that moves as you're moving towards it. So even though it's not great from the consistency standpoint, I still believe that it's a kind of reasonable compromise that we are able to offer for those who can't wait longer.
Yeah, perfect. I just feel sorry for those who won't get the tokens that they dreamt about, but some of them are gonna make it into the game, which is good, because it's better than no premium tokens to get at least a couple tokens, and 20 is more than a couple done.
Okay, so that's the topic number one. Hopefully that clarifies where we are with that. And the second one is a draft.
Kind of a thing that everybody talks about from time to time, like what happens to draft. Like we are aware that it's kind of maybe stuck in the past. This is one of the ways you could call it, but what are the plans moving forward?
So what's the situation with draft? Basically, it is stuck in the past in the sense that we are not updating the old packages, which is which will be outdated pretty much with every major rework or balance change or anything that we are doing with the existing cards. Also, the fact that we're keep adding new cards to the game also would require us go back to this mode and add them manually. And unfortunately, I think we touched on this topic before, but maybe for some people it's a new information. The way it was developed, the way it was configured, makes it extremely inefficient for us to invest time into manual updates of the draft mode the way it is. That's why when we first started to think about what are the options, how to solve with this, we realized that we cannot move forward with this current version of drafts and just update it and consider that our work is done there. So our design team, they spent time, they did a really good job on working on a prototype of a different iteration of draft. It's not like absolutely different, but a lot of problems of the current draft, of its current iteration, were actually addressed by that. And the most importantly, at least from the production standpoint, is the way of how packages are being done. Not requiring the manual input, very complicated process with special technical knowledge. So you could say it's a future-proof model. So we have this prototype. It's working. Unfortunately, there is once again a very long road between just like an app that you can launch on your PC and check that the new draft logic is working fine, and the actual implementation within the game. So draft is one of these things which we would really like to do, and we will try to find some space and time for like in the upcoming year to squeeze it somewhere. But as of now, we cannot guarantee, unfortunately, that it will make to the cut, and that we will be able to address it.
Yeah. So it's one of those things that kind of fell behind. So we decided to do something more. Instead of just trying to fix it, patch it up and work on the packages. Like you said, the package thing is kind of clunky in a sense that it requires a lot of input from different teams, and they need to be working on it in order to make it function properly. And it's very hard to future-proof it also. So kind of have something which is a solution that already works and that can be used by players for on and on and on, right?
Yes, so for now, we just have it somewhere in the backlog, and it's definitely in our hearts, because the new prototype is really cool, and I wish we will find a way to make it happen. But we will be also talking more about the priorities for 2023 and what's actually takes this space and this production capabilities, which otherwise could be directed here.
So before we go to 2023, let's talk about the last thing, which is archetypes, and if all the archetypes in Gwent are valid now, or do we still need to flesh out a couple of them and work on them?
Well, that's the easy answer. I think if you will also ask anyone in the community, like how the situation with the archetypes, or game strategies, also the way we call them, clearly this work is not done, right? Like we made, I think, quite an impressive progress throughout the year of bringing back these old archetypes and revitalizing some of those which were not relevant in the current meta or in the current in the present day. Still, we do recognize that there is a room for improvement there. There is still some work to be done, and we were not planning to wrap up this work by this December, right? Like our work here continues, and it's going into the next year where we already know what we're going to address and what will be our priorities in terms of this work.
Yeah, and we want to put a lot of focus on that also in 2023. So yeah, it's important for us to reach a point where we are happy with the archetypes that are within Gwent. Of course, like you mentioned, it's very hard to achieve perfect balance of all archetypes and all of them working properly. I know there will be always voices saying like, I would want this to be better, or this to be better, or this to have cards this and that stronger. Like I would want Pavko Gale to be stronger, just putting it out there. If any one of the designers is watching, which they probably are. But yeah, it's like one of these things that we always strive to make them better. And I feel like what you mentioned here also with the cards that we introduced and also the reworks that we did this year, we kind of wanted to address these things. And this was also seen by the community. It was people coming to us saying like, oh, I see what they did there. They kind of brought back the things that we wanted. And they also, like this patch specifically targeted something that we wanted to make a comeback, like Knights, for example. And all this stuff was kind of, we're seeing that the community is actually seeing that this was part of our plan for 2022, and we're trying to carry it out.
Yeah, there are basically items on our list which we already know we want and we plan to address in 2023 from this list. And as we'll be moving closer to this, you can expect to hear more in the depth videos, in the regular comms bits.
Exactly.
With Pavel, Ryan, with Jean,
Exactly.
with myself, so we'll be talking more about it.
Cool. Awesome. So after this recap of 2022, I think we're ready to move on to 2023. And I think we should be starting out with the number of cards that will be dropping in the upcoming year.
Sure. Yeah. As always, let's start with the big topic. So drops in 2023. So we are planning 3 separate drops. In terms of the total number of cards, we're aiming for like 72, 70 plus. This drops just also to set the expectations. They won't be equal in terms of size, so we're planning to have a different sizes between them. And yeah, that's the our plans when it comes to adding new cards in 2023.
Okay, so to visualize it, it is pretty much gonna look something like this.
Exactly.
So first card release in April, then another one in July, and then the third one in September.
Right, and maybe, you know, for those who are wondering why there is this like 3 month gap after the last drop. So we actually setting aside this period to fully stabilize the meta, to fully stabilize the balance after this final drop release. So we are, you know, not rushing in terms of the printing press of new cards, but in ensuring that the impact of all new card releases on GWENT and meta varieties is positive. So setting some time aside to polish everything.
Yeah, so that's it when it comes to the drops itself. What about things like addressing the meta, and what about monthly updates? Is everything here kind of to stay?
Yes, of course. Like we will continue with the monthly patches, which will include both reworks and the balance changes. And I think it's a high time to talk about the meta variety topic. It's you know, somewhat hot topic sometimes in the discussions regarding like how successful or not we are with this. So yeah, maybe a few clarification also required of how we are looking at this process, like how do we measure success, or what we are targeting exactly. So first of all, I want to talk about the difference between the decks which are viable or competitive, right? Those are sometimes when people are talking about decks, they completely ignoring the viability subject and only focusing on the competitive side. So let's give some definition. So what is a viable strategy? What makes deck viable? To me, this is being able to execute the game plan with the right tools, with the right piloting at all levels of play. So we're not exclusively looking at the pro rank, we're not exclusively looking at top 100 or top 10 of the competition, and this is kind of our only or
general sense of a deck.
Yes, it's like if you are as a player is able to climb up the ladder, doesn't matter where exactly in the ladder you are with the deck, and occasionally compete against the top decks with what you have, and it's even in the matchups which may be not favored for you, then you're probably piloting a viable deck. So just something which exists in the game and has this distinctive game plan, win condition, etc. So for example, both vampires and wild hunts units are viable choices to play monsters. Same goes for symbiosis and dwarves in Scoia'tael. At the same time, none of these decks has to be competitive to be viable, right?
Yeah.
Just like we see also the stats, we see what kind of decks, what kind of cards players are using, and if those are popular in terms of play rate, if also those are decent in terms of the win rate, that tells us a lot about like how successful we are with targeting these game strategies or these archetypes. And of course, like you also might ask, like what's not viable then? Like what's if
things
maybe,
that don't work?
Yeah, maybe everything is viable. So for example, in Northern Realms, Knights were not really viable. It was not really an archetype, despite us having knights as a type of unit within Northern Realms, you couldn't really say that the knight deck was a thing until we reworked many of those and we actually added new cards and the new mechanics that made sense.
So they needed a little bit more work on them in order for it to become something that is viable. And I like that you mentioned that a viable strategy doesn't mean that it's a tier, S or tier 0 deck that pretty much destroys the meta. It's overpowered and super powered, but it's just one of those strategies that you can play and it's viable. And if you pilot it very well, the deck actually can perform better at both lower ranks as well as higher ranks, right?
Right. The deck has a chance even against like maybe something that is being considered a higher tier.
Yeah.
And maybe another example of the deck or archetype which is not, we do not believe it's currently fully viable is Nilfgaard Spies, right? So that's something that we'll be looking into at some point in the future. So also maybe a few words on the competitive decks, right? And this whole pro play level. So we are very well aware that playing meta decks always will be the mainstream, right? This is the way of like the lesser resistance. To me, the biggest difference between deck which is simply viable and the top S tier competitive deck, you name it, is its reliability. Just something that you, over iterations, if you're a deck builder or if you're active player, you just experimenting, you're seeing, okay, this card maybe doesn't work really well with this deck, it can be replaced by something else, and over these iterations you're finally reaching some state in which okay, this is really optimized. So it's maybe not
like fully synergistic, working 100%. Even if you don't get the perfect draws, the deck still will get to a point where it can actually get the engines rolling or get the game plan going and kind of pretty much carry out the overall strategy that it has.
Yeah, like we do recognize that there's a natural movement like through towards the mid-range solution or towards kind of like Swiss Army knife kind of decks that can do everything, and it's not our intention to even out the power level by giving all archetypes, all decks absolutely the same tools. So like there's a equal like removal access to the removal, right, in all factions or in all decks, etc. Like for us in this game, it exists in the form of a neutral cards which can go with any faction and they can be used as this tech tools or like special solutions, maybe less tailored for the particular playstyle. So like just I don't think like this needs to convince anyone or to change your mind if you are thinking differently. I just want to give you a bit of a sneak peek into how we are thinking about viable strategies versus competitive strategies. And maybe one final thought on this is that we don't have this illusion or kind of utopic vision that in the top meta there will be a time where all decks or a huge number of those are equally competitive and there's like this perfect state. It's a very noble goal to have, and we should move towards it and decrease the gap between the top decks and their closest competitors. But it's probably not very realistic to expect that there will be like all decks existing in the game, they all even out and they have
all tier ones.
Yes, all
much.
tier ones. It doesn't work like that in the real life.
I don't think it's possible in any game that you will always have something which is on the same 100% level. There's always decks or archetypes or something that performs better than the rest, and there's always going to be this thing that balance is needed. And we kind of see that balance is needed on a monthly basis. That's why we address it on a monthly basis. And we try to keep, moving things up and down based on what's being played, what's getting the best results, and kind of moving forward with that.
Yes.
So that's 2023. When it comes to the number of cards as well as the updates that we plan and the reworks or the pretty much the things that we'll be working on with the balance team. And before we move on to esports, I think it's a good time to also talk about 2024 since we're talking about the gameplay aspects of,
Exactly.
of the
I
game.
think there are a few things which we didn't mention about 2023, but it's better to talk about them in the connection to the 2024 plans.
Exactly.
Yeah. So like it's not very common when we're talking about such a distant future and in Gwent's terms like some planning something.
It's normally 1 year ahead.
Yeah,
right?
it's 1 year ahead. So like this is definitely unusual. I recognize this. So we wanted to give you update about our 2024 plans by saying that we are not planning to release new cards starting from 2024. So the cards which we will release in 2023 basically will be the last brand new ones that we will be adding to the game. And it's a pretty significant change, right? Like there is no way around it. But maybe let's talk about the context around it, and let's talk about the grand scheme of things which surrounds this these plans and this decision.
Yeah.
So first of all, with the cards that we are planning to add to the game next year in 2023, we are basically planning to close the card pool with every idea that we wanted to add, every mechanic that we want to see. Pretty much everything that we would like to see in Gwent, we will try to fit it within the year, and it also would include like our continued work with balance changes, reworks, and all other changes.
Okay, so we're completing the card pool. I really like this term of completing a card pool. So actually bringing it into a place where we're happy with it. Cards seem like they're in a good place. We worked on some of the cards which we felt that maybe felt short, and we also have new cards coming in 2023, so they are kind of making this whole picture now complete.
Yeah, and also there always was this ongoing conversation about standard rotation in Gwent. Like we believe that we don't need to come back to this topic if we know that there won't be new cards beyond a certain point, and we believe that this existing card pool can be improved in terms of like viability of the meta. So we already touched on these topics. Then there is no need to introduce rotation anymore.
Exactly.
With this fixed number of cards available within Gwent, we will do our best to make sure that it's all in a good state meta-wise. But of course, it's a very important question. So when we will stop adding new cards by the end of 2023? So does it mean there are no more changes to the game to be expected from that point? Like, is it just completely, in the freezer?
No.
Yes. Oh, you know the answer already, right? You probably looked at the script.
Yeah.
So yes, the answer is no, and we have a very, I think, unconventional solution here. But at the same time, I'm a big believer that this is the right way to move forward. We want to give you, Gwent community, the right tools and the opportunities to drive the balance changes of the game going forward.
Exactly.
We're working on the solution which will allow players to do it directly in the Gwent client, so it's not some complicaed external system.
You don't need to work in Unity in order to make it
to be a
work.
developer or to have a special access. Of course, on the flip side, maybe this system won't be as robust as the tools that our team currently have in terms of full scale reworks, adding completely new cards, inventing new abilities and things like that. But when it comes strictly to the balancing tools, like the main balancing tools, right? Like that's something that we believe is feasible and will ensure that players can interact with the game, not just by playing it, but also deciding which direction it should go balance-wise, what are the problematic cards that needs to be nerfed, which are the cards that needs to receive buffs and things like that.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be interesting for players to actually have more of an engagement and also having the possibility to reflect how the meta will shape, especially for those who are very in the core of our community, because I feel like balance is also one of these things that always gives you these polarized opinions when it comes to what cards should be, how they should work. So I'm interested to see how this will actually affect the decision making from the community standpoint, if they'll be able to, because if you look at it from a developer standpoint, we're kind of looking into things from standing from and looking from kind of up above. But when it comes to players who are playing the game, I
Right.
feel like there is also this personal engagement within the game, which kind of causes you to favor and disfavor certain archetypes. Like we all always say, like, oh, my favorite archetype is this, but I don't like Mill, I don't like Kelly, I don't like Clog, I don't like this, I don't like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how this will engage the community. But I feel like it's something that doesn't happen very often, that you're kind of giving some part of the steering wheel to the community instead of like keeping full, engagement and focus only for yourself.
Well, I mean, there is a partial inspiration, behind this feature, that we see that the games which are really like sticking around for years or even decades are those that are in many ways are driven by the community.
Exactly.
Would it be modders? Would it be people that are making any kind of a fan submissions, making their own maps for strategies for like games which are like really, really old. So yeah, that's I believe one of the features that have a great potential and have a great positive impact on the longevity of the project.
Exactly.
But that's not all, because game balance changes are really important. It's important to keep the meta fresh, but there's also this another layer of like what to do with in the game besides just playing it, besides just grinding the ladder, whatever. And recognizing this problem, we also working on the additional extra progression system on top of everything which already exists in the game right now, which needs to not only to solve the problem like giving more rewards to players and give more reasons to come back to the game, but also it's our way of introducing some kind of soft motivation to experiment with deck building choices. What I mean by that is, like, even before we came up to this feature, we were discussing like some softer form of the rotation, which like for certain seasons, for a limited period of time, we are putting restrictions on which cards or sets or expansions cannot or can be used and played. But after long discussions with the team, we decided that it's not the best solution, especially taking new players in mind, that if you just crafted the card or deck and the next day, the season changing and you're locked out of your possession, it just doesn't feel great. So instead, we were thinking about the way of letting players always to have access to your full collection. Everything that you ever acquired in Gwent in terms of the cards are always with you. But you have additional extra motivation in form of quests, rewards, achievements, which are part of this new progression system for you to engage into some creative deck building using restrictions, not utilizing the full collections, but narrowing it down. I think it can be very interesting for those who kind of looking for additional challenge and also to spice things up while getting some cool rewards in the process.
Perfect. So yeah, like you mentioned, we kind of as players, one thing is to have balance, which is changing within the game, what kind of keeps us engaged and keeps us coming to try out the new things. And like you said, like progressing on the ladder is also one thing, but it's really cool to have something additional when it comes to progression that kind of, gives us another point of engagement in terms of coming back to the game and replaying and also doing different things.
Exactly so. So those are the features, like the main features that will occupy a lot of our development time. Next year, we believe that it's super important given our plans for 2024, and the goal of working on those would be basically to ensure the future of the game.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to further developments and stuff like that, we'll keep you updated as always. So in 2023, based on how everything is progressing, we'll be keeping in touch in the games of like what's gonna change, like what's gonna happen, and what we want to do moving forward. And probably we'll also be doing some type of update by the end of 2023, like we always do, in order to give an outlook into 2024. So I feel like it's if we have those things out of the way, we should be probably now moving on to the esports aspects. So talking about opens, World Masters, and stuff like that.
Right. So we just wrapped up the season 4. So yeah, for those of you who was wondering if there's going to be a season 5, yes, there's going to be a season 5. We're looking into the last competitive season of GWENT Masters. So GWENT Masters as a CDPR organized official tournament competitive system for the game is coming to an end. But of course, like we don't want to end it abruptly. We want to have like a proper season 5 with a reworked structure. Once again, we always keep making changes to our competitive schedule, and we also making sure that we're incorporating feedback whenever we're doing this from the pro players. So what we're looking for is 2 events per year, and both of these events will be I'm not counting qualifiers here, right? So I'm talking about major
events that we organize, which are done in this studio that we have here in Warsaw, and that we have both casters and players present online.
We're looking at the new competitive schedule, in which there are basically 2 splits. The first half of the year, which is culminating with the mid-season tournament, which happens at the middle of the year, and then the World Masters. And I think we have the graphics, right, that we can show to illustrate how it's going to look like.
So this is where we plan them more or less. Of course, specific days are to be decided yet and kind of announced, but I think we'll know that closer when we are actually into 2023 and already working on the releases and the drops and the patches, because that lets us kind of define when is a good time in order to have a competitive esports event, so the meta as well as the balance is not changing on the go.
Exactly. So it says here that both events are just marked by the name of the league, GWENT Masters. But as I said before, the first one will be mid-season tournament. The second one will be World Masters, as always. To wrap up, to crown the champion of the whole season, and everything which is in between, including the qualification path and how it's all connected with the crown point system, and then all other important questions. It's just something that we want to announce after discussing it with the pro players community that were giving us a lot of feedback already about the existing system. So we want to make sure that whatever feedback will be given about the new proposal is properly incorporated, and we will have like a enjoyable final season of GWENT Masters.
Exactly. Perfect. So that's when it comes to organized play.
Right.
Also, like you mentioned, more information will come closer, probably to the start of the season, which starts, if I remember correctly, in January.
Yes, we want already to start in January for ladder play to matter, as we did last year. So more details about it sometime in December already, I expect. Maybe one thing also to mention, because the final season of Masters sounds like no more esports beyond that point, or no more esports outside of the official circuit. Well, it doesn't have to be this way, right? Like it is always. We have even now some very cool, some really good examples of the community tournaments, some charity tournaments, which are
even better.
Yeah, my favorite ones. So we, hope that community will take over, and
keep on driving.
We will see more grassroots. We will see more events in a different formats, in different sizes, and all kinds of formats. To be organized by the community.
Perfect. Okay, so we have this aspect out of the way. We have everything connected to game balance, live ops, more or less. Like you said, this is of course a high-level plan. Details will follow. What about changes to the CDPR team responsible for GWENT and working on GWENT?
Just to set the correct expectations here. So when it comes to the team, we are not making any changes as of now. We are continue to work on GWENT in a very similar capacity to what we had in 2022. So in this regard, you can expect everything that we mentioned before, including monthly patches, including reworks and the new card updates and all this. What it also means is that because our scope is not increasing either, or our capabilities are not increasing, we don't have a place for new journeys or updates for Rogue Mage in this strategy. We really would be focused on making sure that the game is really prepared for this okay, a spoiler. We will call it a project Gwenfinity, right?
Yeah.
I was planning to talk about it a bit
Which
later.
is something that we created internally when it comes to Gwenfinity and the team responsible for the project moving forward and bringing it to a state that feels like it's infinite in a sense that it's driving itself and is having a core team that focuses on it. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So I like also Gwenfinity because it shows like what's our intention and what's our ambition is, and it's important to include the community into this. That was always our intention and our dream that we can make it happen. So Gwent fans, people that care the most about the game, they will have the opportunity, they will have the tools to make the game better and actively participate. I know that we do have such people in the Gwent community, and the Gwenfinity is for them.
Exactly.
And of course, as always, throughout 2023 especially, we always would love to hear your thoughts regarding what you think is important. You might disagree with us on some of the priorities, or you might point out some things that you feel like absolute must to take a look at or to focus on. And as always, we'll continue to listen and we'll continue to deliver to make sure that we are handing over Gwent to you in the best possible shape.
Exactly. And it's also, I think, a time to stop and reflect on kind of the journey that we had when it comes to Gwent and throughout the years, and the ups and downs and the memories and all that stuff. I know this kind of sounds like a farewell. Well, it's not. It's not supposed to sound that way. It's kind of more of a sense of we want to do the game justice and do for it as many things as possible, and then hand it over in some sense to the community. But we will be still supporting the game in the sense of keeping servers up, keeping communications up, keeping tech support working. All these things will be happening for the project itself.
Yes, definitely. We came a long way together, and Gwent, like in 2022, it turned 6 years, starting from the closed beta. So it was a long time, and as you said, like ups and downs, we will remember this history where friendships forged, in some cases even marriages, and like we came a long way together. That's sure, and we are very grateful to the community for going with us so far. I sincerely hope that we're not stopping, and it's not a farewell, as you say now, and we will see each other on the battlefield, and that you will keep engaging with the game with us. And once again, 2023, just to maybe recap it, we have a very busy year ahead of us. We wouldn't do the Project Infinity if we didn't believe that there are players that care, that will keep caring about Gwent as we do. And that's also the reason why we're doing this communication with you now. We believe in in a transparent approach here, to be honest with players, to set the correct expectations about the future. And that's where we are, and that's where I hope we will continue to see each other on these regular updates.
Exactly. And I like that you mentioned that the core thing for us always when it comes to Gwent and its development, as also when it comes to the monthly updates and the bigger updates, and kind of the twigs that we had also when we kind of sat down together and talked about balance and stuff like that, is always been about open, honest communication, and we want to keep that going throughout 2023 and then beyond, so all of you kind of know what to expect and what our plans are.
So yes, please stay positive, stay constructive, and let us know what you think is missing or what needs to be addressed, and let's work together throughout 2023 to bring Gwenfinity to life.
Exactly. Well said. Vlad, thank you as always for sitting down with me and talking. And we'll see you all probably later. Take care.